Eu sou carioca, nascido no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
I lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sings, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shines, bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shines, bring it back to what it's now.
matchup. Afreeca Freecs. Longzhu Gaming. JAG GreenWings. Samsung. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. We're up to week number 5, and it is day number 4, and I am still Atlas. This is still Papa Smithy, and we've got an interesting day today because it's sort of like a switch-up of our second day this week.
And that's the thing, is we have a lot of great teams playing today, and also you and I will be jumping over to Rift Rivals in just a few days' time. English broadcast over in Australia, so it won't be live necessarily, but still live and bringing you guys the matches. Excited about that, and we had to reminisce about Australia. Some of our hopes, we will be there for a week, so we get to visit family and things like that.
Yeah,
so,
and also back in a studio that we have worked in together before, Papa Smithy.
That's
Bit
true.
Of an ode to earlier times, if you guys have been esports fans quite some time, because it's been a while for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, 2015 spring.
Cool.
So long ago. League of Legends changed a little bit since then.
Yeah, just a touch.
SKT's still pretty good, though.
Yeah, they are still pretty good. And we are going to be following one of the teams that is playing today. Of course, Samsung going to be joining us. Well, we're going to be broadcasting. They're not going to Australia because it's also going to be commentated from a different place. But that's totally fine. Samsung will be one of the teams that we'll be following over at Rift Rivals. And this will be exciting to see how they're going to prepare for that particular tournament.
And just on a different topic, you heard a little clap. It is Costa Jun, Korean hype man's birthday today. So the crowd appreciating him for that.
We actually had to wake him up from his little nap pre-broadcast.
But we gave him a birthday cake. That was the more important part.
So if you wake up to a birthday cake, you're going to be okay. But I still think that he probably wanted to get his nap in.
At least his birthday broadcast is going to be a sick one, Atlas. Because as you say, first matchup, Afreeca Freecs versus Longzhu Gaming. A matchup where we saw Mordekaiser Top make its debut, just a couple of weeks ago. So a reverse matchup is going to be a fun one. It's 4th versus 5th. If Afreeca Freecs win, they don't have the game score to go past Longzhu Gaming. But Longzhu Gaming, 6-3, you're thinking, okay, really good first round robin, but ironically, same start that they had in spring season, collapsed from there in spring season. Can they keep it together, take down Afreeca for a second time in just about 10 days, and keep themselves around the top 4?
And we'll also be able to sort of work out whether or not the blue side is as powerful as we think it is, because this matchup between Longzhu and Afreeca was much closer than a lot of people maybe were expecting, given the power and form that Longzhu were going into it. So we'll see whether Afreeca can turn that one around, now setting up on blue for the majority of the games if this goes to a 3-game series. Of course, odds are that it will. There's only been one series that Afreeca hasn't brought the entire way.
There was a second one. They have 2 series that have not gone 3 games. This would be the 3rd if they were able to do it here. And the Afreeca Freecs on the up, you'd have to say. Kramer has been in excellent form. Kuro had a double MVP performance just a couple of days ago. Afreeca Freecs, especially when the champions start rolling and Marin jumped back on the Rumble, brought that one back recently. On their comfort, Afreeca Freecs look like a top 5 team.
Yeah, talking about comfort as well. Kramer really getting on that Xayah to incredible fashion. The only loss that he's had on the champion out of 5 games was in fact against Longzhu, but it wasn't based on his performance. There are other things that went wrong, so excited to see whether there's going to be any focus on that in the draft, Papa Smithy.
And then just cheekily, Spirit is at 7-1 on Lee Sin already this season. One of the few players where at the start of the season, when Lee Sin bans were commonplace, people were like, it's just Spirit, we'll leave it open. And he's been able to rack up the victories. Marin on your screen, Gragas, Renekton, Rumble, meta working for him as well. But Longzhu Gaming, they were the surprise packet of the first round robin. 6-3, so close to 7-2 after winning game 1 against Samsung. Last time we saw them on the Rift. Close series in that scenario. They'll be wanting to beat Afreeca Freecs, and they at least feel that they are still a contender to go to Worlds.
Oh, most certainly. And most of their games that they have had sort of narrow losses in, I feel like the whole standings could have been shuffled if they were able to push the next couple over the line, things like that. So Longzhu Gaming certainly vying for that top spot, not necessarily deserved of their first 4th place position right now, and could really be challenging our top 3 teams.
And you got to be hyped about the top lane matchup. Khan versus Marin just a couple of days later. the Renekton into Mordekaiser counterpick, and then Mordekaiser banned twice was the stuff of legends. Sort of thing where if you went to the post-game thread and saw it, you're like, oh, so someone just forgot to choose the right champion. No, those were legitimate Mordekaiser bans. And Khan, we haven't hit the tip of the iceberg yet. He's got plenty more, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, Khan is one of those players that just seems to be able to play anything. I want him to take a tip out of the Ixu playbook. Of course, Ixu's here at the studio today, going to be playing in our second series. We're going to have a look at the mid lane first. Kuro versus BDD. Some Galio's being picked up, and I hope that he's not going to be seen too much. Still very, very strong in that mid lane.
Yeah, since the matchups between these teams, Freecs went on and beat Jinair, who kind of rolled over and died, it must be worth mentioned, in that 2-0 victory for Afreeca, whereas Longzhu had the big slog against Samsung where they very convincingly took them down in game 1 before things started going against them. BDD finally has the 10 KDA shattered.
Yeah. I like how it looks like a tennis racket as well.
It does look a bit like that, but it's not a 10, and that's probably where BDD will want to adjust it. Staying above a season 10 KDA has been done before, but is certainly not commonplace in the double round robin best of 3 days compared to Meteos racking up the KDA back in summer of season 3.
That was a very long time. I was wondering where you were going to go as far as KDA comparison. I immediately went to Clearlove 2015 or something like that.
His Lee Sin was pretty legendary that season. But let's talk about Khan versus Mara, the matchup we mentioned before. The Mordekaiser victory in the bottom right of your screen was a notable one, and Khan has had a lot of picks that are unique to him and also fit the meta. The Fiora, even though one of the games was a very famous one against SK Telecom T1, has largely been ineffectual in actually being able to pull off match victories, and that's why it's kind of an arms race to Renekton and Rumble, and then the little pocket counter picks to deal with those strong meta picks.
Yeah, and look at Khan's damage per minute as well. Top in the league, doing absolutely fantastically well up towards the top side of the map, and you don't see a lot of top laners with huge damage per minute score lines unless they're going to be battling against a big tank up there.
And you don't necessarily see insane win rates on specifically the Kha'Zix. 10 games of Kha'Zix already from Kaz. Kind of snuck up as a big pick for him when Elise and a lot of the other picks were taken away as Zac also. Speaking of Zac, Spirit played Zac the last time these two teams met, as Longzhu played with Fire and left it open at first pick, and Spirit finally had got the champion pool in order to be able to play it. So there's a lot of targeted bans here that are a little bit different to other series. Lee Sin and Kha'Zix have very frequently on 7-12 been available picks, but in a series like this, maybe you ban away, get these junglers away from comfort, and see how they are on the more mid-range picks for them.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that Longzhu have gone to some of these more damage-style junglers as well out of Kaz, just because I feel like now with the incredibly strong solo lanes as they've demonstrated so far in the summer season, it's very different from spring, where top side of the map really needed to play damage control until the bottom side could carry, that sort of thing. Doesn't feel like it's the same situation now, which may have a little bit of an impact on how well Kaz is doing on these squishier, more damage-orientated junglers.
And I like the point you made a little bit earlier about the blue side. It was Longzhu on the blue side twice, and the whole series went blue side. And what Longzhu was able to get, because they were on the blue side twice, Atlas, was Galio twice in that series. So picking up the Galio going to be significantly more difficult for Longzhu in games 1 and 3. And how they navigate being on red side twice if we inevitably go to 3 games will be fun to track. First ban comes out, it's the Orianna against BDD. 4-1 on the season, fantastic Orianna. So a smart respect ban there from Afreeca.
Yeah, and we remember that debut game against KT, what was it, 5-0-3, both Orianna games. Pretty easy sweep there for Longzhu Gaming, so understandable to get rid of it.
And we're getting personal.
Yeah, we really are as the Ashe is taken away from Frey.
So certainly going to be things slipping through now that we have double AD carry ban and also Orianna, who, if it is a ban is banned, is usually in the second round as a safe blind pick. Or they just give over Galio to Kuro is kind of an interesting story, given that Afreeca have not been able to pick up Galio in a long time. And actually, they'll ban it on blue side, even though it is one of those very safe very safe mid lane pickups, largely in LCK. So a lot open to be considered here. Elise, for example, is one that could be banned away.
Mordekaiser also open, pops maybe.
And Renekton, you know, on a lesser level there.
The Rumble as well, available for Marin if he wants to pick that one up. But Longzhu looking for the Elise button by the looks of things. Seconds will tick down. It is going to be Kalista banned away. Throwing the gauntlet here a little bit, you'd have to expect Spirit pretty happy to pick up the Elise. His performance so far this season has been good on the champion. Even in games that they've lost, honestly, his early game performance is getting himself around the map and getting those kills is strong. They're going to hover it for now.
It would make sense as a takeaway from Kaza and also a previous power pick for Spirit. Even though the Lee Sin is up, wouldn't be a surprise to see at least taking at first pick. But okay, they're going to actually adjust here. So this says a lot about Kramer's effective champion ball. Ashe taken away, Kalista and Caitlyn, and they're going to try and find power with the Xayah, which has been a really big pick for Kramer, 4-1 on the season.
Yeah, the dude's been playing extremely well as the Elise now being considered on the side of Longzhu. And I really like the Kalista ban. We saw KT sort of fall apart when it came to Renekton trying to get on top of Kalista, so maybe Longzhu are going for some sort of Renekton pickup. They potentially could, but Khan's going to say, nope, we don't want Marin to get Rumble, and I'm going to pick that one up for myself.
They're going to deny Rumble away, like you say, but it is 7-12 Rumble, and definitely the laning phase impact is going to be lower. So taking such a big priority over something like the Renekton is conspicuous, but then you start doing the math and you say, okay, well, what does Rumble give you? It does give you more flexibility about the mid lane champion pool. BDD has played Zed a few times this season, doesn't necessarily have the best win rate on it, but some flexibility in the draft with the Rumble in the first round.
The understandable Wukong pickup here from Spirit.
It's going to probably be Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai, you would imagine, even with Elise available. They think it, because, I mean, that's been the common answer, has been Rek'Sai into both Lee Sin and Elise, but they'll just go with power and give themselves the same flexibility with an AD solo laner.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Rek'Sai picked into Elise, and it has been working well so far here in the LCK. Kuro considering what he wants, and I feel like a Renekton pickup would be pretty easy to go for right here, Papa Smithy. Get another pushing lane, and you're not going to have to worry about the Kalista, and it is going to be locked away here for Marin.
Yeah, you stole my point. Definitely was going to say physical damage laner when you've already taken Elise. Marin has mostly been playing Renekton, and it does well against Rumble. So the fact that Khan, with Renekton open, took Rumble lets me know that perhaps they're preparing something special. Because to me, the god tier top laner at the moment is the Renekton, and the Rumble is just on a lower ebb. You need to make a lot of value out of the equalizer to justify it taking out of the free lane that is Renekton top.
Yeah, the wave control, and I want to apologize, Papa Smith. I'm going to
That's
stop
okay.
doing. I'm going to stop doing research.
It just shows that you're clever, Atlas.
I'm going to stop doing research so that we can make you look as smart as possible.
I need all the help I can get.
That's absolutely untrue. As the Varus is going to be taken last here for Longzhu Prey. His Ashe is banned away, so what other utility AD carry can you pick up? And it is going to be the Varus. I always get the shakes whenever I see Rumble Varus on the same team, but it is no longer 2016 LGD. It is now Longzhu Gaming, a very different team, and one that I'd probably vouch for being a little bit better. Rakan going to be banned away, and the LeBlanc in answer.
And you remember there was the draft that we were kind of looking over a couple of days ago. Katie Rolster in their matchup against Rox Game 3, where they drafted Victor Varus, and then we saw the Rakan come in and basically own the duo, who want to just be firing damage from mid to long range. I like taking Varus, then banning Rakan, and showing respect to it. Feels like Gorilla knows the potential engage range of that pick, and depending on what they want to take in the mid lane, it might be even more of a smart choice to start banning Rakan, who is picking up steam. More and more teams are playing the Rakan. People are seeing what's possible. The Kalista Rakan, I mean, the after effects of that one is going to be seen around the world. And
I was trying to figure out a tweet, actually, after that. I'm like, this needs to be hotfixed. It's so ridiculous. And then I thought to myself, how the heck do you hotfix that? I don't understand how that one interaction between Fate's Call and the quickness grand entrance,
working as intended.
It feels dumb, but it also feels like there's no real way to stop that from just happening every time. Blitzcrank was the final ban for Longzhu, though. As we catch up, the Syndra is going to be picked up by BDD really far down the draft.
First of the season, interestingly, from BDD. Another mage like Victor that fights in the mid to backline. So if you took Rakan into this duo, you could just do your best key impression and really occupy the damage dealers of Longzhu. So again, the Rakan ban makes a lot of sense. Looking onto the side of Afreeca Freecs, been Braum-centric times for Deucin. I think the last 4 games have been on Braum, and they've been winning a lot of them, so happy to jump on Braum again. Great answer to the Syndra as well, you have to remember.
Yeah, that Unbreakable, pretty useful.
Now the only question is, what will be the answer in the mid lane by Kuro? Syndra's been one that he's like to take Castleton into, but it's pretty risky. Not a Zed player by trade.
And also, they don't have a lot of range on the side of Afreeca, so just going to try and nullify it with the Karma pickup. Very far down in the draft as well. Karma's been seeing a lot of priority as Gorilla's going to pretty comfortably head towards this Thresh. A lot of pick opportunity on both sides of the Rift at the moment, Papa Smithy.
excellent lanes for Cuz to gank on the Lee Sin. And Atlas, it's a Karma mid lane, like you say. They have a Xayah, so late game, sure. 3 to 4 items, the Xayah can pop off. But remember, when you look at this lineup from Longzhu, it's very squishy. So I think Kura might do his best Crown impression, go a much more damage-centric Karma build. Rush the Murilonomicon, for example, go from there. He might actually be able to make the Mantra Qs really wreck the lineup of Longzhu, because otherwise, 1 item, 2 item, Afreeca will lose teamfights pretty consistently unless they get the first pick, because the damage just can't compare to Longzhu's.
Yeah, especially at that particular part of the game. Longzhu have been pretty good at working with their spikes, of course, freeing up Gorilla to move around the map and try and get the rest of his team ahead. Feels like things like Rift Herald are something that Afreeca will have to be careful contesting unless Marin gets some ridiculous lead at the beginning, which can be a possibility given the ganking power of Elise. We're going to be looking so hard at the jungle between Spirit and Cuz to see where this game's going to go.
And we've seen it so much recently, though, that Renekton and Elise, every team should know what it does and also the timings at which it does it. So the setup by Cuz and also how respectful Khan plays with just the instant CC potential of the Ruthless Predator into the Cocoon and the instant death that will lead. A lot of information there for both teams, but as you say, how it plays out, that's what we don't know.
Well, we're excited to find out as we're going to hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Fans out in force. Afreeca as well. Good representation for these two teams. Well and truly at the upper end of the standings.
And on a sunny Saturday, full stadium here as well.
Yeah.
Longzhu and Afreeca. Longzhu picking up fans as time goes on. It started, of course, with the Prey and Gorilla Troop, and then with their good fortunes and also some of the lovable personalities. Great.
Oh, Khan is so funny, Papa Smithy.
I believe if you jump onto the OG on YouTube, there's a translated video of him going around with a video camera and doing some adorable things in the backstage area. So you can also see the Costa Jun fans coming out because it is his birthday today. Happy birthday, Korean hype man.
Wow, there are some really cool photos there too.
Yeah, good personal friend of ours. Atlas speaks very good English as well. Always fun to talk about. I mean, if you can pick the brain of any one play-by-play caster, there is a man with close to 20 years history behind him.
We are pretty spoiled with the options that we have. Although he did almost fire me. It's too many games.
It's true.
Yeah, I was the guy that got 3-game series every single time, and he's like, I want to go to bed.
It's true. He casts a lot of games.
He does so many games.
He's not even a League of Legends exclusive, man. The man works very hard.
He does.
None of your shenanigans, please.
Yes, exactly. I got to stop with my shenanigans.
Speaking of shenanigans, level 1 for now. Only real advanced ward is the ward onto blue side blue buff, trying to get information about the pathing from Spirit, which, when you consider what we said about at least Renekton and the level 3 death it may cause in the top lane, important information for Khan to have. Gives him that least lesser likelihood that he is ganked very early and the snowball begins for the Renekton.
Already you got Tucson going down very low. I believe actually eats one of his biscuits, and the push is going to be gained by Longzhu as well. See multiple lanes actually pushing forward. Khan, the only one that doesn't really have that option now. The 7-12 Rumble. Spirit spotted out. And having knowledge of where that Elise is going to be so important.
Kaz also going to be pathing around top side, like you see. Needs to be there for a potential counter game that they'll have advanced information of.
Well, not a lot of vision for Afreeca thus far. Marin just asserting his dominance on his Renekton.
But I'd like to think that he now respects Khan even more than he did previously. And he's like, well, I can't go to a Cullen to this matchup. I'm actually going to go Doran's Shield. Usually Marin is pretty blazing with exactly how aggressive he goes in his item choices. We'll have a slight pause here. We've had a couple of audio issues this week, so we'll wait and hear what the problem is.
Or will we?
I imagine we probably will.
Well,
the audio issues haven't been on our side, Atlas.
I was making a funny joke. It didn't quite translate.
You should explain how it was a funny joke. That'll make it way funnier.
Hey, that's my strategy most of the time. It's like,
you're
if
a hit
it's
at
not
parties,
funny,
Atlas.
Then you just smack your head into it for as long as you possibly can until it gets funny, you know? But no, it looks like, yeah, Kaz has some issue or another. But we'll see exactly what is going to happen.
So we're hearing that there's actually a performance issue with Gorilla's PC. That's awkward.
Yeah. Frame rate issue.
Even more important than an audio issue.
Yeah, there is the man on your screen right now. We'll see whether it's just going to take a restart of that particular PC. And in fact, we're back into it already. So.
Mentioned it on the broadcast earlier this week, but Gorilla is dealing with some medical issues of his own.
Yeah, the nightmare.
He's the shot caller of the team and having issues with his throat right now, so it's going to be a little bit awkward. So we'll see if Longzhu in his stead can have other voices, like Cuz, for example, pick up the slack.
Yeah, Prey as well, another member of the team who's at least got a lot of experience.
Cuz is actually underleveled here to Spirit. We'll get the first damage, though.
Yeah, exactly. And face checking is never a good idea in the jungle, as Marin's looking to come over here first, but doesn't get the Ruthless Predator. This is very important, as now Cuz looking to make his way back. BDD, the first one to rotate from the mid lane, but he's followed immediately by Kuro. Good flash! Gets Spirit out of the way as he's now looking for Khan. Kuro makes his way over, but doesn't find the damage on the Q.
3v2.
Yeah, now Marin needs to make his way out. He's looking for the hero play. They're going for the double buffs, and they find them as Marin picks up a kill for Afreeca. Now Khan looking to burn him down. That Harpoon with the buff does so much damage, silences himself, and the orbs are going to land. Not a lot of mana left, but Kuro is super dead. The Rumble grabs a double kill. Doesn't matter whether you're nerfed when you pick up 3 kills in the early game, Papa Smithy.
Could just go back and buy a Haunting Guys effectively after pushing the wave. Really big advantage, Longzhu. BDD, because it was on the red side, got the first roam, didn't have the same mobility that a Karma with her speed up has, but still was there. Invested the flash super early. You notice he did not take the roundabout way. He took the direct way as bot lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage onto Gorilla as Kramer just free auto attacks. The heal's not enough, and Afreeca going to answer back on the bottom side. Spirit, fantastic speed to get himself immediately towards the bottom side and influence that particular lane.
He got an assist, so not enough gold for the boots of mobility, but might have been surprised with how fast the Spider ambled into lane. Crucially, Gorilla realized he was dead, so only Summoner used was Summoner heal from Prey.
Yeah.
We'll have his flash for potential turnaround play.
Now Marin's going to find this matchup a lot more difficult. Still has the CS lead, but I have a feeling that that is going to change relatively quickly. Good stun from BDD there in the mid lane.
And like I mentioned, straight up Haunting Guys pickup for Khan already. Has the health, so has some respectful stats. Could go into Seeker's Arm Guard for here, or potentially a Ninja Tabi, or maybe even just goes for Snowball double magic penetration, says, hey, whatever, I'm just going to roast the Crocodile.
Oh, we saw on this patch. Oh, actually, in goes Cuz looking for Marin. Gets himself a bit of his health back with that Q, but otherwise, Crocodile's in a little bit of trouble up on the top side.
Double buffs, not the most conspicuous on a top lane Rumble, though, so for laners having double buffs, I'd be a little bit happier that it's a Rumble and not a mana user.
Well, Kuro's actually going to get a lot of damage onto Cuz here, as now Spirit's going to close the distance, picks up the kill, doesn't get stunned by BDD, and slinks back into the jungle easily.
This time didn't have the backup of his mid laner, and it's kind of the same story as when Afreeca Freecs were fighting on Longzhu's side of the jungle earlier. This time fighting on the side of Afreeca. Down goes Cuz. Crucially, not the person who has the kill, so the experience and bounty won't be there than if Khan went down. But still, nice answering pickup from Afreeca, and we're all tied up, at least in terms of kills, at the 6-minute mark. 6 kills in 6 minutes. Oh, baby. Getting an action-packed starter.
Yeah, and I was just looking at that top wave and feeling incredibly upset, Papa Smithy. That is pushing back towards Khan, and Marin cannot do anything. Just goes and eats some honey fruit, but look at this. Khan with full control of this wave. He's got the vision control up the top side as well if you compare one ward to none.
Well, I mean, also the control ward that's pretty aggressively put down, and the camps around our Longzhu exclusive vision.
Coon not going to discover BDD. Cuz is going to continue to clear out wards. He's aware that he's on vision. There's Equalizer now available for Khan, and
oh, he's actually going to lose the freeze on the wave, harassing though.
All right, that's good news for Marin. Not so much for Khan, as BDD is going to get delivered himself a blue buff. Right, so normalcy being retained by both of these teams. About 200 gold the difference between the two.
Oh, actually got the play caller.
Yeah. Kramer That's a lot of feathers that you do not want to go near.
Yeah, BF's sword was there, and Prey just disrespecting the Blade Caller pullback. Max first in lane.
Let's have that Vamp Scepter though, so should be able to at least sustain it back up relatively quickly with the help of some potions perhaps, but it is very scary.
And Kramer's been one of the first 80 carries in the LCK to really prioritize Xayah. I mean, Xayah has been picked situationally, but the big thing for Kramer is he actually likes it as a matchup into Caitlyn. Now, Caitlyn, of course, on the ban list mostly, but when they were on the red side and giving up first pick Caitlyn, he was very happy to take Xayah into it. Now we're seeing increasingly, will blind pick Xayah at 4-1. Clearly, it's been performing for his team. And if the rest of his team, if Marin and Kuro can really hold the team together for the early levels, 3-item Xayah, we've already learned very quickly, is just a ticking time bomb for the enemy to deal with.
Yeah, especially if that enemy wants to try and siege into the Xayah as well. Kramer has been showing us with his particular playstyle that even if the rest of his team is behind, Xayah can do so much work with anyone that feels like they have an advantage.
Bit of a surprise to see that Kuro, in this scenario against no true frontline tank, is going to be going for the Athene's build. Looks like he will not be going for Merlinomicon on this patch, 7-12. You do get a little bit more ability power with the utility build of Ardent Sensor and Athene's, but it still will not do the burst damage of Merlinomicon in something like Luden's or Liandry's. Sort of game where he probably had the latitude to be a bit more aggressive in his item build and help out his team rather than hinder his team, even as the game went on. But it's going to take the more controlled, supportive, and defensive route, which I guess if you followed Kuro's career, shouldn't be a big surprise.
Yeah, it's not exactly surprising. Even augments it with the Mercury Treads as well. I feel like a lot of the changes with the Athene's on Holy Grail and Karma herself, of course, a few nerfs based on the changes to the mana cup in the mid lane.
It was one of those things where if you gave her both, right? If you kept her the same and buffed her core itemization, it just would have been a headache for everyone. So readjusting a champion that's defined the meta for quite a long time now.
Going to go wide. BDD, good stun. Himself out of the way. The answering ganks here from Kaz. BDD still playing aggressively. It's going to be hard to get through Kuro though, especially as a magic damage dealer. Marin's found his way back into this matchup quite nicely. The Harpoons, though, look at that. Just chunks so much more. There's the flash gained from the Equalizer, and there's the flash from Kaz. Kicks the Crocodile away and picks up the kill. Easy as you like. Afreeca Freecs going to now answer with this Dragon on the bottom side of the map, but this could be a disaster waiting to happen as Khan is a time bomb.
Yeah, for once, actually a pretty poor read of the top lane situation for Marin. He had information that Kaz walked over a ward on the top side as he was getting all-in by the Rumble, and yet still went down. Kuro's not going to be able to do anything to answer that particular gank. There was no great teleport spot there. He'll teleport back into lane, but that will mean teleport advantage to Khan as well, and still will be going for the Merc Tread. So not double magic penetration, but accelerates once again the Rumble, who has a disadvantageous early laning matchup, Atlas, so that's why Renekton has been able to be competitive in CS. But Rumble, being ahead in CS and ahead in gold in this matchup, bodes poorly for how the game will go from here.
Also completely changes the itemization from Marin as well. Has to go with that Spirit Visage item number 1.
Oh.
Won't have the Tiamat, won't have the extra pushing power and damage that you're going to get from a Tiamat item, as well as not being able to go straight for that Black Cleaver to make himself strong in that 1v1. So sacrificing all of the dominance that this Crocodile will have.
And if you also just kind of take it in the context of this team comp and also the rest of the item builds, it's a bit of a white flag for the early game, Atlas, because it's going to be Spectre's Cal into, as you say, Spirit Visage Renekton. We already know it's going to be the supportive Karma build, and Kramer is going to go slowly into 3 damage items to be relevant. So when it comes to early trades, with a comp that can and should be fighting early while Xayah gets her power spike together, the fact that everyone else kind of held back their builds really means that Afreeca will not be able to take many 5v5s straight up in the early game and are just all in on late game Xayah.
Yeah, late game Xayah, or the fact that Spirit can get around and make things happen in order to turn this one on its head. But I feel like the damage has been done top lane. Kuro, like you said, has sacked this mid lane with his incredibly defensive build that he's opted in for so far. Does mean that you know, BDD throwing his orbs at Kuro doesn't even get through an Inspire shield, which is a little bit sad. Look at this, the tower very low up on the top side. Khan, Mercury's tread's picked up. He's not even going to be stunned by Spirit or Marin for too much longer, so they're not going to be able to attack that lane all that easily. It's only equated to a 400 gold lead thus far, but as soon as these towers start to fall down, the map opens up and Longzhu have a lot more opportunities to get this lead even larger.
And maybe we should talk about what the builds do, because, you know, we have said, hey, Freecs, you know, you're going to miss your early game power spikes, and that certainly deserves a bit of criticism. But one thing it does do is if you consider the team comp BDD is against, he really has very poor options for when he goes for the assassination, the single target assassination here, because Unleash Power onto Renekton, not going to be great. Onto a magic resist stacking defensive Kuro build on the Karma, not going to be great. Kramer can pop the damage with the Featherstorm, the ultimate, not going to be great. And they have Braum and Elise to consider. Speaking of Elise, going to just repel.
Yeah, and Marin actually looking for the solo kill onto Khan up on the top side. Dominus has been popped. As now we've got more fighting on the bottom side. Featherstorm goes out as Kramer's got ignited, but Gorilla taking a lot of damage. Good flash. Gets him over a lot of those feathers, actually, as the teleport's coming in from everyone. Longzhu makes their way down as a 5-man unit, and the equalizer was disastrous. To be honest, that's going to spell the disengage, and Marin, without his teleport, is going to have free time on the top side.
Yeah, Khan felt the pressure, teleporting in on low health and having to disengage from Spirit. Marin didn't have teleport to answer, and the 5-man investment from Longzhu will actually lose them turret HP. The synergy wasn't there on the core or on the equalizer. This allows Freecs to push up lanes, get some CS onto members that were really having to be respectful, specifically Marin, who's got a respectful build and had to deal with a 3-kill Rumble 6 minutes in. This is going to be a happier phase for him, and now the tides have turned, and he will very soon have a teleport advantage of his own.
And he already has a flash advantage. Khan now no summoner spells at all. And you're right, Marin about to have that teleport back up. He's going to have both his F and Ds working quite effectively for him.
Hey, are you presuming what keys he uses his flash and his teleport on?
Yes.
Doesn't have to be F and D.
Well, by default F and D possibly could be wherever else he'd like to put it instead, though.
Thank you for your full explanation. Exactly. Just say that a little bit faster. Say it 3 times fast. Get it there. Get the fluency.
Red leather, yellow leather, that sort of thing. All right, Spirit's clearing out a Raptor camp. Let's talk about that instead. Do you use weird keys for your summoner spells?
No, but I've seen people do really weird ones.
Oh, really?
Well, there were all the people that would flip the mini-map as well because of their familiarity with other MOBAs.
That's
all
true. That was the Alex Ish special. As there's the kickback. Marin's taking a lot of damage. Dominus is there, and thankfully he's got a lot of magic resist. So he will get a couple more auto attacks onto BDD before he dies. And the turret is going to follow suit. Khan says, I want full money for this because this was my work.
And Marin wants something to be happening on the rest of the map because he really has bore the brunt of the early game from Longzhu. 15 minutes of being answered. First brick now goes down in bot. He has the teleport. He can call for a teleport somewhere else in the map, but because Spirit was kind of top lane meandering, if he could go bot lane, you see a ping right now. It's from Marin, you'd imagine, onto the enemy Gromp. He wants to be teleporting back behind the bot lane and going for a dive, but because Spirit is out of position, there's no one to put down a teleport ward, and for now, that's going to be a multi-step and probably multi-minute process for Freecs to generate.
Yeah, now Khan actually moving at least towards the mid lane, bottom lane area, understanding that Marin might be wanting to teleport. We saw a lot of pings on the side of Longzhu Gaming down there because they know what Afreeca like to do to try and get themselves back in, especially when Marin has a longer lane that he can shove up. Okay, Leandri's is done though. There's the arm guard. Lots of items for Khan. The hook isn't going to find Spirit.
And we're definitely at the spot where it's Leandri's, Merlinomicon, Blade of the Ruin King is completed. Power spikes for Longzhu are much stronger, and Khan has level 2 equalizer. So Freecs, they'll poke around, but a full-on fight with this itemization will require significant outplay for Freecs to win.
Yep, Afreeca are positioning themselves around this dragon. They're looking for the teleport in. A little bit of poke damage comes down, and Cuz gets slowed. But Kuro's not going to make his way over there, and the pincer attack not going to work. Marin cancelled his teleport as well, so he's going to concede. Thankfully for Afreeca, they were able to grab that dragon against the flow of time. So Mountains are going to be even as there's the kickback onto Toussaint. Good flash, gets himself out of the hook. Dark Passage gets Cuz out, who lost a lot of his health bar.
Yeah, and Afreeca at the same time, they're pushing up 2 minion lanes, so gonna have to pull back here, get back into the lane. They may actually lose most of the turret HP, but not quite the turret just yet.
Gorilla has to be a little bit careful as the hook going to be dodged expertly there by Tucson. And Spirit is waiting now. Can they get a ward in here? Will they even try?
They will die trying to ward at Atlas, so for now you can see Gorilla just trying to provoke something. Well, that's the provocation.
Boom goes the Thresh. Gorilla, I was expecting a pause there. He's like, my screen went great. I didn't want to put it in great. And that is going to spell the turret as well. Oh, very cute. Something that most Syndras do, but still. Very close by Kuro.
Mountain of gold on multiple members of Afreeca, and also a ridiculous amount on BDD as he works towards maybe a Ludens or whatever his second item of choice will be on the Syndra. People differ. We could still see something like a Haunting Guys as well.
Yeah, I want the Crown build. Crown build always makes me pleased, Papa Smithy.
Khan is getting chased by Kuro. It's in vision now.
Yeah, there's the flash. They just want to lock him down. Shut down gold aplenty right here, and that equalizer, decent positioning, honestly, but it is going to be the first kill, and Kaz, he could be in trouble. Just throws down a ward, was looking for a ward jump, didn't have a safeguard, so he's going to have to use his flash. Does make his way out, but Marin gets his revenge and only adds to that large pocket of gold that he was sitting on.
Finally gets a bit of joy in the top side, does Marin. Will be able to push up as well. Speaking of top side, with the Freecs moving here first, they get the inside track onto the Rift Herald at 19 minutes. Even a delay here will take it off the map, remember, Atlas, because it will despawn in about 40 seconds time.
Yeah. Okay, the rest of Longzhu are making their way around. Remember, BDD does a lot of damage.
Again, Longzhu are probably pretty happy with not even being able to pick it up as long as they deny it from Afreeca.
Well, there's the hook. It's going to land on a Tucson. Good unbreakable dodges. Fair bit of damage, but he's still going to fall down as Prey grabs that kill. That is going to spell the reset on the Rift Herald.
Still staying on it, though.
I'm not sure why, because I don't think there's enough time to kill the thing. Nakuro is going to make his way over. There's low health bar on Gorilla.
Trying to rush it down.
Yeah, they are taking some damage from this one, as in they go. Kuz is able to take out the Herald and pick up the buff. Okay, nicely done by Longzhu. Understanding that they did have enough time, but Afreeca not quite able to press the go button.
They're trying to, though. This is Kramer all alone in the top side.
Oh, he's thinking about that.
Oh, they don't have vision, though, Atlas. They're worried here. They're double-checking. They're looking for information on other members. They don't have it. They'll continue to chase.
Yeah, where's the turn from Kramer? Oh, 4 members up here, though. May have bitten off more than he can chew, but I say that, and he's going to be able to pick the kill up on Prey. Kramer gets himself out of this, and the Inspire Shield keeps him alive. And once again, Longzhu are running for the hills. This has been one of the most expertly played come-from-behind early games I've seen, as Afreeca Freecs do lose their Renekton. But look at the health bars of Longzhu. They should fall one after the other. The turret goes down. Kramer grabs that. That's an easy kill for Kuro. And can they snowball the turret take into this inner? Don't know whether the minions are there, and the back does come in from Kuz. But that is a 4-for-1. So worth. As Marin, it's the most selflessly I've seen him play for a long time.
But it was a really big outplay from Afreeca as a whole, not just Marin. And Khan, who has all the gold, laid down the equalizer, got no value. We just saw the Rift Herald go down, and Afreeca Freecs, they've got their eyes on an even bigger objective in the same pit.
Well, they do see Kuz moving over this vision. See what options they have to try and steal. They don't get it. It's actually Kuro that locks it down, so a lot closer than we would have expected. Malisin unable to get himself back over, so Afreeca, blue side proven to be very strong, but their play has been expert, and let's have a look at it again.
So Prey and Gorilla didn't feel like they could go straight away because they didn't have information on the other members. Prey walks up and gets owned by Spirit and Kramer. Kramer lives throughout this, even Featherstorms and flashes out of the equalizer. Remember, Khan has all the gold from the early game, and thus him missing the equalizer is much more significant because the turret was on no HP. They can just take it down, keep going, instant double kill onto retreating, fleeing members. They get much more here, Afreeca Freecs, as they can turn this into a Baron. And just the shot calling was on point there. Everyone knew their limits, and Kramer was the tastiest bait. Longzhu bought it, hook, line, and sinker, and lost the Baron for it.
Yep, all too easy. Shout out to Kuro there as well. His ability to play utility mids, no matter what they are, always seems to be impressive, but hit that item spike in the Ardent Censer and the Athene's Unholy Grail, and was just pressing all his buttons on all the right people in that last fight. Shielding fantastic as well.
Baron buff, they want to walk up. Cuz does have the Rift Herald to try to buy time, but this doesn't seem like it's going to be a Rift Herald that'll get any turrets. Atlas probably just be a delay tactic when he uses it.
Yep. So dodges out of the way, does Kramer. Should just mean let's wander up, take the last few health points. Equalizer comes in. They actually really want to stop this. Prey's going to get snared. There's the kickback. It's going to be the pick-off onto Spirit for 1-for-1. And Prey is so incredibly low. Good double stun. But Tucson sets himself up with that Unbreakable at the ready. And Afreeca should still be able to take down this turret eventually when the next minion wave gets here.
And this is more and more gold being loaded on Kramer, now 4-0-2. We mentioned the big headache for Afreeca was trying to get advantages or even fight while all the supportive itemization was delaying power spikes while Kramer was trying to farm to 3 items. He's not that far away from 3 items now, Atlas.
Yeah, even has Mercury's Tread, so a little bit of magic resist as well as avoiding a lot of that CC that's going to be coming out from Longzhu. Does feel very, very dangerous. But I think it's mostly off the back of Afreeca playing to what their comp could do really, really well, and also damage controlling better than we've seen from this team so far. Because often when they fall behind, Afreeca can do some pretty crazy things to try and get themselves back in, but it was measured and it was intelligent play that have got them back into this game.
I mean, our summation was, with these item builds, how will they ever take a fight and not lose objectives? Well, guess what? We said it would take a significant outplay. That's what we saw in the top lane. The turnaround, Kramer dancing around max range, not getting locked up, getting out alive was the big play that allowed them to circumvent slow item timings. And it's going to be an accelerated 3 items from Kramer, and that may mean an accelerated doom for Longzhu game.
Yeah, and accelerated damage on these structures as well as the global objectives as well, as we've had 3 Mountain Drakes so far. Infernal, oh my goodness, it's a good day for dragons right now, Papa Smithy.
Given how Longzhu played the early game, should have been good news for them, but a couple of missed equalizers, a mismanagement of cooldowns around top, and I don't know how many visits they'll get towards the Drake in the next 10 minutes or so. Freeca is pushing up in the bot side. Khan has teleport, 1 teleport ward behind.
Now, Prey actually taking a lot of damage, down to half health actually, as I believe Blade Caller came in after the poke damage from Kuro. Marin just making sure these waves are pushing up where he can. At least the Baron buff has worn off. So some Respite now available for Longzhu. 5,000 gold, 6,000 gold. The approximate lead. Zoning Mantra Q, and this should mean the inner turret, but is the fight going to work out here for Longzhu? In fact, the turret stays alive, and Cuz is going to be the focus. 1-for-1 again for both of these teams as the hook goes slightly wide. Gorilla so close. Khan makes his way in. Equalizer is down, remember.
Now Kramer gives no cares, really. Atlas still has the ability to sidestep and flash. Also, no Featherstorm, but still, look at the damage.
That was stunning from Spirit. The sidestep on the Harpoon there as well. Gets himself out of the way. Unleash power, not enough. As BDD
is Renekton.
Oh, goodness. The flank from Marin wants to get himself in there. Good flashes, good hook. And Marin has to flash his way out, but does guarantee the turret. It was enough of a distraction to get Longzhu out of the area.
Wasn't able to murder people in the back line like perhaps it looked like as we saw it on the minimap. As you say, get the objective, get out. Kramer's on a ward.
Yeah, the flay on the slash. Shout out to Gorilla. I mean, his throat might be sore, but still playing like a beast on this Thresh to try and hold this game back together. But that means that Afreeca 5 turrets to 1 now set themselves up with a massive gold lead.
Yeah, Longzhu Gaming, you want to believe in this team. You want to believe in the young members. You want to believe in them gelling and being a force as the season goes on. But it is kind of an eerie statistic. Hold that story for a second.
Oh, too soon.
It is a kind of eerie statistic that they went 6-3 with Fly, with Expression last season before they fell away. And sure, there were plenty of off-the-rift issues that contributed to them falling apart and going 2-7 in the second round robin. But you also have to steady yourself and say, well, let's see what they can show us in the second round robin. If Longzhu are still 4th at the end of the season, we will raise our expectations. But this has not been a happy hunting ground, the business end of the season for Longzhu Gaming as an organization.
Yeah, we have to look over the side of the Afreeca Freecs, and remember, Papa Smithy, this is game number 1.
Yep.
And where do Afreeca Freecs excel? It is any time, it is just one game. They are the sprinters of the LCK, and they are sprinting their way towards a victory here, even though the early game looked like it was going anywhere but that. Kramer, the 3 items you were talking about have been picked up. No Magic Mantle there as well, building towards what could be a Hex Drinker, but what could also be that QSS. So we'll have multiple ways to get out of the way of anything that's going to be thrown at him. But there's not a lot of hard CC apart from that hook and the Chains of Corruption from this team. So I wouldn't be surprised on something like a Hex Drinker just to avoid raw damage.
Let's go for the QSS. I also was in the camp of something like a more Malmortius to be able to run up and kind of not have to respect both Syndra and Rumble, but to be more positioning orientated. If his positioning is not impeded, he has so much damage, they should be able to blow through the very squishy lineup of Longzhu. Do not have a true tank on their side.
Yeah, buys you a lot of options as well as far as where you can put yourself. So you mentioned positioning, but Kramer can now disrespect things like the hook and prepare for it. Just throw out that QSS, get himself out of the way. Or
even just use the Feather Storm for the initial feathers rather than for the disengaging of damage. You're right, gives him options that he would not have without QSS.
A lot of players also just like it because it allows you to be fancy. I know I personally pick up QSS when I want to look fancy.
Do your best Captain Jack impression.
Yep. And it often fails. Horribly.
Afreeca own the top side, blue side jungle, which means they can dart between top and mid lane as they push up minion waves and continue to get the standing gold on the map. 5 turrets to 1 here is the lead for Afreeca Freecs, and their pick CC works a lot better in the closed confines of the enemy jungle than it does in the long lane.
I do want to see if Afreeca just jump on this Baron. They are going to do so. Kramer, of course, has a lot of ability to help secure it with those feathers that are going to be thrown out. And they're actually not going to opt into starting it just yet. Okay, just looking to contest some Krugs. Priorities here, obviously.
They're walking up here, Afreeca.
Yeah, good stunts from BDD. They didn't quite know the Syndra was there as Tucson should be picked off. Takes a long time for him to fall down as there's a flash from Tucson. Gets himself out of the way and Cuz is going to die. That was some of the best disengage I have ever seen from this Braum.
And 3 or 4 times in a row, Cuz has over-pursued and looked for the kick of destiny, not finding it onto a priority member once again. Like you say, Tucson gets out and Cuz gives up his life, and they already had a control ward on Baron. It's time to rush it down.
Rush it down is exactly what they're going to do. This Baron lasted about as long as a Gromp. No wonder they were contesting the Krug camp. It took about as long to die as the Baron did.
BDD's shown on a ward on the bot side, so Marin and the rest of the team going to push up, easily going to get this inner turret. And Longzhu, couple of fights no go their way, and really they're falling apart.
They are 6-0-2 now for Kramer, heading for his 5th victory out of 6 games on this Xayah as well. Redemption's going to come in for Longzhu. They're looking to try and set up for some sort of fight. Good hook onto Kuro as the equalizer in a decent position now. Tucson taking a lot of damage. Spirit has to hop up into the air and the Braum is going to fall.
Nice
Turret
hook.
follows another back-to-back hook as Kuro going to get the double kill over to Prey. Kramer running for the hills, and I have a feeling Longzhu probably don't want to chase it too far in. Oh, what are you looking for?
He wants Khan. Gets him.
All too easy. And now he's looking happy to walk up against 4 people. Okay, maybe not. Good awareness of his positioning, though.
1 kill away from Legendary, and like you say, chomping at the bit for kills when none of his team are there, backing it up. That is how confident Kramer is with both Summoners and now the Mercurial Scimitar, previously the QSS, available. Was also at the same time as the minions were pushing in. Won't be able to take a turret with the minions, but we'll watch the replay here. And Longzhu getting 2 hooks onto Kuro. Bit of feeling between the old teammates there as Kuro and Gorilla went at it. First hook was the start. It meant that Tucson was out of position. Second hook also spelled the doom. So Gorilla, maybe diminished in the voice department, still on point with the mechanics, but crucially, turret went down in that time. Minion waves pushed up. Kramer will pick up the Infernal Drake. Next spawn will be the Elder. Afreeca Freecs still do trade up in objectives, even if some kills and a bit of confidence went the way of Longzhu.
Yeah, does mean that a lot of Baron buffs are missing, as Kramer is the only one with that one encircling him. So far, I believe there might be one more Marin that has it on the bottom side of the map. So at least they can still push 2 lanes, these Baroned up minions. Kramer's going to make his way over, and as you can see, yes, Marin does have one as well. So now looking to try and break open this base. Decent wave clear on the side of Longzhu, and look at the stuns. Kramer just need to be a little bit careful. There is pick CC from both sides, so no one really wanting to overextend too far, and Afreeca Freecs abandon the bottom side of the map. Now look to see where else they can create pressure, but it does look relatively stymied. I think that Longzhu should be able to have a decent time defending this base.
Siege is not something that Afreeca's comp does well. 3 ranged auto attackers, but Karma and Elise in this sort of a game without some kills aren't going to be able to walk up either, and Xayah might be the safest Xayah we've seen in a long time, with Summoners still up and the Mercurial Scimitar available. But the percentage move, push up those minion waves, put down the control wards, and either the red or blue side jungle play around them and get that kill when the rotations are attempting to come through from Longzhu.
Yeah. Speaking of Longzhu, Prey does have his 3-item spike now himself. He's down 1 full item and a longsword, which is a little bit unfortunate. However, still going to be doing a fair bit of damage if he's not seen to the backline of these fights. 9,000 gold is the lead, and that's a Sterix gauge actually picked up by Marin. Just wanting to keep himself alive once he dives that backline. The Gargoyle Stoneplate going to help out in that regard as well.
Yeah, the bonus health synergy is certainly on point.
Oh, I want a Locket of the Iron Solari, imagine that. Oh,
and that's kind
so
of the
much
surprise.
Health.
Why not a Locket of the Iron Solari in this case? I would argue, given all the extra health that was put down, would have got massive shields out of the 7-12 change, where 36% of your bonus health is turned into that temporary shield on the Locket. It's going for the more offensive choice, but Gargoyle Stoneplate and then the Overshield will be a significant amount of extra life. And you spoke about the 3 items from Prey. We've certainly had games where on-hit Varus has been not really been in a position to do damage because of backline dive. If you see a Zac on the enemy team, you won't be able to walk up and pump auto attacks out as a Varus. Against this team comp, you are pretty damn safe as Varus in the backside. Now, you do have to deal with Xayah killing the tanks, but if there is a fight somehow where the Xayah is trivialized and Prey is free hitting, he will still do definitely some respectable damage.
Oh, yes. Khan now clearing out minion waves. Doesn't really matter about the nerfed status of the wave clear of a Rumble when you've got close to 4 items. Looks like he wants a Rabadon's Death Cap as item number 4.
Afreeca have a team kit. In this game, it's represented by the boots. Everyone's got Merc Treads on the side of Afreeca. Won't mean they can disregard some of the picks. Doesn't mean the first CC, which often leads to the Chains of Corruption or the hook, will be able to be disregarded because of ability to control your character earlier. Don't often see 5 on the same team and the same boot choice.
No, especially not with the power of a lot of boots at the moment, especially for some of these champions. Ninja Tabis could have been picked up by someone, but I guess, you don't really want it into a Rumble or anything like that. Spirit may have decided to go for it, as there's the upgraded Zeeks, or upgraded, side-graded, different Zeeks.
It is the Zeeks convergence, like you say. There is the rename. Feels like Braum is the one champion we've seen the Zeeks picked up on. Basically, the take-home message is that when Braum ults, there will be that AoE that goes around, a bit like a smaller slicing maelstrom, where enemies will be slowed, and also his AD carry, or whoever he's bound to, which is going to be the Xayah, don't get me wrong, will be doing 50% bonus magic damage. So
and
you consider
for 40%, I believe, as well.
Consider how much damage he's already doing. Any more damage is pretty obscene.
Yes.
So wait for the Glacial Fish to go off, and then the party really does begin for Kramer.
Also gives Marin a few extra options as well, with the AoE slow of that icy zone that he will create. Also fits in with his Freljordian lore.
Lore appropriate.
Oh, fantastic. Love that. Now Longzhu at least are able to move outside of their base. Got vision up towards this Baron, spawning in about 30 seconds. As Afreeca are probably looking to grab that. And then attempt once again to clear out this base. Hexdrinker now done for Kramer as well. So it's double AP. Going to be able to one-shot the Xayah all that easily.
And my read on this is Afreeca say, okay, is going to be very hard to siege. Baron and Elder Dragon with 3 buffs, including an Infernal, spawning around the same time. That will make Longzhu get out of their ability to turtle under inhibitor turrets, and those will be spots where Afreeca can find a preferential fight. And if they don't, they pick up those double buffs and dive. So I think that's going to be the read here from Afreeca. Does mean the game has slowed down a bit necessarily for them, but the action is certainly going to be coming in the next 3 or 4 minutes. I'd be surprised if this game went over 42 minutes.
And I feel like if it does, Longzhu will have options of getting back into the game. We saw them up against Samsung. We saw that heroic defense of their base. 3 inhibitors down, didn't even seem to matter. It took Samsung about 65 odd minutes to try and win that game. Longzhu with a different composition this time, maybe without the teamfight prowess, but there certainly are tools And if they do manage to stall this one out, you have to think that Afreeca may not necessarily have the caliber to take them down the way Samsung did.
In way of pushing in bot side, looks like the pings are actually onto the Elder. It's not necessary for Afreeca to trade. They should not be trading any objectives at this time of the map. Getting Elder first does mean you can fight around Baron better. Longzhu aren't sure. They think maybe Afreeca is coming to escort the minion wave and bot to break the base. They'll probably be surprised to find out that Elder Dragon is gone, because if they had full information, they would have started Baron themselves and forced Afreeca Freecs to react.
Seems like Afreeca just had more vision available to them. Notice that Longzhu did have to sweep their way up instead of just being able to take out that Baron. So I think you're exactly right, but I think it's really intelligent moves from Afreeca to make sure they can guarantee this. Although,
oh boy,
how many auto attacks was that? Like 7 maybe from Kramer?
I feel like it was less than 10, which frightens me.
Yeah. Wow, the last Baron went down really fast, Pop Smithy.
And this was with what, 2 people?
Is this like one of the times where we're watching VODs and it's on like 0.5 speed? 1.5 speed, something like that?
When it comes to Baron taking, I can't really disagree with you. And now with Locket available onto Tucson, and you come back to Marin's build where he gets bonus health and then a bonus health shield, and you go, you know what he's good at? Tanking a turret.
Yes, he is.
So I think the go button is soon. I don't think you need to necessarily be as judicious about having your lanes in the right spot. Sure, things can go wrong, but you're about as set up to succeed on a turret dive as you ever could be. Super safe Kramer with Zeke's Convergence, with Merc Treads, and also the Mercurial Scimitar, all the other buffs.
3 siege minions.
Yep. This should be the time, but Marin is bot lane, and Karma's not there either. So even with this insane minion wave, look at this minion wave.
It's a minion army. Oh my goodness.
Kramer's trying to shepherd it through.
Hey, you guys were talking about Saving Private Ryan. This is like Normandy. This is exactly that front. And honestly, you know, Germany once again doing pretty well. That's the representation.
I'm going to leave you to end this analogy.
That's it. Oh, we've done that.
I mean, mid lane was also pushed up, we mentioned, by Kurun. While they didn't commit to top side, they need to break the base on this Baron. They're so close to doing it. They have both buffs. Afreeca really dotting the I's and crossing the T's more than I even think may be necessary. Look at this damage onto the turret.
But it hasn't necessarily been what Afreeca normally do. They're more than happy to take risks, sometimes unnecessarily. Marin and Spirit are loose cannons at the best of times. This game has been completely different to that. Now the base is broken, multiple areas. And what started as a bloodbath, honestly, we've had about half the kills in the last 20 minutes of the first 20. It really has just slowed down and been Afreeca Freecs slowly taking over. As QSS being forced out, Kramer does make sure that he takes down the inhibitor.
Kramer can keep walking up. That's a unique thing about this particular AD carry. The Xayah still has the Blade Core, so isn't afraid of the kick coming through from Cuz. And 2 inhibitors down, soon to be more.
Yep, last one. They're looking for it, considering whether or not they want to take out the inhibitor or go for some sort of fight. Tucson going to get hit, but look at that. Unbreakable is most certainly that when you're this far ahead, as Tucson just puts up the door. Those orbs do nothing.
We're at the point where Kramer is the one-man carry. He is the whole team's damage, and that's what they always were going to have in the late game, accelerated by how strong he is. He's 1 kill away from Legendary, and a couple seconds away from icing the game.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be damage tanked by Tucson. Good Inspire Shield there as well, as the turret falls down almost as an afterthought. Gorilla, big shield comes in, and there's the Glacial Fissure. Kramer takes him down so quickly.
Kramer's a monster!
The double kill comes in. Zonyas is there from Khan, but that should just be the triple, as it is. Kramer not going to be stunned up. He wants the pentakill, but there's members on the fountain, and the Nexus isn't going to last long enough. Afreeca Freecs dominant game 1 after what was a disastrous start.
And what a hard carry performance from Kramer. Had double 80 carry bans at him. Caitlyn and the Callista, that has been one of his better picks. Jumps on the Xayah first pick. They don't leave any chance for it to be taken away. A first pick Xayah, and hard carry performance when his team needed it, when his team was going for supportive itemization or defensive itemization even earlier. There didn't need to be a bridge to a Power Spike Atlas because the Power Spike came early. 3 items quickly. From there, 4, 5, 6. Legendary performance from the Master, previously Callista, now the Xayah on Kramer. And with his recent form, he's making an argument for being a top 3 AD carry in Korea.
And I just want to throw out as well, the rest of the team working around what was a downfall on the top side of the map. As soon as Spirit comes out of the death chamber, he heads straight towards the bottom side, immediately gets themselves one of those picks, gets summoner spells there as well. Actually, I believe Gorilla didn't even need to use his because he exploded, but it was the fact that they identified that top lane was a wash, that Rumble was going to take over. Didn't matter. They put their focus elsewhere. They damage controlled. Marin's build was correct. They just did everything that they could to mitigate all of the problems.
But then you consider Longzhu made a big play topside, lost out, and from there really didn't do much and kind of watched as Kramer took over the map around.
Yeah, most certainly did. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a small break. When we get back, we'll see whether Afreeca Freecs can follow through with a second victory or whether Longzhu are going to be able to answer back. Don't go anywhere.
as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. And look, this series, earlier on when we saw it in the first round robin, went the distance, and so far it is 4 blue side victories, with the Freecs taking game number 1. So much damage coming out of that rumble, but it just wasn't enough, even though his start was legendary.
And that's the thing, started with 3 kills, and it had to be Khan to put his team on his back with that much of a lead, with a haunting guys at 6 minutes. Couple of times he hit equalizers, they went wide, Atlas, and this man on your screen, Kramer,
He capitalized.
in the interim, got his items together. Couple of mismanaged fights by Longzhu, especially in the top side. Got Kramer an early triple kill. 1 item became 3, and Longzhu's doom was much more imminent and much earlier than they may have suspected. And Kramer, another great game for him in a row. He has been performing with alarming consistency in the past few weeks.
Yeah, it certainly has been stepping up for his team. This flash after the Featherstorm getting him to safety, and this was where it all turned around. The equalizer there was decent for the disengage, as Cuz tried for these insect plays so incredibly often and was always punished.
And it seemed like it was unnecessary. At some point it got comical that every time he thought he could rush past Braum and other people who will largely remember building utility and tank to allow Kramer to do well. But another fight where the first person to die is Cosplay, actually also taking the Blade Caller, and then Kramer had 7 kills and thought, well, I'm the only person this side of the map, I'll just snipe away a kill. Khan, not the most impressed about that one. Kramer piles it on, could have been a Penta to end the game, this time actually getting the Zeke's Convergence bonus damage, having seen Braum use his ultimate. And only the Nexus and the Fountain was stopping him from getting a Penta.
Yeah, the Nexus dying too quickly. You know, it's a bit of a first world problem when, oh, the Nexus died too fast. I couldn't get all of my kills. In a league like the LCK, a victory is a victory, and Kramer is still going to be happy, especially with that 10-0-2 scoreline. So now moving into game number 2, hopefully we see some changes being made by Longzhu to bring us to a game number 3, because the matchup between these two teams has been legendary so far. I want to see the Mordekaiser again. I want to see all of the picks coming out from these guys, because we know that there's more in the tank.
And I want to see Afreeca Freecs leave up Elise and ban away things like Galio, Zac, and Caitlyn. I think those are the 3 bans against Longzhu, because Cuz just had a very meandering game on the Lee Sin, and sure, he's going to ban it away in this particular situation. They also want to give it away as a red side pick for Spirit, but I think giving Elise first pick for Longzhu isn't going to be as big a cost. And
oh, I love this from Afreeca. The Kha'Zix ban, so that Longzhu then first pick, theoretically, Elise, and they can just grab a Rek'Sai if they want it.
But do consider that Galio or Caitlyn can now be forced to be left open on the blue side as well. So
that's a good point.
Because you move away from Kha'Zix, there is going to be a cost, and they ban Xayah on blue side. There's going to be a lot left open, as you can see.
I feel like Afreeca are now almost picked into banning away something like the
Galio
Caitlyn, because
Caitlyn.
they do like to pick the Xayah into the Caitlyn. Now not an option. As Kramer, a little bit of a smirk on his face, is like, yeah, that's right, you're banning away this champion.
And look at this. They're going to leave open Galio, Caitlyn, and more. Longzhu and Afreeca have both had success on the Galio. BDD so far this season is 4-0 on Galio, and Afreeca have played it the most. Kuro doesn't have as insane a win rate on it. We'll take it if left available. So what is the decision between the two? It will be Galio over Caitlyn. So it might have to be Prey jumping on the Ashe and trying to make picks, because otherwise, a lot of teams this last couple of weeks have been happy to just delay a game to 6-item Caitlyn. And we already saw close to 6-item Xayah in game 1 from Kramer. 6-item Caitlyn sounds pretty fierce.
Well, the Gragas is like the last jungler available for Longzhu, unless Cuz wants to go back to something like a Graves or an Olaf.
Please no.
Because there really isn't anything else. 5 junglers, including Elise, as Longzhu goes into their second round of picks. So an understandable pickup, like you said, 100% win rate for BDD on the Galio. And in this series, in this particular matchup, he was able to take both of the victories that Longzhu were able to get. But it is a fantastic second round for Afreeca and an understandable pickups here with the Caitlyn and the Elise being locked away. And now Kuro, what does he want to pick up in answer to this Galio? Does he go back to something like his Malzahar? There are some options.
Yeah, the Malzahar will probably be a ban by Longzhu if it's not taken at this pick. So it is something to consider. Cuz only played a single game of Gragas, and it was a loss after over-pursuing Felice in kicks in Game 1. And okay, a different school of thought. Kuro will be jumping onto the Lucian. Kuro on mid lane AD carries is an interesting topic because quietly one of his best performing champions ever was mid lane Varus. That was a pick that actually he would often play farm mode, and then in team fights he would be so on position with the line skill shots that it would make a lot happen. Now Lucian's a different beast when it comes to these mid lane AD carries, but we've seen it pretty frequently, a mid lane pick into the Galio. Outside chances flex to top, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that from Marin.
Well, Renekton is going to be banned away, so maybe. It's only Huni so far that has played it up towards the top side of the map.
Played overseas as well, but into that Cannon matchup,
Well,
and
yes.
Cannon has been pretty heavily deprioritized in recent weeks. Gragas also a takeaway pick for Marin, is most played in the top side, and Thresh going to see a respect ban, and Gorilla, the double hooks on Kuro, so maybe Kuro put up his hand and said, not again, please.
I like it. Getting in the head of his former teammate. Like, damn it, he knows me too well. It's Braum, understandable ban, going to be taken away from Tucson after a brilliant performance.
When you see double AD carry, you know Gorilla's thinking about something like the Rakan, and the Alistair perhaps is most famous.
Oh.
Will we see the first Blitzcrank coming through on the side of Gorilla? That's another intriguing one to consider. Could also just go laning focus now that he sees the Tahm Kench. With that revealed, you could go Zyra or Lulu, which has been pretty common for Gorilla as well, but the double AD does make me feel like a strong initiating support would be a pretty big boon here.
With Caitlyn as well for Afreeca Freecs, they will be able to navigate through what could be a difficult lane, as the Zyra is being considered at the moment by Longzhu.
Just going to go for that laning focus. Ash-Zyra, famous duo.
Yep, the old C9 bottom lane. So I believe they were the ones that debuted this combo a while ago.
I already invoked the name of C9 in the summer season 2013, and that's a very old one. As okay, Khan needs to blind pick a top laner. Wants the lane pressure. Marin and Khan battling for lane pressure got to that incredible state where Renekton was counterpicked by Mordekaiser just 10 days ago. So what will Marin want to take into, admittedly, most likely the Jace, but you're right, it is a flex to some degree. He will run the Cannon anyway. Heavily expected to be Jace into Cannon. Interesting stuff in the top side between these two. Going to be very squishy there, but Longzhu have the super tank in the mid lane. So wherever Cuz goes, the Galio can follow. And that means that the Cannon, we already saw Huni camped in the top lane. Level 6 onwards for Galio could see some real attention being thrown at top side to try to keep Marin down.
Yeah, very different composition here by the Afreeca Freecs as well. No longer that backline dive focus from Marin unless he does want to get in there with some sort of AP cannon or something like that, but still not going to be the big body used to tank up all of that damage. A lot of that split pushing power now in the hands of this cannon, and with the last pick, not going to see a lot of those answers that we've been coming to terms with, as that Lucian top, like you mentioned, was largely picked into the cannon, but might be a different story now with the Jace versus the Electric Rat.
We get to see Kuro first ever career game on the Lucian, different to his standard picks in the mid lane, much more known for the Victor, for the standard wave clear Karma as well. So Lucian requires a different skill set. Kuro has been great this season, but it's a different animal, so tracking his performance in the mid lane will be fun to do.
Well, BDD's undefeated. He's going for game number 5 on this Galio to see whether the blue side can stay victorious and we can get a third game in this series. Let's see whether we do. Longzhu fans keen for a win, keen for that full money's worth here in the Soli Stadium, making sure that they can get the third game, the deciding match between these two, but that is getting ahead of ourselves. Still, Afreeca are decked out with a lot as Kuro and Prey fans in the audience.
Cute to see them sitting next to each other, given that they are no longer teammates now, of course. Still plenty of love for my Rocks Tigers.
Now spread out across many teams.
Thankfully, all in Korea. We didn't lose any of them. None of them were exported.
I like how the bottom lane stayed together as well. It would have felt weird if Prey and Gorilla had parted ways.
Cannon does have the Fervor of Battle, so it's going to be the on-hit AD Cannon with Elise jungle. That did seem pretty likely. They had the flexibility to go to AD solo laners, but given that it was Lucian mid lane, outside chance he would have felt frisky and gone for the AP Cannon.
Do like a frisky AP Cannon.
Sadly, we've only seen two. Both of them were Marin, and both of them were losses. So perhaps he's lost his AP Cannon privileges for now.
Unfortunate. Unless he's taking the Fear of Battle just for some lane dominance, and then he's going to go and be the special snowflake that he is.
Marin's always a special snowflake.
He is. Maybe he builds a Rage Blade, goes best of both worlds.
You say best. I would say worst of both worlds.
I know you would. However, I love me a Rage Blade. I'm going to start on the blue buff here. No buff going to be the start, so bottom lane helping out. Leashes on both sides as Kuz going to grab his little raptors.
Kind of surprising that with Vision so shallow on both sides, given there's a carry matchup in the top lane, no one has any information about the level 1, as Khan thought he'd be clever and walk in for a few free autos, given the minions were less likely to leash as he went for autos, but Marin moved into his minion wave, turned around with his own ranged auto attacks, and Khan loses out on the health trade. Needs to be careful, because it is Doran's shield from Marin, so more likely to be able to shrug off the trade damage.
Was even able to get that W proc there as well, so a lot of value being given to the cannon. Kuro actually playing quite aggressively here in the mid lane. We've seen Kuro come into his own here just recently on Afreeca Freecs, really having some aggressive plays when he was known as a little bit of a sponge there in the mid lane, especially when he was on the Rocks Tigers.
It's cool that he can change gears more than perhaps he was allowed latitude on the Rocks Tigers to do, where he was largely on that wave clear duty. All in the top side, Kuz is here, but the minion wave may ruin things.
Yeah, looking for that body slam, just gets it point blank. Marin flashing, but maybe a little bit too late as there's first blood. And Khan once again is going to be the benefactor.
Yeah, it was a pretty trivial start, but Afreeca Freecs may be kicking themselves for not putting down Vision at level 1 to get the obvious information about the pathing from the Gragas. If they had the early knowledge of when the blue buff was going down, much lower likelihood that Kuz would have been able to come through with the right angle. Marin had defensive vision down. He'd already pushed up. Classic level 2 death for Marin, but with information earlier, may have been able to be avoided.
Yeah. At least now he was able to hold onto that minion wave. Teleport comes out from Khan onto a minion. See whether he can shove this wave forward. With that Shock Blast, he should be able to. And now with the Doran's advantage, the Jace is in a great spot. And we'll see whether Marin can once again nullify the advantage that Khan picked up with intelligent play, with intelligent buys as well.
Spirit's in the top side, walking through a control ward. Control ward's from both sides there, but Spirit will deal with this one.
Actually going to get a lot of value out of this. May as well have just come up here instead of taking a camp, pop a smithy.
It was just a control ward and the refillable from Marin after his early death.
BDD taking a lot of trade damage.
I mean, his life kind of sucks. It is ranged versus melee in the mid lane, and
yeah.
This early in, the Winds of War, even with its huge base damages, isn't going to be able to push faster than both ranged auto attacks and the Q.
And what does Galio do now that you can't get that triple Doran's ring for all the super value with the mana regen?
I think it's worth remembering that in Korea, mid lane Galio, especially Kuro, would go no Doran's rings. There were some mid laners still going triple AP, but I think it was less necessary than you might have thought. So I think you can just go into something like a Glacial Shroud if you're going to be looking for armor, which, given the team comp he's against, is certainly going to be a purchase. There's a lot of flexibility of item builds. It certainly won't be an Abyssal Mask or something like that. Maybe in future patches, the Catalyst Rush will come in to allow an Abyssal Mask to be considered. And interestingly, we'll actually be going for the nerfed double Dorans to get the most power this early. So we'll not be getting the unique passive, but BDD will be getting less efficiency out of these item builds than you would have before.
Yeah, still going to get the damage on the minion wave, so the wave clear potential is still there as BDD doesn't find the taunt, but at least pull his Kuro out of here. Forces him to expend his mana. Launch Pursuit, not exactly cheap at the beginning of the game.
I wonder about the double drawings. It might have been a gold value thing. If you could afford a Glacial Shroud, Control Ward, and a Potion, I think that would have been where you would go. Kuz does get the casual steal.
Yes, wanders all the way through. Gets cocooned. Spirit understands that he doesn't have very many places to go. Is now BDD full health. Kramer's going to turn up. Tucson's going to be here as well. It's a 4 versus 4 on the bottom side, and immediately the Catfish is melted. Kramer now off on his own. Longzhu were looking for it. A lot of damage goes back. Good cocoon. But Kuro may have been baited forward. Winds of War do a lot. And now Prey gets the slow. The second auto is enough to take down the mid laner. And 3-0 now for Longzhu.
So crucial that they popped Tucson during CC duration. Couldn't even use his gray health and died with both summoners up. That changed the story as Afreeca were in position for a turn, assuming that Tucson would buy a lot more time. Wasn't able to do that. And now 3-kill advantage to Longzhu game.
And we said that Afreeca were playing well second game, despite the early lead that Longzhu were able to pick up. That's a different story now with all of that advantage being spread across the map. You have certain answers, of course. They had a lead in the mid lane. Kuro will still be able to capitalize on that, but probably not for all that much longer because BDD picking up one of those kills, the assist there as well. He's got the triple Dorans, help himself out in this early game, and will now have a lot of wave clear. Goes back to base, and I'll bet you there'll be some extra cloth armors in his next purchase.
Yep. Glacial Shroud that I was thinking about as the first item taken is Tucson.
Okay, he's going to use the flash.
That's the red buff.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I tell a lie. It was actually Kuz. My apologies.
I was like, I'll believe him, but I don't see it. Is he too fat? Oh, close.
Everyone's trying to steal buffs.
Everyone's trying to steal everything.
Thing I worry about from Afreeca's side is their comp went ahead. Makes perfect sense, right? Because Kennen rushing his way down the top on hit build, trying to take down turrets. Double AD, Lucian and Kuro and Kramer, and Lucian and Caitlyn to take turrets in other lanes. But wait for mid lane.
There's the flash body slam. Taunt comes down as well. Kuro's got nowhere to go. Decent damage onto Kuz, but he's still going to lose his life. And that is Kuro dead twice in the mid lane. BDD's Galio. I mean, I know it's just Galio in general, but BDD does make it look even more broken than normal.
And in this scenario, it's so much more straightforward for Longzhu to play their game out because their game plan is just Kuz dives in, heroic entrance on a very squishy lineup of Afreeca Freecs, and they will win true all-in team fights. That's not what Afreeca picked for as red buff.
Oh, Kuz. Able to get it despite Spirit having the execute and smite combo that Elise always likes. Doesn't matter.
Afreeca picked comp to play from ahead, and they are not going to be ahead for the foreseeable future. They don't have the same late game insurance because Kramer, sure, he could hit 5-6 item Caitlyn, but his front line is so much less robust than what he had in the previous game, so I don't think that's going to save them, and it does feel like another classic Galio special because Galio from ahead, his ability to rotate first with the hero's entrance, and just these trades you see in lane. If he's winning lane, it does mean they're going to win side lanes as well because he can just jump up and outnumber in any situation.
Yeah, Kuro has no opportunity to follow as well, and if he's kept behind like this, he's not going to be able to threaten these turrets, which a lot of these Lucian mids are able to do. It's like, yes, I've got out of the lane, but oh wait, I've lost 3 turrets in a row, but this Kuro is in a different state right now. See whether it is going to matter as this game moves forward, because Kuro, Blade of the Ruined King is going to be important against this Galio, but he's going to have a lot of armor built up. Now going to go back to base. We'll see what he can actually purchase next round. It is going to be Mercury Treads. A lot of respect for Spirit actually with that purchase.
Itemization for BDD has a couple of options. Frozen Heart and Iceborne Gauntlet when it comes to the Glacial Shroud. I'm actually a fan of Frozen Heart in this game because you are against Kennen,
the triple attack.
Kennen, Caitlyn, and Lucian, right? Because as you say, it's basically 3 AD stackers, so it makes a lot of sense to go the Frozen Heart, even if the wave clear potential of Winds of War into an Iceborne Gauntlet proc is usually instant clear.
And a lot more fun.
Oh yeah, definitely. No disagreements there. Kuz, Spot Spirit,
Yeah, nice body slam. Spirit taking a lot of damage. Cocoon is going to stop the damage for now, and good repel gets himself out of the way. Arrow casually slides by as that... Okay, Barrel did a lot of work, but Spirit survives.
For once we can say, pray Mr. Nash Arrow.
It was an optimistic one anyway.
But it does force Spirit out of potentially contesting for the Infernal Drake. So given specifically the Drake that was there, I love Cuz walking to the enemy jungle, knowing what camps were up, just eliminating Spirit from the Smite Steal equation and picking up a free Infernal Drake. This same play with a Cloud or Ocean, it's alright, but with an Infernal in mind, great play from Longzhu and a second Infernal spawn. We had 3 mountains in game 1. Maybe we're getting lucky here too, Atlas.
Yeah, well, so far this series today, it's been 2 Infernals, 3 mountains, because even Summoner's Rift knows that this is a battle for the ages. Just going to give us the high-value dragons to make sure that we have as much hype as possible.
And definitely Afreeca Freecs will probably look to find any creative way to contest the next Infernal. They have 4 damage dealers and a Tom Kench. So they will have plenty of value out of the bonus percentage AD and AP, but so far will be denied from getting there. And we already mentioned that when it starts being a 5v5, Galio alone basically undoes everything Afreeca's comp wants to set up for in a 5v5. Hence the creativity needed.
Yes. We'll see whether that is going to be Marin pushing ahead in the split push, something like that. Blade of the Ruined King going to be opted in for here by Khan, which is understandable. More of that split pushing 1v1 duelist build. We've seen it so often. BDD gets himself right in amongst the action. And Kaz looking to make his way over again. Flash was up. Kuro has to be so careful. Good body slam. He is going to be out of flash, but is it going to be enough to get himself out of the way? Explosive cast. Winds of War not going to find it as Kuro will have the blast cone. Oh, God, that was close. Beautiful prediction from BDD. It's now Kuro. Yeah, this is behind enemy lines.
Wants to try and execute. It's not going to happen.
Oh, that was close.
I don't think he would have died to the first turret shot, so Gragas would have got in there. Does delay some time. On the minimap, it's allowed Tucson and Spirit to walk up, ward the enemy Raptors, start to take them, but certainly not going to be a massive reward, given that Galio will deny creeps to the mid lane turret.
At least Kuro is competitive in farm, only down by 6, despite dying 3 times. But the 2-0-2 sitting on the Galio is going to mean that that gold lead in the mid lane is going to be pretty preposterous.
We went through a phase last week where Galio was losing a couple of games, and then we've had basically Galio at permaban status since, and then you see some of the best play Galio, and you're like, this is why no one can ever leave this champion open.
Yeah. I feel like if there's any that you're going to leave open, like, what were the bans on the side of Afreeca? It was Zac, Kha'Zix, and Rek'Sai, and I feel like Kha'Zix and Rek'Sai, you could almost just not ban them.
Especially the Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
The Kha'Zix, given that it's Kuz, who is 8-2 as we come into this game, I don't mind that as a ban, but yeah, I'm right with you on the Rek'Sai because, yeah, Galio is ridiculous. Wins trades in lane, straight up. The Q auto trades are very strong. Wins side lanes, and can push. He does everything.
Yeah. And Kuz is looking pretty good on this Gragas as well. I mean, that's what they were opting in for. It's let's make Kuz look as uncomfortable as possible. The Lee Sin didn't look great in game number 1.
He's showing that even though Gragas is a more difficult champion to play than the Rek'Sai with a single target CC, so far so good. As there's a Voyage out. They're going to get the turret here for sure. So this will be first brick to Longzhu, but the Abyssal Voyage, I imagine, is trying to get an answering objective in mid. Problem is, Galio's going to wait.
Yeah. And probably not die even if he was not under the turret.
It's sitting on a lot of gold, so maybe this is one of the few times where Galio is slightly more brittle, but yep, Freeca Freecs not going to try and risk that one.
Understandable. Prey going to go for the Essence Reaver. Not feeling very much pressure at all. Just going to opt in for more of a scaling build. Has the Zeal there as well.
El Clasico.
Yeah.
Prey was the first to go Essence Reaver Hurricane as a build. We're still using that in the semifinals of Worlds against SK Telecom T1. Blade the Ruined King has been the common build, but so you do see a Blade here, and you might wonder why did Jace go Blade? Because he's not trying to Blade down a Renekton and actually get benefit out of the on-hit passive. I think, honestly, the main reason he went Blade was to Blade after the cannon does and have the ability to chase down, because the person uses Blade the Ruined King active second. He's going to steal more movement speed, because it's not really a Blade the Ruined King game for Longzhu. You look down the lineup and you're like, I guess Tucson will build a bit of health, but no one else will be.
Yeah, like maybe. Now Marin going to be attacked here by Cuz. Spirit just looking to try and get rid of the Jace as there's the heroic entrance. That is a dead little cannon. Good God. This game is getting pretty gross, Papa Smithy.
When you want to help out your enemy, when you want to help out your jungler to invade, when you see a Nunu being locked in, you're autofilled mid lane thinking about what to play. A lot of people would think of Twisted Fate, right, to be able to be there fast. Galio gets there faster.
Yeah.
You think of, you know, if you have a Shaco jungle, for example, you put in Galio, he's got 40% damage reduction. He does his job better. Galio's ability, when you're ahead, to invade, be the first to rotate, and cement bigger and bigger advantages is the reason that he is so insane. And he's winning his own lane and winning others. Got a Frozen Heart, unkillable in the mid lane. I just don't see a way back for the Afreeca Freecs.
Yep. 4.3 thousand gold the lead here for Longzhu. Frozen Heart's done. The Warden's Mail there for Cuz. He's getting tanky on top of the damage that he was doing. Actually quite remarkable damage given his early start with just his Runic Echoes. Longzhu now just setting up to once again kill Kuro.
For the Ash Arrow, Kuro does have Cleanse, worth noting.
May need to use it here. Okay, Prey does a bit of damage.
Well, the Thunderlord's proc was from Gorilla. I was trying to work that out. I'm like, pretty sure Prey doesn't have Thunderlords.
That's how you play Ash. Noting. Spirit, he's going to get body slammed. Flash actually going to be invested in.
Cuz hadn't used Cask, so not the worst respect Flash in that scenario. Doesn't mean Cuz can continue walking up, and he doesn't really have too many cares.
No, even gets out of the way of the Voltar Spiderling.
His turn on to Tucson, he got interrupted during the Abyssal Voyage.
Oh, almost managed to juke the arrow, and now they're looking for everything. BDD lets the taunt go off, then just as punches. Cuz drops a barrel on the head of Kramer. That says goodnight, and the good news stories for Longzhu never end, and the nightmare seems to be also infinite for Afreeca.
And against the team with 2 perfect games, the perfect answer to Game 1's loss. They're actually on track for a perfect game, Atlas, 17.5 minutes in. And with the Galio being able to back up, with a second Infernal Drake going to Longzhu, the path to the perfect game, that's actually an arduous one. Maybe they won't get there, but the path to a Game 2 victory is looking trivial for Longzhu game.
And Khan is actually looking to take down the Rift Herald as well. Oh, jukes out of the way by even getting the buff as there's the heroic entrance. BDD says there is nowhere that Khan can be that I cannot help him. And they are able to... This is called having the cake and eating it too. I've used this one before, but this is exactly the analogy necessary for
I mean,
this
they're
moment.
having the cake, eating it too. They bought the cake shop. I mean, literally everything going their way as Marin just wants to stop the perfect game.
Yeah. Cuz taking a little bit of damage, but that is going to be the smite, and he casually wanders out. Not going to walk too fast, of course. Being a larger man, it's a little bit difficult, but wasn't actually forced to. Let's have a look at this one again, as that's going to be the interrupt, I believe. Oh no, was it cancelled?
It looked like it might have been cancelled, so it was off screen, so the interrupt was the first thought, but the rest of it we saw. Double taunt coming through. BDD, we may love him on the high mechanic champions, but makes the Galio look pretty damn clean as well.
Oh yeah, that shield into the Justice Punch. Target selection was perfect. Positioning was perfect. I mean, he's not a super difficult, complicated champion to play, but certainly mastery there. This Khan's going to make his way to the mid lane, and BDD's just standing in.
They don't even want to waste the Rift Herald charge on this very low turret. Happy to walk up. The moment that you see people happy to eat Caitlyn turrets lets you know how game's going.
Yeah.
Gonna channel the Rift Herald, look for a second turret, and good luck, Afreeca Freecs.
Well, Cullen going to be used, clear out the minion wave. But Harold's going to jump his way in, and that is going to spell turret number 2 in the mid lane. The map wide open for Longzhu. More stats with the double Infernal. It's a triple Infernal game. Oh, baby. Talk about the right dragons. It's going to be 4 Infernal Drakes, 3 Mountain Drakes so far this series.
And if you're Longzhu Gaming, surprisingly, you might be like, wait, do we really need to get all our high roll Drakes in this game where we will win anyway?
Well, don't worry. The next game going to also have these Drakes.
It's very hard to convince gamers that things like the Drake spawn rate are independent events, because definitely it feels like you got all your good Drakes and then lose out is, well, the perfect game on the line.
Yep, they want to be able to get something, but as heroic entrance, BDD says, get punched, Spirit. He's going to jump up into the air and then inevitably die. They're looking for Tucson, and he's going to die as well, and it's just all too easy for Longzhu. They have the answer for everything, every desperation move that Afreeca have. 11-0, 7,000 gold the lead, 4 turrets to none. This perfect game is well on track. It's 20 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, and I believe Longzhu are thinking, maybe Baron?
Should be pretty free. Khan has teleport just in case they spot a flanker. There is a ward here, but it's going to be cancelled. As Kuro has the culling to try to delay things.
Yeah, teleport's going to come in. Now going to spot him, I believe, as there's the empowered shock blast to go over the side. Spirit, he's still in base, though. Oh my god, Khan flashes on Kramer. That's a couple of autos that are going to secure it. And there's the Baron falling down. Cuz wants to... That was adorable. Okay, that's how you get rid of him. The longest explosive cask throw I have ever seen, with the sick fadeaway.
Most comical, like the fadeaway, like you say.
Yeah.
Seemed like it was curving both his body and also the cask.
That's what you need. I've seen that Wanted movie. Wasn't great.
Yeah,
Lots of really good
I don't know if
actors
that's
in it,
a badge of honor. I saw that Wanted movie.
Yeah. Well, there's curved bullets in it.
Is this where we admit to the movies that we wish we hadn't watched?
Like Ultraviolet.
I have seen Ultraviolet. It wasn't my choice.
I have never wanted my time back more than after watching that
So
movie.
here's a question. What's the movie that you, like, convinced your friends or convinced yourself to go watch? Maybe convinced your friends, because there's, like, people who are caught in the crossfire to go watch that was, like, the most terrible.
Like, I like it.
Like you were like, this is the movie we should go watch, guys.
Yeah, I've done that a lot, but they're often movies that I've seen and I enjoy.
No. I'm going with the, like, blind optimism into just complete faceplant.
Oh, God.
Mine was probably Meet the Spartans. That was my bad.
Oh, God. What? No, come on. I know you as an intelligent man.
I wasn't always intelligent. I was younger at one point, Atlas.
I remember when that movie came out. You weren't that young. Oh, God.
All right, the perfect game's still on the line. You can have a couple more moments to think before the end of this broadcast of what your movie is. Spirit's going to find Khan. There's a lot of people here.
Okay. Can he get out of the way of this one? Nope, they just want to deny the perfect game, and they are going to do so. Spirit locks down the kill. That is going to put a 1 on the board. That is going to sacrifice the majority of the rest of the turrets on the map. This Baron buff is going to push forward. BDD is invincible. Looks like he's going for a Gargoyle Stone Plate, something like that. I like that pickup.
I know you're paid to cast League of Legends, but don't change the topic, damn it.
You want to know? Well, like, the thing is, I suggest a lot of really bad movies because I often just really like bad movies.
I want something where you were like, this is going to be good. It wasn't an ironic recommendation, and then it was
No. Okay, so one of my all-time favorite movies is a movie called Out Cold. It's one of the first Zach Galifianakis films. Kramer takes some damage. And it's about snowboarding and drinking. Basically.
And so you recommended that people go watch this?
Yeah. And so,
How would you rate that
No,
movie?
it was a girl that I was seeing at the time. I was like, this is my favorite movie. It's going to tell you a lot about me. We're going to really enjoy it together. It's going to be great. And we watched the whole movie, and it was in relative silence. And afterwards, she was just like, that was the worst film I have ever seen.
Did you enjoy the movie?
Loved it.
That was an awkward date, Atlas.
Well, look, we ended up dating for quite some time, so
It worked out.
It apparently didn't ruin anything, but still, that was a little bit sad.
You know what else is sad? Just how far ahead Longzhu are in this game.
3 Infernal Drakes as well. Oh, God. Close to 10,000 at 24 minutes is nothing to scoff at.
Even Gorilla's pumping out the damage.
Oh, yeah, with that one haunting, guys, in his Eye of the Watcher.
We should really make a movie review podcast. We could have recorded an episode about Saving Private Ryan.
Hey, we could have.
We didn't, though.
And we could have made heaps of, like, Baron Buff minion references.
You know what's the best thing about being an LCK caster? We don't need a podcast. We just talk about it during the game.
This is our podcast. Some people listen to this without watching Papa Smithy. That's why we're so visual with our explanations of things. Oh, look at that sweet drone flying into the base, giving Prey the vision. They siege this inhibitor
I'm just
turret.
waiting for someone to Rambo flash. They got Galio in their
Whoa,
pocket.
the fadeaway arrow coming out of the back of the Gragas. It's exciting. They get a few extra auto attacks on the turret as a result, as Khan and BDD are pushing up here in the mid lane. A lot of damage available to the Jace.
Are they low enough to not be willing to press the go button? It seems like they are.
There's no more perfect game on the line. They may as well just throw themselves at Afreeca a couple of times. Don't know whether that's going to be enough to get Afreeca back in this one.
Hey, you're not casting China games yet. That's next week, Alex.
Oh, I'm just getting myself back in the swing of things, you know?
Gotta get back in the mindset of China games.
Yep. Yeah, yep.
Well, you're frustrated, so just throw yourselves, and eventually it'll work out.
It was the old LGD tactic. But I respect that, you know? It's like, if you're pretty sure you're going to lose, you may as well just go for, like, the ultra-low probability plays that may just win you the game if your opponent is, for some reason, AFK.
Are you sure they were trying to win the game, or were they trying more so to make a highlight clip?
Either way,
Godby especially
suited me.
was not interested in winning the game as much as he was to be in the top 5 players.
And to look the angriest out of most players you've ever seen. And actually, no, it's not about looking angry, it's about being angry.
No Godby coming up in Rift Rivals, unfortunately. We get Icon, though. That's fun.
OMG actually looking
OMG versus MVP sounds like an incredible mismatch.
It's really cool because it almost means that Korea versus China isn't going to be super one-sided.
If anything, OMG have everything to lose, though.
That's true. And MVP...
It is the Kongdu monster at IEM kind of scenario here.
MVP may be coming off the back of a victory over SKT. You don't know.
That's... Well, best of luck. Brendan and Crumbs with that one.
You heard it here first.
What was that accent?
I don't know. You know me, when it gets to that stage where there's not very much commentary.
Khan, that's not the brush to look in.
Oh dear. 2 enemies, 1 brush.
I think I saw that maybe.
Yeah, not a great one.
Well,
okay. The dive
Longzhu's
potential's here.
It's pretty silly in the bot side. Khan can teleport back in 40 seconds. So they have been slowed down. They still have an incredible advantage. It should not be relevant apart from delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, but still haven't broken the base yet. And there's a Caitlyn, you know, something late game scaling, something. Because, ooh, good timing. Body slam gets himself out of the way. Even gets his barrel down. Nicely done. Oh, Burning Face now available for Gorilla, the best item on Zyra ever.
Burning
Gorilla's
Face
going to be doing damage. Yeah, it's Leandre's.
Well, it seems like Longzhu might just kill a 3rd Baron instead. A 2nd Baron, my apologies. 3rd Baron will be bit insane at 27 minutes. Hot fire of the triple Infernals means that if they actually group and force something, if they turret dive, they really have options aplenty with all their flashes up short of Khan. Someone can just Rambo all in, and then Galio jumps on top and makes it all okay. Longzhu seem to be looking for the percentage play, when the percentages actually just say, dive the damn turret, you've got a Galio to work out.
Yeah. And Cuz just needs to jump in there. There can be a heroic entrance to make things happen. A few options here.
Tucson is actually going to check the Baron with the Abyssal Voyage.
That was cute. Means that they don't have to face check the casual, normal face check brushes, as Tucson's going to tank up some of these little plants. Longzhu at least clear out the vision now, but Afreeca Freecs discovered that they weren't taking the Baron, so good news story. That's where you have to dig pretty deep for good things to say, but if Afreeca Freecs can hold on for another 30 minutes, I think that money's going to be irrelevant. And if their base isn't broken yet, things could be good. And if Cuz keeps completely missing abilities, that will also be helpful.
Cuz maybe misreading the fact that Khan had given up the last 2 deaths, throwing out the party cask bubbling style. Not what you want to be doing.
No.
Turning on to Baron is an option. The dive we mentioned are an option. The teleport is up from Khan. They will stop the Baron. Spirit's in the area though, and Gorilla alone can only do so much goaltending.
Yeah. At least going to spot Spirit moving his way in, and he is in position, so this should be a 50-50. Arrow's going to land. That's a lot of knockups onto Kuro as BDD finds the snare. Khan grabs the kill. The Baron was just forsaken as they were just opting in for that 1 pick.
The Righteous Glory, I believe, coming through from BDD for the initiation build even after the use of the ultimate, allowing Tucson to back. Not having vision of the enemy Krugs is actually giving Afreeca more recall options. Smite does come through from Cuz. We'll have another charge in 15 seconds. They can still turn on to Baron.
Okay, gets themselves over there. Marin, no teleport.
Spirit thinks because Smite was used, he has a bit of time. He does not.
No, He's wandering over as quickly as he possibly can. They get no vision really, but
Nice cast.
control ward does go over. BDD gets the Justice Punch, stops this one from going down as Cuz secures the Baron. Gorilla eventually falls, but the trade, I'd say, is probably in favor of Longzhu Gaming, as it's a 3-for-1 in the end, and a Baron buff to top it all off.
Took a long time to actually get an advantage. There's the Ash Arrow. Prey doesn't miss many of those.
Yep, and he's going to be able to find this one as well. The last auto attack is there, makes it a 1v1. Yeah.
Time to break the base, I think, Atlas. We're trying to put some hype in there, but it's only really just nice plays after Longzhu won the game. Oh, so long ago. Could have been a 20-minute game. Could have been a 20-minute surrender. The result would not have been different. From the game timer.
Yeah, look at these tanky bodies. Not even sure which one of them was tanking up that turret because it was doing negligible damage. Prey, on the other hand, certainly not. Does have his double zeal item as well as the Essence Reaver. Doesn't do massive amounts, actually. That build isn't exactly super high on the damage end, but we'll have a lot of arrows to throw out. Almost has it back up again after killing Kramer.
Get a lot of value out of the Q, though, from the Ash. When you have the Hurricane and also very high attack speed. The first the cask was used, then BDD jumps over. Longzhu, one of the better teams at keeping people out of the pit. It wasn't perfect. Looked like Spirit had maybe a half second or a 1% window. Stealing the Baron wasn't the 0%, but still, in general, very good stuff peeling away from the Baron. And then Prey decided to get some revenge on Kramer, who was the superstar of Game 1. He got Caitlyn this time, and Prey predictably hit the Ash Arrow. Picks up the kill on Longzhu, just waiting to close the game.
Now moving towards the top side of the map. Of course, the base was broken earlier. The super creeps now having to be dealt with by Marin. Does do decent damage to them with his Blade of the Ruined King and double attack speed items as well, but still so far behind. Now inherent pressure being put on. Khan now bottom side again. Teleport available. He's got a Guardian Angel, so even these ganks that were working for Afreeca those couple of times going to find a little bit more trouble in sorting out.
Out of turret, indefensible for Afreeca Freecs. That will fall down. Good turret. Trap line into this will be a little bit less trivial, and Longzhu have already shown they really don't want a turret dive.
No. Got Ocean Drake now. They can get the tanks underneath the turret and then walk away for 12 seconds, and then they're back at full health. Like, it'll be fine.
You should be a line coach. I can see you've got a very good understanding of the game.
Oh, yes. Got it down to the seconds, probably. Going to go wide as Cuz is...
I can't walk up, so that's not really gaining anything, but in the meantime, it was all a grand distraction as Khan took the bot lane inhibitor.
Yep.
Turret at least.
Actually doing a lot of damage here just inherently. The Freecs underneath these turrets. The volleys from Prey need to be respected. Well, Khan jumps his way in. That's the flash and just kills Marin straight up. Arrow flies through, but is going to get the goal. Separated by the Afreeca Freecs members. Justice Punch comes down. That's the taunt onto multiple members. Strangle Thorns from Gorilla is going to secure positioning around this Nexus. Nexus turrets are falling, and Longzhu predictably take this series once again to a game number 3. Afreeca versus Longzhu has been a joy to cast so far, and I'm glad that we get all 3 because both of these games have been one-sided. I hope Game 3 is going to be a little bit closer, and we're going to get some further information as to the difference between these two teams.
5 games played between Afreeca Freecs and Longzhu. 5 blue side victories means that Afreeca Freecs do have a pretty significant advantage going into the final game. They will be on blue side. So far, influencing the draft has gotten people advantages. Who carried Game 1? It was Xayah. Who was the crown jewel of Game 2? It was Galio. So let's see if Longzhu get very creative in their pick ban. They've already done that once. They gave up Zac the last time they were on red side, or the only time I should say, in their series 10 days ago. But finding themselves another Galio, finding themselves another game breaker may be important, because if it follows the script, if this truly is a scripted series, it will be Afreeca Freecs in Game 3.
Well, hopefully we're not going to see that Galio, because the 3 victories in, the last series and this one have been now with Galio for Longzhu Gaming. So it's understandable that if they get that champion, they should be able to take the victory. However, still so many options, so many different things could happen. These drafts have been intelligent, especially the first one, I have to say, even on both sides, despite Longzhu maybe making a slight error with the Rumble Lee Sin first round, but otherwise things were looking good. We'll see what's going to happen. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, the deciding matchup between Longzhu and Afreeca.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the
Welcome back, OGN Legion, and the series is tied up. Longzhu versus Afreeca, and blue side has been victorious the whole way through. Means that Afreeca are looking pretty good to try and tie up the map record as far as the series is concerned with their next game.
It's not quite a back-to-back telecom war, but it still is a back-to-back, 10-day span series between two teams expected to be at minimum challenging and largely to be actually in the playoffs. So to see it be so close, advantages going both ways. This second game was not close. It was a stomp by Longzhu. It took a while, it took 33 minutes. Your MVP will be Kuz, who got a lot of work done early, and his difference in performance from game 1 to game 2 was the adjustment needed, alongside the Galio, of course, to get Longzhu over the line.
Yeah, Kuz also setting up this first blood for Khan, so the ball was beginning to roll pretty effectively at the start of this game, but yeah, I think BDD needs an honorable mention because his Galio is pretty disgusting.
He's probably one of the best Galio players, which, he's the sort of champion who's pretty forgiving, pretty mechanically, I would say, not intensive. I was trying to think of the opposite of intensive, but regardless.
Extensive? Oh, wait, hang on.
He's pretty straightforward, right? But BDD's timings, his ability to peel off the Baron is all very clean, and he makes a strong pick look even better in his hands, is because on the Gragas, which is not a familiar pick for him. He's only played a single time this season in a loss. The Kha'Zix was taken away. You mentioned 5 junglers, 4 banned, 1 taken away. Because in that scenario, to pull off an MVP performance is, again, a really positive step in his development.
Yeah, massive testament to the new jungler for Longzhu Gaming. And his team continuing to look better and better. The new roster looking fantastic. How's on your screen right there, looking intently ready for the next game. And for a young player like this, the sort of momentum that an MVP-worthy performance gives you moving into a Game 3, despite being on the inopportune side as far as this series is concerned, is definitely boding well. And I have a feeling that Longzhu will put up a lot more of a fight than they did in game number 1.
I have to agree with you, Atlas. Well, that's not true. I choose to agree with you, Atlas, because that was, like you say, a game 1 to be forgotten for the side of Longzhu Gaming. But again, Afreeca Freecs are on blue side. We'll give them, because it's the Afreeca Freecs vs Longzhu series, the advantage. We actually saw a lot of red side focused matches in recent days. See if the bans will change considerably, especially on the red side. Blue side bans game 1, Orianna, Ashe, Galio. Afreeca probably don't need to change too much. Let's see what Longzhu does on their side.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the power of side selection differs from team to team, and it just feels like in this sort of matchup there are those sort of targeted bans that can come through, and it just feels that the first pick is given a lot more priority. Is the Galio banned away once again?
Here we go. Xayah is banned, so already the first pick from game 1 is taken away, and Afreeca can kind of force this to be a first pick Caitlyn, depending on what they ban with their third ban. But what I said after game 2 was, let's see Longzhu throw another curveball. Make it a draft that is unlike many others we'll have this season, because so far it has been really a lot about the standard going the way of blue side accumulating more strong picks, and often first pick being the game breaker. Varus ban on blue. They're really, really trying to get either Elise or the Caitlyn.
Yeah. I feel like if Caitlyn's banned here, then they can first pick the Ashe as well, and you have to dig really deep into that 80 carry pool, but something like the Kalista is still there. Prey hasn't played it so far this season, but Prey's been playing for a long time. And that is going to be the Ashe first pick. So Afreeca, once again, targeting really heavily on one particular pick to try and make sure that one member of Longzhu is uncomfortable.
This could be Jhin, though. This is definitely a Jhin possibility draft, but that would kind of require long-range damage from Khan, something like a Rumble. And after game 1, he might not be going that way. Elise, by far the most powerful jungler and a staple of Kuz. So no surprise if that's locked in, but given that the champion pool is a bit in disarray, will it be the Jhin that to me is the recent pick that makes a lot of sense, or will it be something different? Because it could be, like you say, a blast from the past. It could be the Kog'Maw that, of course, he innovated Juggernaut on. It also could be the Kalista that was a big pick for him in 2015. No guarantees just yet. And if Longzhu are feeling optimistic, you could actually see them not selecting 80 carry in the first round and then really bringing out the blast from the past.
Well, I would actually just like a Rakan here on the side of Longzhu. Pick that up. Afreeca can't pick away Kalista. Then you get the broken as hell Kalista-Rakan combination with what makes for pretty decent pick composition. That Grand Entrance helping a lot on top of something like the initial CC of a Cocoon. It's not going to happen. Braum, just a little bit more of a safe pick. And Spirit thinking about the Lee Sin for game number 3.
Really waiting to see where Longzhu will take this draft. I think the AD carry could be really intriguing because even the Varus fallback is denied. Probably might not want him to revisit that after a game 1 performance to forget.
Well, Rumble's going to be locked in, so Marin finally going to get his hands on the Rumble. We'll see how he goes. The new and improved, but not improved, but sort of improved Rumble on the top side of the map.
There's another favorite of Prey. Could be looking at the Twitch. They've played once this season.
100% win rate. It's my kind of sample size, Pop Smithy.
Locked in, so another pick from the past here for Prey. I'm starting to wonder where Khan wants to go with this draft because he's picked Fiora into Rumble many times already this season and not really found all that much success on it, even if he is mechanically a fantastic Fiora player.
And that was last time they actually had a Twitch composition as well. It was with a Fiora and a Kassadin, if I remember correctly.
Oh, boy.
Let's scale to the late game, shall we? And look, they actually won that game because Cuz had Zac. And pretty much if you get Zac, then you win the game, which is nice. Rakan going to be banned once again on the side of Longzhu, and there's the Renekton being taken away. Still a lot of respect being given to Tucson's Rakan. Being banned second round every single time, and in fact on the red side every single time.
I'm really intrigued to see where Khan goes. Fiora would be the one that makes the most recent sense, then something like a Jace that he played in game 2 is a possibility into the Rumble, but they don't have Galio to make him pretend tanky, as I like to think of the hero's entrance. So Marin trying to protect his famed Yordle on the top with at least one pick. That will be the Renekton. An interesting ban of the LeBlanc in this scenario. BDD has not played a lot of LeBlanc this season, but is a legacy LeBlanc player.
And actually both times the Afreeca Freecs have been on the blue side, it has been the LeBlanc ban as well. So not wanting to let that one go through for counter pick. As this is another one of the champions. BDD is incredible at completely changing his playstyle depending on which champion he's on. You know that, of course, last game he was on the Galio. Before that, it was the Syndra, so more of that control mage style, and his poke in, poke out, slight engage style that he uses with the Weaver's Wall on this Taliyah has been expertly used in the past.
Yeah, he largely reads games really well. It's why Orianna's another good pick for him, but was one of the first bans in the draft. Just waiting for mid lane for the Afreeca Freecs. It was Kassadin into Taliyah, you remember, in Game 2. They got them a lot of advantages for the Afreeca Freecs in Game 2 between these two teams. In this scenario, they do not want to drop off in the pushing. Afreeca want to go for a very standard wave-pushing comp in order to win game early and thus stick the game in the mid-game before 2-3 items are completed for the Twitch. I mentioned the Jace, and into the Rumble, it's a pretty good matchup. They will lock it in. Low initiation from Afreeca Freecs outside of the Ash Arrow, and situationally, the Thresh Hook. Not going to include the Lee Sin there, as that's a bit more flash-gated. They do opt into the Jace, wanting to find pressure in the top lane, but this time they won't have the Galio. BD can still make the roaming plays, but to me, a lot relies on Cuz trying to help these solo lanes, because if the solo lanes get going, they buy space for Twitch. Twitch can do his best Xayah impression and command the game like Kramer could in Game 1. Could be really happy times for Longzhu, even on that red side.
Yeah, that being said, this isn't the kind of composition that you expect to run a Twitch with. It's not like get behind the big burly frontline and make room for the spray and pray. This is more like, well, we're all going in, and if we die, we die. If we don't, we win brutally. Certainly an option. I like the do or die mentality, but it can be dangerous.
Yeah, it relies on the positioning of prey. Situationally, not the worst thing to bet on, but it also is conditional on Afreeca having a pretty squishy lineup, which they do. It is a Rumble top. They will have some champions be on a bit of health. No true tanks, though. And potential for prey to clean up in a half second rather than needing a long time to be able to put out that damage, as in the 4-tank composition.
Well, Afreeca were fantastic at working around their 2-item spikes last time around. Game 1 was certainly where we're looking towards for this team, but can Longzhu use their momentum from Game 2? Let's find out. Okay, Okay, both of these teams are fans, certainly ready to get into this deciding matchup. Soli Stadium.
Longzhu want level 1 action, Atlas. That's why they walk up straight in as if they're playing Blitzcrank and we're getting level 1 action.
Yeah, Tusin's just walking all the way forward. Cuz burning to death. He's going to die. That's going to be first blood to Afreeca. And now Longzhu in trouble as they're on retreat. Gorilla very, very low, but BDD, threaded volley has to be respected. Freecs will walk out. They utilized 1 flash, and they got 2 flashes and a kill in response.
Longzhu really wanted the level 1. We see so many times teams stay grouped as 5 and look for the Braum concussive blow. But Afreeca reading that, rushed into the brush, got there first. You could see Longzhu distracted by Kura walking in the open.
Tusin looked like he was auto-walking, but just walked up for a beautiful double flay to lock down the kill.
And that was enough to get the kill, like you mentioned, the Summoner lead as well, and undo what is a very strong level 1 comp from Longzhu. Big win there for the side of Afreeca Freecs. On the blue side, now they even have a bit of gold, and most of that going onto the boots from Thresh, so maybe he'll start to get his roaming on even earlier.
Yeah, doing his best Gorilla impression. Of course, Gorilla known for getting into the mid lane quite early on, but a lot of these Threshers also following suit. It will be a lot faster for Tusin, who also has the control ward picked up that he's going to place very early. Think of the value that you're going to get out of that control ward, Papa Smithy. That is fantastic. Already able to get that one down in the mid lane as Marin is going to miss the first Harpoon. Good story for Khan.
Harpoon first start because Q can no longer stack up heat at level 1.
Yeah.
Reminds you of the very old days where Rumble had to start Harpoon and would get pushed in. Little Yordle changed a lot after the changes on Q, allowing him to do full damage to minions and monsters. Has to be respectful. It is still the Jace in the top lane who will be pushing in and have some kill pressure on the Rumble as well.
We'll see which jungler is going to make their way up towards that top side. It has been a focus so far in this series. It's Khan picking up first blood up there the last 2 games in a row. Because once again, at least hanging around up here. We'll see whether Rift Scuttle is going to be where he goes to first, or whether he's going to try and contest. And no, it is going to be that Scuttle. Level 3 already gained.
Starts to walk in, will ward, so at least has 1 entrance warded. They know that there is a ward pinged out by Khan in the top side, so will not be going for a gank onto Marin. For once, pressure is relieved at around level 3.
Yep. Thankfully not going to be shoving forward too far, as Kuro looking very, very comfortable on his Karma. Looked great on it in the first game, and best thing about it was honestly the Inspire usage. He was very, very good at getting the shields on the correct targets, saving Kramer many, many times, and he was playing very aggressively, and the communication from Afreeca looked brilliant in the first game. Has been a place where some of the question marks has been put down for these guys because they do tend to make overly aggressive plays that doesn't seem like everyone's completely on board with.
Cool. This game is able to run the teleport as well. Doesn't have to respect an Ash arrow, and when it comes to initiation CC, it's only really the Cocoon that is instant cast, so we'll have the teleport potentially for the double teleport plays later in the game.
Like it. Right now, getting pushed in by BDD. Bit of a different matchup now, comparison to that of the Syndra. Be able to farm a little bit more quickly.
Let's see if Cuz paths over and finds the control ward.
Oh, he didn't.
Really?
That was weird. Okay.
Spot lane, we've got action happening.
Yeah, Exhaust is actually going to be invested here. Good stun from the concussive blows, but Kramer still able to get the damage down. There's the flayback as Gorilla has been ignited. Spirit makes his way in. Doesn't get the Q, but it's still a lot of damage. It's traded kills 1 for 1 as mid laner goes down in trade for the support as Tusin should survive. No, he's not going to as BDD grabs the kill. He's trying to use his body to put himself in the way, but he's just a little bit too big, and that is going to be a brilliant trade back from Longzhu.
Ends up being a 2 for 1, even though Gorilla didn't have Flash, so with a summoner disadvantage, Longzhu on first roam. The teleport through doesn't matter on the side of Kuro, so going to be very happy with how that turned out, given they were behind as early as a minute and a half into the game. Cuz just here to help Prey push the lane in and back. Going to see a replay of what happened. The reason why the control ward was not cleared is that the all-in happened onto Tusin. Could have flashed earlier, but with the teleport coming in, they thought they were baiting. But first roam coming through from BDD, and the amount of unworked ground mean that the Talia could keep putting out consistent damage. A low health bars didn't matter. Prey had flash to get out, and it ends up being a trade-up for Longzhu Gaming.
Yep, BDD effortlessly transitioning his playstyle to this very roam-heavy Talia. clear lane, move around the map, get yourself right in there. Certainly looking on point with that pick, as he has in the past as well. Marin, of course, not moving at all. He's just going to be able to shove this wave in before heading back to base himself. Khan gets himself an extra Doran's Blade and a longsword there as well, so starting to put some damage to his name. But the arm guard going to be pretty useful from the Rumble.
Has to go defensive though, no teamfight utility like the Haunting Guys rush that was able to be picked up after the triple kill earlier in the series. So different type of Rumble build, having to contend with a difficult lane for Rumble. And in general, Jace's going to be pretty happy to rain down the hurt from long range. Karma doesn't really offer that much against a Jace pick. Sure, she has her poke of her own and a shield, but in general, Jace does pretty well into a lack of initiation from the mid and top lane role. Going to be all on Kramer, really, to make the Jace pay in those scenarios.
Marin with only one ward up here towards the top side. One on the Krug camp, but isn't actually going to find anything as Kaz refills his mana bar with the Honey Fruit. DDD cheating towards the top side. Weaver's Wall at the ready. So I don't know where the Spirit actually wanted to get towards.
They're going to know about Spirit now. Talia could make a move.
All right, clears out some vision. Cocoon going to be dodged. Will be Spirit being A-OK, but they now know exactly where Kaz is as well, which is important, especially for Marin.
Talia was still contending with the minion wave, so couldn't just out of vision put down the Weaver's Wall and use it as a gap close. In the end, Spirit gets away, despite it looking pretty hairy from the start. Speaking of looking pretty hairy.
Yeah, exactly.
Minion wave is going to push too fast, so won't be able to get the turret dive synced up.
Feels a bit bad. Kaz actually meandering a little bit aimlessly, looking for a possible opportunity on the Kuro.
Does have his red buff spawning soon and Krugs, but Spirit having the information that the Elise was topside will go for a steal of his own.
Yep, the vision actually going to be gained by Kramer there, just making sure that there was no spider making her way over, and Kuro's even going to get this one donated, so nicely stolen by Spirit.
Yeah, multi-step process, because the Hawk Shot allows it to be a trade or a trade-off to the Karma rather than just smited away by the Lee Sings. The extra information, there will be no answering smite to claim the blue. Speaking of blue claims, though, might just be the answering blue claim on the other side.
Spirit and Kuro do make their way back over.
This is risky, though, because they have to contend with the Equalizer in a pretty small entrance, so probably smart of them to back away. Even if Jace was going to be first roam, Equalizer cast range meant that it was just too risky.
Tucson looking for BDD, but of course Talia pretty mobile. There's the Equalizer actually going down. No mana on Khan. It's now Marin looking for some flame spitter damage. If he lands the Harpoon, which he does, in Fog of War as well, heats himself up, can't get the autos, and doesn't want to dive the turret. Aggressive play, teleports both up for these top laners, so Khan isn't going to lose too much, but will lose that global pressure that Summoner Spell offers if he wants to stay competitive in this lane.
Still can get to lane pretty fast, though, even without investing in the teleports. I think he'll probably just run up. No, he actually does teleport. I tell a lie. Really wants to get in there and keep pushing in lane over. Going for a teleport play. And when it's Jace, that kind of makes sense, right? Not going to be making explosive teleport plays around the map at this point.
The amount of value that they're putting on lane pressure as well this game.
A teleport for lane pressure is a pretty rare thing, but when it is specifically someone like a Jace or a Kennen making the lane-focused play, it's just a bit more incentivized than if it was someone like Galio, for example.
Also, Jace not going to do all that much after a teleport anyway. It's not like you're going to go for some sick backline flank and just acceleration gate yourself in there to die.
Hey, Ixu's Death Dance Jace. That was a melee range Jace earlier in the season, but apart from that, completely agree.
Yeah. Ixu also got a pentakill on Akali this season.
We'll talk about that more in our second series.
Oh,
It was against Samsung Galaxy, who they play.
Absolutely fantastic. What a day. Just get the repeat of the cool picks without the cool picks.
I feel like, exactly, we're hooking people with the promise of Mordekaiser and Akali and giving them Karma and Rumble.
Yep. Yeah, this Afreeca Freecs draft this time, not looking super exciting. And you look over the side of Longzhu and you're like, oh, Twitch is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Otherwise, pretty standard for both of these guys. But we saw it throughout this entire series, throughout this entire matchup. But a lot of these picks are exciting for certain reasons. Like Kuro's Karma makes Karma actually feel exciting to me, especially now in this patch, because he does play her so expertly. See whether this teleport is going to be useful. So Freecs have got themselves 300 gold in the lead, meaning barely anything at this particular point in the game.
Troll wards down around the same spot of the map by both junglers. Spirit has a level advantage. I don't know about the equalizer from Marin, but it was largely to slow down. Spirit won't be able to close the gap. Cuz is here too.
Yeah, and that's going to be so much damage onto Spirit. The kickback comes in as Marin actually doing a lot of damage back. Khan having to tank up this minion wave, but oh, Cuz! From the back end, able to get that cheeky auto in there after the Q, and that's going to be it. Seals the deal with the kill onto Spirit.
Yeah, hit the full spell rotation. Nice stuff from Cuz, understanding his limits. Actually used the repel onto the blast cone because the Lee Sin was already out of range. From that gap close, able to pick up the kill. Clean Elise mechanics from an Elise main. That's Cuz's flash for flash.
Yeah, trade some flashes there as well. When he was having a little bit of trouble working out what to do, immediately everything coming in. Marin has to be careful. Scrap shield going to be there, and BDD, he's the one turning up this time. Good flash from Marin, but it's just not going to be enough. Thunderlords helps out, and BDD's going to take that kill easily. Cuz says, I was helping. They might be able to push out this minion wave and get themselves some decent damage onto this turret unless Spirit can help.
It's fun to see the three-man unit, because playing Gorilla, you knew you could build a team around them, but it's the new three of Cuz, Khan, and BDD. Cuz not in the roster, even though he was a streamer under Longzhu, and BDD coming off the substitutes bench, playing around each other as the invasion trio and cleaning up members of Freecs. In the meantime, Kuro and Tucson getting some auto attacks, but no more onto the mid lane, and now the gold lead swings over to Longzhu game.
Yeah, trading back is just feeling too hard. Blade of the Ruin King done for Kramer, so he's got his first item spike, as well as the Athene's Unholy Grail for Kuro. Those two item spikes that we spoke about for Afreeca are certainly there. Longzhu feeling like, as far as map rotations are concerned, the moves that they've made there have got themselves this 1,000 gold lead. But Freecs' composition still will be stronger earlier with the items that they'll be able to pick up. See whether it is going to be enough, because right now Longzhu just look to be having the answers for what Freecs are trying to put down.
Yeah, and it's one of those conditional statements, right? Like, if you ask me who is stronger 1 to 2 items in a 5v5 team fight, it's obviously the Freecs. They have Karma, they have Rumble. These champions are very well understood, especially when you're going Ardent Sensor, Athenes, and Rumble has always been the level 11 wonder. But also, Longzhu can look at that. They don't need a cheat sheet. They don't need to be listening to the stream to know that information. They just don't choose to 5v5 early, and they just split the map. Jace is having a fun time against Rumble, forcing Rumble to equalize the minion waves because of pressure. Taliyah happy to push in mid lane. Outnumbering is very possible for Longzhu because they have the Weaver's Wall on a lot shorter cooldown than the teleport. There are still ways for Longzhu to win the mid game that aren't 5v5.
Yeah. Was intelligent. I believe they knew that Cuz was up towards the top side, so they steal another blue buff. Blue is now going to be babysat by Marin until they can get themselves over there. BDD could not actually find any way in, try and help out that bottom side. So Afreeca still, their brains working as far as decision making is concerned. And ward placement. Cuz has been spotted almost every attempted gank that he's been making, but a 1,000 gold lead is most certainly still there for a team happy to get to a super-powered Twitch state of the game. It's pretty comfortable for Longzhu, as Kuro says, well, that was painful.
Playing around wall placement too, like you say, the equalizers into lanes are where they suspected that the Cuz might be top lane, and the side of the map where they have no vision. So Rumble can only really equalize the minion waves, hug his turret, and hope for the best. So playing around vision so important at this level of play. Speaking of playing around vision,
yeah, Spirit is almost going to die. Gets himself out of the way there, and Tucson offered him the Dark Passage, but decided not to take it. That's a little bit sad. Ambush here for Prey, but not actually going for any sort of submarine. Freecs will be able to take this blue buff by the looks of things. Khan, no knowledge that this is being taken, is close. Well, it's going to be Kuro who locks that one down. So double blue buffs, I believe, for this Karma.
It's Khan. They're actually going for Kuro.
Okay, trying to get himself underneath here. Oh, Seismic Shove is going to land. Now Kaz, he wasn't necessarily needed, and Spirit is chasing after him, but Gorilla's going to turn up at exactly the right time. We talk about games of chess with a lot of these LCK matches, especially this end of the standings. And so far, Longzhu have had all the answers.
And you talk about games of chess, even in smaller interactions, as Kaz stepped forward for the cocoon, and because he wanted to sidestep the Q coming through from Spirit, and got out because Gorilla was roaming. Really clean stuff from him, and from Longzhu in general. Aggressive mindset of Khan can never be doubted, as Prey also likes to play on the aggressive side of the coin.
I too like to live dangerously. Delete is the line.
Nailed it.
Nice. But Blade of the Ruined King's both done. Twitch opting for his as well. Prey looking to make it 2 out of 2 as champion this season. Of course, has played it a heck of a lot more, but was always a champion that he was very, very good at. It's Kramer. Okay, just throws out a hawk shot and says, well, I'm just going to leave. The Twitch disappeared. I don't want anything to do with this anymore. And the hook is just going to flat out miss. Kaz gets hit by the arrow, though. And that should be the trade. No, not yet. The repel comes down. That is going to be the junglers. Traded immediately, but it shouldn't have been a 1-for-1. Make that a 1-for-2. As Khan teleports in, grabs the second kill, and Kuro might even make it 3. No, good slow in the inner fire.
And just as Marin had already used teleport, Atlas, so no way for him to get involved in the fight. He might walk down and equalize the minion wave. BDD a few auto attacks away from cleaning out this mid lane turret, and Khan will do the rest.
Yep, that's going to be that. Equalizer gets Marin some CS, and that is it. Prey now free to work on the bottom side, and this is the dream for a Twitch, you know, like, don't even need to worry. The rest of your team just doing well without you, and he's just able to scale up to those 3 items that he wants.
And you wonder why sometimes you see Elise is going full tank, because the reality of Elise is that you can go untargetable for 2.5 seconds, and that's the same as being really tanky and soaking damage, because the rest of the team is still in 500 units or less trying to kill you. You can go Azonias as well and buy even more untargetability and turnaround. So the pick build is working just fine for Kaz. And to touch on what you mentioned, most people know that Prey is a legacy Twitch, played it a lot at the start of his career. You say it's a good pick for him. What does that mean? He's played it 26 times in his career, and he has won 21 times. 21-5 is an insane win rate on Twitch. Over 80% in the career of a player who's played for 5 years is a very impressive number.
Oh, most certainly is. For a team like Longzhu that do play around their veteran players on the bottom side of the map, if you want a late game insurance policy, giving it to someone with that level pedigree and style and everything that Prey does have, it's a pretty decent way to win a game of League of Legends. As long as you have both of the dragons there as well to grab the Mountain Drake from before. Marin's going to be able to at least answer this bottom outer turret, but the bottom lane did have to go back from the Afreeca Freecs. The unfortunate thing is for this team is that they haven't been able to go back to what was a really good triage style in game number 1, where it looked like everything was going wrong on the top side of the map. Khan was getting way too far ahead, but they were able to deal with it. They were able to get pressure elsewhere and move forward. This time just hasn't been that factor.
And it's a reality of the jungle matchup where Kaz on the Elise been far more unleashed on the map. You can see about 600 gold ahead of his opponent, but you notice mid lane is behind 1400 gold, and on the one hand, has his core, 2 supportive items and the Merc Treads, but on the other hand, lost turret and they haven't had priority in the mid lane. They had much more mid lane priority in game 1. This time it's kind of gone, and the end result is that Karma, when she's getting roamed on, obviously a lot weaker.
Yeah. And taking turrets is even more painful for Afreeca Freecs because it means that the Twitch could be anywhere at all times. Is it that submarine stage? The Blade of the Ruined King is done. And speaking about getting picks, Spirit is most certainly dead. Tucson should follow here as well, but the equalizer comes down. Yeah, there's the Weaver's Wall for a little bit of disengage from BDD. Okay, so it's just the pick onto Spirit. Don't get too much more, but damage has been done.
More and more picks like that, like in the manner that you see, means that when the Twitch is off the map, you now even have to respect the Elise. You respect the Twitch. Safe places you can go get more minimal as the Ash Arrow goes wide, and that's the sort of pressure that leads to early Barons, Atlas. So Baron about to spawn, map pressure solely in the possession of Longzhu. See the drive-by by Prey.
I'm just going to scope things out, see what he can see. Marin potentially in trouble. Scrap shields himself away the damage of the shock blast, and this tower is at relatively high health.
Marin's seen this before.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the equalizer, Pop Smithy. I don't think that bodes well.
He'd love to ward this brush.
He doesn't love to face check it though, as that's some decent damage from Kuro with the Q. Nice dark passage. Gets Marin out to safety, but that doesn't get the turret out to safety. As Kramer's on the bottom side of the map, the man advantage for Longzhu will lock themselves down. Another objective. They're only moving further and further ahead. A lot of it having to do with Khan. 3-0-2 now on his Talia, as well as the 3, 2, and 4 of Kaz. He's done a lot of work so far in this Elise.
And even though the 2 items are strong for Afreeca with their early scalings, 2 items here for Longzhu are pretty sick as well. Got double Liandry's already. Blade the Ruin King double Liandry's equals an early Baron Atlas, so expect that vision supremacy from Longzhu to be centered around that objective in the next few minutes.
That was Rift Herald being invested into this mid lane and not actually getting anything on the side of Afreeca Freecs.
It was in vision, so crucially they didn't need to think about it too much and could be in the right position to answer it.
Alright, Tucson for another one of those wander-up Qs. Doesn't get it. Gets bopped away.
Not the best Weaver's Wall that time by BDD. He was spoiled. Some great Weaver's Walls in previous times, but that one just brought some safety for Afreeca.
I wonder how they're going to use the Weaver's Wall in later fights as well. I feel like it could be so incredibly strong if paired with the Twitch ultimate from a good position. The hook. In fact, CC is going to be traded. Nice double play comes out as there's the equalizer from Marin, trying to start up this fight on a good footing, and in fact, good damage coming out from Afreeca Freecs, but Longzhu just a little bit more consistent. The hook so close to the tailcoat of Khan. The coattails, sorry. Tailcoat. Wrong word. Flat out.
Bray was really low on mana. The rest of his team weren't in a great spot. The equalizer and everything from Afreeca is perfect, but no one gains an advantage, and that means the Longzhu are still comfortable to go back to split pushing, go back to playing the map. That's where they're highly incentivized. The simple cliff notes told us that Afreeca wanted to group early, and Longzhu were happy to play side lanes. So the 5v5 doesn't get an advantage, go back to the side lanes.
Yeah. Khan's up here in full vision, but just taking away a Krug camp. Marin's going to burn the rest of them down, and they actually share the gold. Friendly, both of these guys. Khan looking for a more of Malmortius, I think, flat out as his second item, unless that is going to be a Ghost Blade picked up.
Already has one of those, so your first thought is correct. Most likely going to be the Maw, so that you can just kind of walk in front of Rumble and Karma and try to ignore most of the base damage.
I was a bit confused because it looked like only half a Ghost Blade because it was half on cooldown. Yeah, you know, it's like, oh, maybe he needs to finish off his other half. Wow, that item got nerfed, you know? Bit of a problem.
There is a future nerf coming for, I guess you could call it a rework, but it feels like a nerf coming for Youmu's, so we may see less and less of it, Atlas.
Yeah, it's
the purple build, which has been enacted, may be gone.
I like the purple build. You used to be able to do purple builds on both sides of the damage as well, which was exciting. A little bit more difficult with Abyssal Scepter not quite fitting that ideology anymore.
Drake's going to spawn in 10 seconds. A Mountain Drake, which for Longzhu and their earlier mentioned Baron buff taking prowess would be lovely to have double Mountain. Feels like Mountain is one of the things in the game that, sure, people know that it's strong, but knowing what 20% faster Baron takes is very difficult to quantify. You can look at a team and be like, they can do a Baron in no time at all, but knowing the difference in seconds is so important in a game which is so explored, with people knowing flash timers. So things like Mountain Drakes, I think, has a lot of hidden power, because being able to read what it means for a specific 5 champions can be big. Okay, it's mid lane party.
Yeah, Prey actually taking a lot of damage here as well. There's a flash kick from Spirit, and Prey will be taken down very early. Gorilla burning to death, but isn't actually going to die in the end as Marin Scrap Shield speeds him up. Good Zhonya's, but I think he's still dead as Kuro's over to the side wanting to try and get something back. Spirit uses the safeguard. There's no Raptors there, and he has to sacrifice himself for the good of the colony. BDD now chasing down onto Kuro, and just feels like Longzhu were too far ahead, despite Afreeca Freecs having a great start to that fight.
They got the pick they wanted, right? They finally got the kick onto the Twitch, but it didn't matter. They could bring in Jace doing his best 80 carry impression, consistent damage from Talia. Not many comps have 3 champions who can put out consistent damage, but that's what Talia, Jace, and Twitch bring to a team comp. Baron buff, not realistic. They back away from that. but it will be that second mountain Drake we spoke about by the side of Longzhu game.
Yeah, and you're focusing down the Twitch when he was at, what, 0-1 and 2, or 0-0-2 or something like that at that stage. He didn't have all of the gold. It was the Talia, the 5-0-2 now Talia from BDD, and this 3-0-3 Jace that Khan has brought himself. That's the problem, this particular stage of the game. 30% cooldown reduction now on this Jace as well. You can just do spell rotation after spell rotation. You mentioned consistent damage. This is crazy.
We watched the replay. Gorilla does the team thing, blocks up the arrow, but the equalizer splits Twitch topside, and Spirit, who hit some famous kicks in previous series to allow Afreeca to win, gets a kick. They focus down the Twitch, but then consider it's still BDD on Talia and Khan on Jace. They can still chase down and execute. Spirit depressed to not find the Raptors. He'll be taken out. They can keep walking forward and getting stragglers. That's the sort of team comp they have. Is okay, once again.
Yeah, it's another kickback onto Prey. Kramer's going to finish that one up. The teleport came in there as well. Kuro pays a visit. Prey, okay, he's being preyed upon.
Fool me once, fool me twice now for Prey, who needs to be a bit more aware. Longzhu trying to play 1-3-1, and Spirit is really trying to do the heavy lifting in the 1-3-1 to make the 3, and specifically Prey. Hey.
Yeah. This is important, going back to those aggressive plays that we were talking about from Afreeca, but sometimes when you're falling behind, you have the choice of either falling over and taking it and then opting in to do a desperate defense of your inhibitor turrets, or you make risky plays, you try and be proactive and catch your opponent off guard, and so far Spirit, 2 fantastic kicks. I mean, the first time didn't work. It was just flat out not good. Second time, it's exactly the pick that they wanted. There's a Weaver's Wall.
Well, bounces him away. We'll still be able to flash.
Yeah. Okay, BDD, a little bit off on his walls, just slightly, a couple of times. You can understand exactly what he was aiming for. And getting a flash is definitely a good trick.
If you go 5-0-2, maybe you don't need to hit the walls. You can just kill people straight up, as Prey got hooked to begin with, and Lion skill shots from their hit. Still very nice, clean stuff onto Prey, but okay, this has happened twice now. Why can't there be a control ward to patrol that particular brush? If they can't actually get a control ward into the river brush, then having one to stop the scouting thresh hooks is another option. Or just not playing around there is a third option. Yeah. So fool me once, fool me twice. They die there a third time. You can only heap scorn onto the side of Longzhu.
All right, Spirit going to experiment with a Q that goes wide onto Gorilla. Ward's being cleared out by Longzhu. Their control of this Baron area almost complete.
Prey's had enough. Just goes for a QSS. Aborts what looked like an Infinity Edge third with a bit more safety. He knows that the damage burden can be shared across the top 3 members of his side, Jace, Elise, and Talia. So not dying and putting out decent base damage, just fine from the Twitch's perspective.
Yep, does have that pickaxe, most likely going towards his Infinity Edge. That's a pick. That's going to be Twosome flashing out of the way. Okay, he's going to survive for now, though. Leandro's Torment not going to tick down and kill because the percent current health situation, always an issue. You think, oh, but it's got a dot on him. That's a dot that gets
And then they die to the Deathfire Touch, and like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's not the same.
That's the dream. Cuz doesn't have Deathfire Touch, Papa Smithy. So sad. Okay, Kramer's got a QSS as well, though. Speaking of Leandro's Torment, Marin has picked up his, and his Zhonya's. Void Staff should be coming very soon.
And the pressure to get a second item Void Staff, which used to be the core after Leandra's not there when you're not in tank matchups, so you're not respecting there to be Spirit Visages and other large health and magic resist items, so you can go for Zhonya's and have more of a team fighting impact.
Also showing that Marin was able to use it to pretty good effect last time around. Spirit, gotta watch out for that spiderweb stuff. That's a problem. Twitch having a bit of a giggle in the mid lane, but is unable to find anyone to really focus on.
On the turret. Getting the harass onto Marin, but not getting any turret damage in. Teleport advantage that Khan has had for the past 3.5 to 4 minutes is starting to go away.
Okay. Hawk shots flying through. They will notice that the blue buff at least hasn't been taken. No, it doesn't go that far. So that's going to be pings on to the Baron area. Control ward's quite shallow. No one actually starting anything on the side of Longzhu. So just clearing out what vision there is. Still do have that scrying orb from Kramer if they want to check. So that cute little ward behind the pit could be pretty useful for Marin. Assuming a Baron may be started up.
May circumvent something like a Weaver's Wall being used to stop the intruding members from Afreeca Freecs from turning onto the Baron as it's getting close to Baron time. Will be delayed by Spirit putting down a ward.
Yeah, no sweep is actually available.
Or control ward.
There was a control ward, yeah, exactly. Nicely done by Spirit. Oh, Scry's Bloom is going to be used by Afreeca as well. Another option for keeping his ward alive.
It's going to be double Hawk Shot, be the blue trinket. There's a lot of spot vision from Afreeca. Sneaking a Baron is very, very difficult for them to pull off. Third Mountain Drake, of course, given the Drakes we've had so far today, will be spawning. Longzhu would love that.
We've had so many dragons today. One of them has been an Ocean Drake, and one of them has been a Cloud Drake. Otherwise, it's all fire and all mountains.
I can't really argue with a token Ocean, a token Cloud, and everything else Infernal and Mountain.
We got a taste of everything, but only the good ones, you know? Like, we're only doubling up on the good ones. Okay, Freecs now moving towards this top side of the map to once again try and challenge around this Baron area. A lot of respect is being given to Longzhu. As Afreeca know that they are behind. It's to the tune of about 6,000 gold this particular stage, but if Longzhu can set up in good position, as there's the flash from Gorilla. Another flash kick comes out as Gorilla has been slowed forever, but throws down the ultimate. He's so tanky. The Weaver's Wall keeps him safe there as well. Inopportune. Normally you see a support and you're like, yeah, we'll be able to take him down. He's got so much health and so many items.
Using the kick onto Gorilla in the same context where they used the flash kick onto the Twitch seems like a losing move, Atlas, because now they have a big headache. We'll see the turn onto Baron as Jace will start using the hyperdrive onto the inner turret. There's the teleport. It's going to be too late.
Yeah, way too shallow there as well, as Gorilla is still low. Tucson will spot the retreating members.
Jace might just take a Mountain Drake instead.
Yeah, look at that. Scry's Bloom is going to give Cuz a way out. And yeah, Marin teleport just did not do anything. So Afreeca Freecs, despite the fact that they're on the blue side, it looks like Longzhu want to be able to make this a 2-0 over them throughout the summer season, which will be a fantastic news story. You mentioned that Longzhu have a very similar record first round robin as they did the previous season.
Yeah, Expression, Crash, Fly, Praying Gorilla went 6-3 in the first round robin, then went 2-7 and missed the playoffs, finishing 7th in the spring season. And we had the optimism around Longzhu, went 6-3 again, but opening with a victory here, especially in a tough match against the Afreeca Freecs, and rewriting the blue side only story would be very good news story, like you say, for them. Got the 3 Mountain Drakes with a strong sieging team as well. Strong sieging is perhaps strong, but they do have 4 ranged auto attackers, so plenty of people to profit from the 30% extra damage to turrets.
Yeah, and as far as late game dragons are concerned, it's also a very good option. They do have a lot of late game tools to make things happen. One thing I do like is having Mountain Drakes when you've got a Weaver's Wall there as well. You set up the wall, prevent the Afreeca Freecs from defending their inhibitor turrets, things like that, and you can rip them apart in the duration that that wall is there, providing the terrain.
The moment Jace is able to press W and step up to a turret, you are a very sad team if you're Afreeca Freecs.
This Twitch also has an Infinity Edge, which, as you can see, puts pretty good effect.
Longzhu still playing patient. They're playing around all 3 lanes. Mid lane now being pushed up by Jace. They want to ensure that there never is a time for Afreeca Freecs to press all their buttons, force a 5v5, and get back into the game, because there should be a point of weakness somewhere on the map if Afreeca ever groups. So that's the theory here. Jace pushes up in bot lane. He's going to look at the turret for a second. It will explode, and
nice time. There's the equalizer. Prey has to use the flash to get out of the way. Down to about half health, but Gorilla, once again, a large target, as that was not an option Marin really wanted to take. The Repel's going to get Cuz back up into the sky. There's good shielding now available. The Inspire keeps the Rumble alive, but that is going to spell most likely the death of this inner turret. And the last remaining one on the map here for Afreeca Freecs.
All of them down, starting to hit on the base turrets already. Inhibitor turret takes 3 shots, and also the minions is going to die now.
Yep. Oh, Khan just navigates around the Flay Like he knew exactly where. Oh, the seismic shove, nice onto Spirit, but does get himself out with the safeguard. Look at this damage available from Longzhu. Siege minion still here, firing away at this turret, which, oh yeah, you're right. He looks at turrets and they die.
Base broken finally for Afreeca Freecs. Will they ever get the 5v5 they were desperate to with this draft? They got to Jace would have started
the
it.
ambush. Yeah, there's the Blade of the Ruined King coming out. A lot of damage onto the Afreeca Freecs, but they stay alive. Their inhibitor going to do the opposite. So nice open base for Longzhu to work with, and also that is the Baron inhibitor being taken down. Gorilla said, oh, but guys, I want to go home.
And your excitement around the Karma, Kuro has been expertly trivialized in this game, I would say. Really hasn't been able to make proactive plays, lost his turret early. And Karma without a turret is just not the same thing. The teleports have never been able to be used to get picks. They've just been used to pick up farm or try to stop the Jace from taking down turrets. And the end result is that all she really provides is the AoE shields. And like we said, Longzhu are not interested in 5v5 fighting, even if they have a Baron, even if they are set up to succeed with a big gold lead. They prefer to follow the original playbook, the one that said 5v5 is the only way Afreeca Freecs win the game. Let's give them no 5v5s.
Yeah, no option there at all. And they've got 4 items on the Jace, all of them AD items as well. That is just crazy.
Yeah,
Guardian Angel completed.
Hoping for a cheeky AP item to end things up.
Yeah. I want a Zhonya's. I want the golden boy. You know, use To the Skies and then use Zhonya's. Just looks super sweet. That might be a little bit troll though. They are winning by a heck of a lot though, Smithy. This is over 10,000 gold and Tucson is dead. Idity gonna pick that one up. Threaded volley does a fair bit of damage. Equalizer. Khan just walking down. Gonna have the redemption. Gets the full heal back off it. And Longzhu pushing down the top side. Not enough members on the side of Afreeca Freecs, especially with their support dead, and they're going to lose more than just its inhibitor, I expect. As Kuro, he's going to get engaged on. Has to use the flash. Contaminate is going to be there. The poison burning down. Good Inspire comes up at just the right time to save the life of the Karma, but won't be there for this defense. As these Nexus turrets are going to be taking a lot of damage, and Longzhu may just be able to win this one right here. The Twitch doing the damage to the turrets. He knows where they're going to win this game. And there's the knockback onto Spirit, loses half of his health bar, no safeguard available, dodges out of the way of the seismic shove into his own death, and Tucson respawns just to die once again. Marin uses the Zhonya's, but Khan just walks out the side. He's got the Guardian Angel there as well. Kramer going for the Battle Prey, takes a lot of damage, double kill, but that doesn't matter. The Nexus falls down, and Longzhu 2-0 over the Afreeca Freecs.
Longzhu Gaming finally end the streak of 5 blue game victories with a red side victory here to decide the series. Great play from them, a team display as well. They understood their win conditions, they played to them, and from there really was no way back for the side of Afreeca Freecs. Frustrated, but they could not rotate their Karma, that they couldn't just push lanes and force 5v5 fights. The moment that a 5v5 comp loses the pressure war, no longer has the vision advantage to force those picks. They just have to watch as the enemy takes objective after objective. Really nice stuff from Longzhu. They move up now to join some of the big boys at 7-match victories, and they get to stave off the disappointment of their loss earlier this week.
Yeah, evening things out with KT Rolster. Team that we saw fumble a little bit against the Rocks Tigers as we moved into the second round robin. So we'll see whether Longzhu can put challenge to them. That will be an interesting matchup we have waiting for us next time around. Spirit has earned himself a little bit of a nap, but he's not feeling so great after game number 3.
To me, that was more about abating any sort of depression or anger at his team not being able to pick up the victory. Game 3, Spirit got those 2 heroic kicks onto Prey, but the third one, where he had to invest his flash to kick in a full tank Gorilla on Braum, was not an ideal usage of a big cooldown, and after that, Longzhu took Baron, took advantages. Sure, Kramer doing a lot of damage and having the shields to stay alive, but it was as his Nexus exploded, and Longzhu do pick up the match victory. That was oh so important for both teams.
Yeah. Incredibly well played by Longzhu towards the end. The first game, as first games often are for the Afreeca Freecs, was dominant, even after a good start from Longzhu. In the end, the Galio in game number 2 was just ridiculous. And with the Zaya being banned away, it feels like Kramer could not flourish on that of the Ashe. They tried so many fancy bans to try and put different players in uncomfortable positions on the side of Longzhu Gaming, but it just seems that, you know, you ban all the 80 carries out and then you pick away the Ashe from Prey, you pick something like the Twitch. They play around that and they look good. Game beforehand it was Cuz, but then he picks up the Gragas, champion that he's played once this season and performs incredibly well, picks himself up an MVP.
And the Ashe was more of a takeaway, you'd think, in hindsight.
Well, yes, of course.
It wasn't really like the Kalista, which would have been the power pick available for Kramer to try to make the difference. Had to look at the damage graphs. All the usual offenders did damage, but felt like a support Karma, and at 8,000 damage from the mid lane, it was much more of a shield bot than the harass-heavy, early-leveled Karma that we've seen in many other games. Talia with the most damage this game wasn't the Weaver's Walls we might have expected from BDD. He's had better games for that ability, but he was training down people with a lot of kills earlier in the game, and he still will pick up the MVP.
Yeah, legendary performance, 8-0 and 4, and it was his seismic shoves that really made up for his Weaver's Walls. He was able to pick up a lot of them onto the likes of Spirit, and BDD is going to move up to equal first.
With the person that he just took down as well, Atlas. Always spicy when you got the head-to-head matchups. Started his roaming early here, even though the teleport was there for Karma to get in. Karma had just recalled, it was a bit slow on the uptick. BDD picked up a couple of kills, maintained a pretty significant gold and item advantage over his enemy mid laner for the majority of the game, and as you say, the roams also were on point.
Yeah, it's just being able to move around the map, and he's so good at it on this pick, and always has been. There's the seismic shoves that I was talking about in the mid lane on that pick. Tusa not quite finding that hook was a little bit unfortunate, but look, this Weaver's Wall actually worked out quite well for Longzhu.
And Khan also is someone to speak about on the Jace once again into the Rumble. Proved a big pick for him. He moves to 4-0 himself on the Jace. Another potential headache. This is a man you can't ban out. He has the extended bench. Some of Afreeca's stuff. The equalizers predictably from Marin were good. The kick onto Prey, taking him down this fight, was good. But never was everything working in unison, and never were Longzhu happy to opt into multiple 5v5 fights. So overall, balance of power was well within two hands of Longzhu Gaming, and they guided that to a 3-game victory.
Yeah, and also just understanding that they had so much consistent damage in these fights as well. They knew that if they were going to trade 1-for-1, then they would win the remainder of the fight. This was very nice from Gorilla. So much damage, gets a brilliant ultimate, and then still survives.
And I'm kind of on the other side of the coin, where it was so much invested by Afreeca to kill a support Braum that they couldn't be surprised when one of those 3 consistent damage dealers came in and mopped the floor to them. Couldn't even take out Gorilla in that fight. Got him this time. Got a couple of feel-good kills, but only slight catharsis for what ended up being an Afreeca defeat.
Yeah, BDD going to be able to pick up a well-earned MVP there as well, as Talia continues to impress. Has done so for quite some time. So we are going to throw it over to the rest of Longzhu for the MVP interview, and here's Joel to take it away.
Very much, guys, and I am back. Joel with the interview translations once again. We're here with Longzhu Gaming picking up a 2-1 victory against the Afreeca Freecs, and we are here with the MVPs for today, BDD and Cuz, for the interview. Cuz, how do you feel? You know, we have a break right after this game, so closing out with the win and heading for a break feels really good. And BDD, you have racked up so many MVP points right now. How do you feel? I was sort of worried about the matchup coming into it today. But I feel like, you know, the bot lane did such a good job of opening up the space for us to work with. And some of you guys may know this, that BDD and Cuz were actually in the same school back in the high school. Yeah, when we were in high school together, we went to go eat lunch together. And sometimes, you know, when we took naps during school, you know, we did it together. So a lot of things we did together. So he was always with me for those times. So it was nice having him as a friend and also with a teammate as well.
리디 선수 표정이 별로. 무슨 소리 하는 거지? 얘가 뭐 이런 소리 같아요. 그래서 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 이야기를 해보면
I want to talk about the game.
초반에 굉장히 잘 풀렸잖아요.
And game 1 was really towards your guys' side. And we felt like that victory should have been yours, but what happened? And we want to talk about the ban pick phase where we felt like you guys got the picks that you wanted. Yeah, I'm sure Afreeca made their preparations coming into this series, but and we felt that I think we could have gotten a better pick if we were smarter about the picks. And didn't you feel that with the 3 early kills that you guys got in the early game, didn't you guys confirm the win? Yeah, I felt like if we didn't get cut in the middle and got a little more vision with the advantages that we had, we should have won relatively easily, but I feel like the opponent did a good job of cutting down on our advantages. And of course, Zaya was a big trouble for you guys. Didn't you guys feel like you guys had to win at one point?
그 영광이라는 템 트리가 있거든요. 그 템을 가고 W를 키면 그 속도를 달려간단 말이에요.
Yeah, I feel like with some of the items that we went with, we thought that we were having the least risk going into some of this part, but we had a lot of confidence.
정글 입장에서 보면 상대 이제 우리 팀이 갈리오를 가져갔는데 상대는 케이틀린과 이제 앨리스를 가져가고 이제 그라가스를 픽을 했단 말이에요.
And taking the Galio away, they took some pretty powerful picks, but you guys went with Gragas as a jungle. I felt like with the picks that we had left available, felt like we could go with the Gragas and really trust the Galio that will do its job.
굉장히 공격적으로 플레이했는데 근데 그게 뭐다 근거가 아예 없던 상황에서 그렇게 하는 게
And cause you seem to be very offensive in your play today, and it was not without your situational plays that you guys had in a couple of situations. Yeah, when I do go in aggressively, I always keep in mind of what I'm trying to get at and what kind of result I'm trying to pull out. But we have a video highlight of one of these offensive, aggressive play by Cuz. And this was actually the big part in getting the early advantage that snowballed eventually. Was the communication alright during this play? Yeah, we got confirmed that the opponent mid lane did not have any spells. So whenever he comes up to gank, I try to make the right calls regarding the spells so that we are able to make the efficient plays work out. And the second game, you guys got the win, and third game was an interesting thing with the ban pick phase as well. And it felt like you guys gave up some of the picks and had to go with the secondary picks that I'm sure you guys didn't consider as primary. Yeah, we wanted to go with something that we were confident on, and felt like Elise was one of those picks. And the Elise Lee-Sin matchup is a very interesting one where we want to know who the clear winner is just by the picks. If Elise can predict the location of where the Lee-Sin is and hide in the bush and to come up with a little sneaky play and get the cocoon and all the rest of the combo, and it does scale better than Lee-Sin does. And you're saying all this, but you seem like you're good at all of those champions that you're mentioning. Yeah, I feel like I like hiding in bushes. And BDD, you came up with Talia in game 3. And it just feels like your performances throughout the season has been really much higher than a lot of the seasons that you performed before, where we've seen you underperform compared to this. I feel like I'm more comfortable now because we have all these veteran teammates who really take the lead, and I just have to fill in my role and just do my part, which makes it a lot easier. And the thing is interesting about Longzhu is that you guys always play a solo queue style, a solo rank style, but Yeah, we do have our individual moments, but we do make the communications when we need to, and I think that's the difference we have compared to other teams. And we do have a video highlight where the Talia gets the double kill here. I feel like this would have been a disadvantageous situation for you guys, but somehow you guys got a double kill and eventually a team fight win. And we saw Thresh coming up, and we felt like, you know, at the later part of this team fight, we had a good chance to win the team fight overall. We felt like we could be aggressive and going for the right trades, and that's where we got the better part of the trade. And one of the situations in the early game was where you hid in the bush and tried to look for some kind of flank. Yeah, I was waiting for a long time and I was kind of getting nervous by then, and you know, but Thresh was out of the, Gorilla was out of his flash, so you know we were trying to be careful about that situation. What are you supposed to do in this situation? It's really tough to concentrate there. I feel like the opponent did a good job of really predicting where I was at that situation. And if I was caught out in that situation, there's nothing I can do other than dying, so that's what happened there. And another interesting thing about the ban pick phase is with Khan really picking up the Jace and really putting a priority on that champion. What's the comments that go behind that champion? Khan, you know, this guy is all about, you know, no matter what champions he picks, he has the confidence that he can beat anybody with whatever champions he picks. You know, we saw in the previous series that you guys had, after that series, we saw Khan kind of tearing up. What was that situation? No, Khan, he cries all the time. You know, he has a lot of tears and he's very emotional. And I feel like, you know, it was an emotional moment for him. So that fact is confirmed now that Khan did cry there. And the current question going to you, Cuz, is that are you the second best jungler in LCK right now? If I become first, I will tell you who the rest of the junglers are. So you're saying if you go up to first, you'll let us know who that second place will be, right? So that's the promise made by Cuz. We'll have to wait for that kind of answer. And I'm sure you have a lot of fans waiting for you guys and also cheering you guys on throughout this entire season, which I like to tell them something. Yeah, we were very dissatisfied with the way we played out the game 1, but we were more happy with the way we played out game 2 and game 3, and we just continue to ask you to support us throughout the rest of the season. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Interesting confirmation on the fact that Khan has been crying a lot after these games. Thank you very much for that, B2D. Added information.
Confirmation that Joel is back as well from his sojourn.
Thank goodness. Enough of this military stuff, Joel. We miss you.
Well, Longzhu Gaming finally rewrote the blue side script that had dominated the 5 games we saw over 10 days between Afreeca Freecs and Longzhu Gaming. BDD pumping up that KDA again. He's over 10 again, Atlas, and he's feeling pretty good about it. And that also means that Longzhu Gaming skipped past a KT Rolster team that couldn't get by Rox Tigers, and now they're third, 7-3, and feeling good.
Yeah, and it also goes back to that very first victory that Longzhu were able to put in over KT Rolster. If that had gone the other way, much as KT would have liked in the first round robin, especially given the fact that they then went on to such a winning streak, would have been a very different story. But Longzhu now creeping into that 3rd place, locking that one down for themselves, and Afreeca hot on the heels, KT Rolster as well, and they need to pick up a couple more victories to get themselves there. And our next matchup is going to be Samsung versus Jin Air, or Jin Air versus Samsung. We're going to be starting with blue side Jin Air GreenWings, and I'm excited to see whether the Akali's going to come back out, things like that. I want the mirrored matchups once again as Ixu, oh man, it looked so good. But it could be difficult because Samsung are looking to try and create some momentum moving into Rift Rivals next week.
Yeah, the mind games between the teams that played 3 games just a couple of days ago are going to be interesting. Like you say, they want to go into Rift Rivals as first place.
Yeah.
Any victory, they do that.
Well, we'll see what they can do. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be about 15 minutes or something like that for us to get to our next matchup. We'll see you then.
Coming up next, JAG GreenWings, Samsung, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thumbnail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace.
Eu sou carioca, nascido no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing, sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like, as the world cries tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Today's matchup. JAG GreenWings. Samsung. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OG and Legion, to LCK Summer. It's time for our final series of the night, where Samsung attempt to take down JAG once again. Last time, it was a 2-1 based on a massive Akali getting pentakills. Don't know whether Ixu's going to be able to get that free reign yet again.
Well, that'd be something crazy, though. Like
I hope so.
An Akali ban, perhaps, given that it was a pentakill, like you say. One Akali, one pentakill. Math pretty simple in that pretty regard, but it was JAG looking good, honestly. It was JAG against top opposition, not waning like they had in the past, picking up a game victory, looking competitive after a Baron steal in the final game. So although Samsung come in heavy favorites, they want to win 2-0, they want to retain the top spot in the LCK going into the Rift Rivals break, JAG have been waning a bit recently. It'd been a lot to them if they could pick up at least a single game win in this series.
Yeah, they've had a lot of losses over the last few. Of course, over the last 5 games, that's 4 losses for JAG, and what that's done is put them on the same win line as the Rocks Tigers, as you can see right there on your screen. It was sort of this break between the top teams in the LCK versus the bottom teams in the LCK, but now it looks like Samsung has pulled well away from the JAG GreenWings. Feeling like that one-sided matchup that you'd expect it to be in the spring split. We'll see whether JAG can turn that one around.
And you really hope for JAG's sake they don't emulate the BBQ Olivers from spring season, who started strong, got about 4 wins, and they didn't find many more wins in the rest of the season. JAG have looked promising. They do look that they are separate from some of the bottom place teams, but how separate is something that we will find out over the course of the second round robin. No changes in lineup. So1 will not be starting for game 1. Predictably, it will be Ixu looking to play around with the champion pool and counterpick the top lane, as I feel like if he can get a one-sided laning matchup, as proved to be the Akali into Kled, that might be one of the keys to success for JAG GreenWings.
Well, it felt like it was able to topple Samsung last time. They faced one another on the Rift. Ixu only being able to find that one victory, though, in that series, and the simple ban of the Akali was enough to get Samsung across the line for the rest of it. See, there's some thinking going on in there, and I have a feeling that the mastermind himself is going to be able to come up with some extra picks. But we have a look over the other side. The team now at the very top of the table, looking to extend that lead over the rest of the competition, is Samsung Galaxy, looking great, heading towards Rift Rivals, and if they finish it off with a clean 2-0 here, many teams will be fearing Samsung.
Yeah, same game score as SK Telecom T1, but because they own the head-to-head, as long as they stay in that spot, they will be ahead of SKT. And as we know, with the Gauntlet system, being first place in the regular season is a massive advantage. Guarantees that you are one of 2 teams in the overall grand final. So Samsung basically need to 2-0 all opposition and either beat SKT in the head-to-head or have SKT lose a match elsewhere, and then Samsung will get what they crave, which is first spot in regular season.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can get there. Of course, it was 3rd in the spring split, which is not something that they'd be happy with after the sweep that KT were able to hand to them. It's not exactly what they want, and now looking to stay strong. We have a look back. Yeah, there's the MVP for Ixu. In game number 2, 28 minutes. That was because that guy killed everyone, but the other 2 was the crown show.
Yeah, we had 2 2017 champion debuts in this series, which kind of goes forgotten because, sure, the Akali, no one will forget that, the pentakill. But game 1 was actually our first Gnar of 2017,
hey, true.
as Cuvée took Gnar into the Renekton coming through from Sowan. So those are picks that certainly will factor into the equation here. Samsung have been very, very consistent, losing single games here and there, but only 1 series to KT Rolster. Samsung finished 2nd in the regular season before, like you mentioned, falling 3-0 to KT Rolster. They can manage to beat that. If they get to 1st, they can avoid KT Rolster's SKT, maybe the ones to take them out. That would be quite the semi-final if we were to get a Telecom War semi after a Telecom War final. Looking at the players here, for JJ, highest KDA of any of the players. He's loved the Zyra, but recently it's been more about the Braum, and I feel like that might be very contested between Snowflower and Core JJ.
Yeah, interesting to see Kuzan really rocking it over Crown there as well. Crown being our spring split MVP. Kuzan just been very consistent there in the mid lane, opting in to a lot of supportish champions, but Crown has been doing that as well. Of course, most played for this season has been the Karma, but let's have a look at Cuvée. This guy's got a lot of 100% win rate champions, and they're not the tanks this season, Papa.
And that's kind of the story, right, is that all 4 of these champions are not his crutches for spring. Sure, there was some Camille play in spring, but Camille fell away and was perma-banned for the majority of it. But specifically the Gnar and Jarvan is new tech, and in general, the champion pool of top lane is this hybrid between tanks and fighters, largely on the fighter side of things, has become a meta that Cuvée can excel in, and a player who picked up no MVP points in spring has 700 already, halfway through summer.
Yeah, just amazing. 3rd now on that ranking, as we saw the 2 800 MVP point holders, and they were in our last series. But this just bodes very, very well for Cuvée. However, it didn't in game 2 last time these 2 met each other. We are going to focus on the bottom side of the map as far as our key matchup is concerned.
And Teddy's been struggling a little bit in the recent times. He's been playing a lot more of the top-paced teams, but in the 2v2 laning phase, Teddy and Snowflower have made pretty significant mistakes at least once a series, and players like Ruler and Core JJ have been able to overtake lane. And even though Teddy's laning stats are up there, his overall stats, like the amount of gold he takes, his DPM, have always been impressive. Like you can see, they're starting to wane in recent times. That's pulling down his overall numbers. Low kill participation as well, because grouping around Teddy has not necessarily been a summer winning strategy for them. So sure, maybe he'll get the Caitlyn and Ashe and do good things, but it hasn't been Teddy as impressive as previous seasons so far in summer.
Yeah, and he was part of the reason why they looked like they rolled over against the Afreeca Freecs in the last matchup that we saw Jin GreenWings go up against, and it doesn't bode well. I mean, this was a team that also looked like they were crashing and burning towards the end of spring. Umpty was one of the players that we were looking at as far as not quite finding his footing as the season went on. And it is a long season. There are a lot of games that you've got to play, but you really do need to have the tenacity to continue forward. And Teddy is one of their key players. He needs to step it up today. And if they can take a win over Samsung, imagine that as far as boosting this team back up to feeling good.
Going to be an uphill struggle, for sure.
Oh, yes.
They got the single game with the pentakill, but that's the sort of game where Samsung can just write it off and say, well, unique circumstances, we didn't understand Akali, we gave away the kills, and there was nothing we could do. It did go 2-0 in those other games, so this time Jinair will start on blue, which over the course of time has reliably been the more favored side. In game 1, what will be their super pick? We just came off a series where the likes of Galio were available at first pick. There are a couple of champions that have been the core tenant to a Jin-Air GreenWings victory. But Samsung, they're building. They still do have a bit of time to go before they find full performance, you'd have to think. This man on your screen, Crown, has been struggling recently relative to his MVP level performance in spring. Could still level up from there. And the scary fact is, though, Atlas, that they are beating teams like, for example, Jin-Air and Longzhu, with Crown largely being a peripheral factor. When he gets it all together, when Samsung are all firing and Cuvée and Crown are both threats, Samsung could get even stronger.
Yeah, if this is Crown's day, I have a feeling that we are going to see another sad plane on the Rift. But let's have a look at what happens in the Champions Select, as that is where we find ourselves right now. Syndra are going to be the first ban away from Crown. Crown's champion pool has extended, 4 games on Syndra, Orianna, Victor, and Taliyah so far this season, and 5 on the Karma. A couple in the back there as well. That cheeky Fiora game was a fun one.
He always plays the 4 to 5 champions, right? That's kind of the way the Crown goes. You look in solo queue and you hope to see something new, but it's always just more and more games into understanding all the best and worst matchups for these champions, and Syndra was left open to him in one of the games against Jin-Air, game 1, and he promptly dispatched them, and it's 4-0 on the pick, so not going to be messing around with that on blue side especially. Looking to see what slides to first pick. With a blue side Elise ban, does mean that Galio can be no longer a traded pick, and now we're looking at first pick. In other series, it might have been something like the Lee Sin, but that seems like a bit of a reach in this particular series.
Feels like Rek'Sai could be an opportunity here. They wanted to take that one away instead. But no, Karma is going to be the pickup, denying it from Crown and giving Kuzan the opportunity to hop back on what is another utility pick there in the mid lane.
And now I want to know, what does Ambition take when Rek'Sai and Gragas are both available? Because until the last series, don't even have to think about that question. You lock in the Gragas. But his Rek'Sai play was amazing against Longzhu. Very smart at picking the right lane to gank, being in the right spot, deciding bot lane in game 2, then top lane in game 3 with smart pathing. So to see him move past the Rek'Sai would be understandable if they draft Gragas, but I'd love to see more games of him on Rek'Sai, because that was vintage Ambition from when he was firing on all cylinders in 2016.
Well, we'll see what he decides to do. It's on him to figure it out.
Okay. Denial pick also, potentially.
That's a decent opportunity, but you mentioned that you can pick the Rek'Sai into the Lee Sin and it can work. Warwick is a different option.
Seen a couple of junglers messing around with him in solo queue, but locking him in competitive is a different story.
Yeah. Although, how did Jin-Air win the game against Samsung last time? By picking weird stuff. Probably isn't going to be the Warwick, but look, there could be some other curveballs that this draft could get thrown.
Will just be the Rek'Sai that hasn't, again, had a winning record for specifically Umti, who's 1-4 on Rek'Sai, but has been a big pick recently. And speaking of pick CC does help the Rek'Sai get going in the early to mid game. If you go Tiamat into something like the Cinderhulk, can get work done, and Thresh will facilitate that. A Snowflower special from even when he was on Rebels Anarchy and previously the Afreeca Freecs as well.
Yeah, I thought the Rakan could have been an opportunity here for Jin-Air as well, but Snowflower going to go back to another champion that he has found relative success on.
It also takes away any air of ambiguity about the Karma. Will be a mid lane Karma.
That is true. Unless it's an 80 carry Karma. You're going to charge up that Mantra a lot faster.
Oh yeah? You got any more facts about 80 Karma? Tell me more about it.
Oh, well, you just need to make sure you build your Rage Blade as quickly as possible so you synergize with your spells, Papa Smithy, and then you promptly forfeit the game.
Which Zeal item would you go?
Rapid Fire Cannon.
Oh, good to know. Just extend that auto attack range?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Shut up. All right, Zaya going to be banned away. We'll see where Jin-Air are going to go as far as the ban aims, and it is promptly maneuvered straight back to Crown.
I wonder if this is going to guide Teddy into Varus, which has been one of his most picked so far this season. So far, Kate, Zaya, Ashe, and Varus have been the biggest of picks for the side of Teddy's, or you could just eliminate all of them with a Varus ban. So the Varus was actually banned on blue side, I tell a lie. So already, the 80 carry pool is very constricted, so we're running pretty low here, maybe running on fumes for Teddy, who hasn't really been messing around with the Callistas of the world as much as other 80 carries, and previously the crown jewel of Jin-Air. Be interesting to see where he goes, as the likes of Twitch and Callista really are the only ones that...
Ironically, the one you haven't named is in the name of the team. Jin is certainly an option that Teddy has been to in the past.
Prey not picking it up today was a bit of a disappointment, but Teddy,
Yeah,
like you say, is a Jhin player. I'm looking for an answer to the Karma. This is one that people have workshopped, has been the Cassia, which would be quintessential Crown, but if we go back a bit further, I see you pointing at the screen, Atlas, because he was also a big purveyor of the Corki in the early parts of spring season. So we haven't had as much Corki as we expected on the Rift during the course of this week.
Yeah, and actually, I love it. We didn't see it in our last series, and I feel like that's a slight oversight that we didn't mention the complete lack of Corki being looked at all. Of course, a lot of contested picks there in the mid lane with the Galio being able to go through and things like that, but seeing this for the first time today is interesting in game number 4 of the day.
It's one of those things where I feel like Corki will cement himself as a must-pick, must-ban if an extra week was given for teams to VOD review and watch other regions. So I think increasingly in the future, you know, when we come back from Rift Rivals, then yes, Corki will reach that status. But teams haven't necessarily played or scrimmed as much Corki recently. And the end result has been him falling through picks and bans in surprising spots. Ixu needed a blind pick top laner. We'll go Rumble, and we questioned Ixu's Rumble earlier in the week, and he had a fantastic Rumble game just a couple of series ago. Doesn't mean that QV, because they're on red side, will have counter pick to whatever he was deciding. Didn't want to go for the blind pick Renekton, was worried about the Gnar. And Gnar always did pretty competitively into Rumble as well. So it still will be Gnar duty for QV.
Yep, and he's going to try and look for the 3-0 on the pick as well. The man has looked good so far, and we'll see whether that is going to continue. I like the composition as far as throwing enemies around. You've got the Gnar, you've got the Dragon Rage, and you've got Crown there as well to boot people out of the way with big package. See what happens as we get onto the Rift, because Samsung have drafted themselves comfort as well as a composition that does a lot of damage, Pop Smithy.
And it certainly does a lot of damage to turrets. They have 3 ranged auto attackers. Gnar, of course, only situationally, but all 3 of them want to crash down turrets, and team fighting will be a secondary concern to Samsung Galaxy. As the match goes on, though, very curious to see how the Rek'Sai will work this time for Omti. He's putting a lot of time into it in solo queue, ostensibly scrims, and also on stage. But it hasn't necessarily been resulting in wins, and Jhin, like you mentioned, have been on the downward turn. The sad planes have been more commonplace recently. They want to rewrite that, but Samsung is tough opposition.
They certainly are. The bottom lane has been somewhere Jhin has been flourishing earlier on when they were picking up the victories. Can the Kalista Thresh get them over the line? We'll see whether that's going to be the case, or whether Freljord is going to rule supreme with Ruler and Core JJ. Let's see what happens.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
All right.
A lot of cheerings from the Samsung fans, feeling good. Imagine some of them will be jumping on a plane and heading over to Rift Rivals after this, as they're to join their charges. The last match in Korea for Samsung Galaxy before they jump over to represent Korea at that event.
This was the laziest low 5 I have ever seen in my entire life. Absolutely fantastic. It's Teddy and Snowflower. Once again, you know, a bit of lore down here on the other side of the Rift as well. I like it. It's good to know when, you know, you got storylines as far as players, and then you've got storylines as far as champions as well. Everybody wins.
Narratives upon narratives, Atlas.
It's perfect. It's what you want. It's what you're looking for all the time. Okay, Ambition, looking for a bottom side start potentially. That'd be odd. Seen a lot of Lee Sins do this. There's pings everywhere from Jhin, just trying to work out where he's going to be starting.
Maybe even a late invade here as Braum is being ushered up. It wasn't the 5-man Braum invade we saw from Longzhu that actually ended up costing them. But they consider their options. They have a ward down already, and they just will be going for the big leash on the blue buff.
Yep. There's a little bit the start that we see a lot more often for the likes of Elise, things like that. As Kuzan just going to help out with some auto attacks. He's going to take down these little raptors, and the bottom lane is going to say, "Please, can you just come and take the trip on?" There it is.
That's a smiter. I think there was actually a query about whether the patience would run out, so smiting it there is not ideal. But he's still level 2. He's still Rek'Sai.
Yeah. Not going to have too much trouble. His Ambition takes the Gromp. He'll head over to his red buff likely. Actually, no, going for that full clear route. So not looking for any shenanigans with Rift Scuttlers and the like.
Ambition does play the Lee Sin a little bit differently to some of our other Lee Sins. Pick that he's played for a lot of his career. I'm a bit of a soundboard, but I always talk about how it was his big pick in the jungle back when he was a mid laner. So it's going to be focusing on the level 6, it feels, rather than necessarily anything else. Another reason he might have not gone straight to this camp is he would have hoped that the ward would have expired already on the red buff, but it was there, and they do have pretty exact information as Ruler.
Speaking of which.
Yep, gets able to launch the Hawk Shot. One of the underrated parts of drafting Ashe is that you get a lot of information with the Clairvoyance-esque effect of the Hawk Shot during laning phase.
The drone shot, as it were. This particular skin.
UAV.
Yeah, like it. Oh, wow. Bit of COD reference.
Yeah.
Flashbacks.
You a COD gamer, Atlas?
No. No, that's why it's bad flashbacks.
Did you have a Call of Duty? I feel like everyone played a Call of Duty. Like everyone has one they would say was theirs.
Yeah, the one that I enjoyed was Call of Duty 2. That was when I was young. I thought that I was good at video games, even if I wasn't.
You don't have to be good at Call of Duty to play it.
No.
I played some Modern Warfare 2. It was pretty fun, but fell off it after that.
What did I play recently? There was one of them that came out recently that was okay. Kuzan's going to get the snare. And Crown is going to be able to trade back fantastically well with Gatling Gun and the Fast Bomb. Not too much aim. Yeah, I can't actually remember what that the card that recently came out. Was it like Modern Warfare 3 or something like that? It wasn't that bad.
There's been a lot of them out.
Yeah.
The games aren't necessarily bad. They just kind of follow the same formula again and again and again.
Yeah. But it was like the first one that I played of the new ones, and I was like, this is cool. I can upgrade my gun, have cool stuff. Oh, and wait, I can also feel really, really bad because I don't have my gun upgraded as much as everybody else's guns. Ugh.
I like your shout of despair.
Yeah, it was not a great
annoyed
time
grunt.
for me.
Pretty solid annoyed grunt.
I was just experimenting with first-person shooters that weren't GoldenEye.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was weird because you strafe differently.
And your controller is a bit different. It's a mouse and keyboard instead of the Nintendo 64 controller.
Yeah, and being left-handed but using a mouse right-handedly makes me very, very bad.
I have an important question to ask you.
Yeah, go.
So, they are going to release a Super Nintendo Mini, right? That's already
yeah.
been announced. Do they release a Nintendo 64 Mini? And if so, does it have the same controller?
I don't think you ever want to re-release that controller.
Just pretend it didn't exist?
Yes. Deny that was ever a thing. Would be the best option. That being said, I got very used to it, which ruined my ability to play any other video game console ever. It's like I'm used to a controller that is never going to be replicated or anything's going to be similar ever. And now I'm screwed. God, those joysticks were so bad, Papa Smithy.
They broke a lot.
Oh, so much. And why do you put Mario Party when you've got flimsy joysticks?
To make you buy more joysticks.
Yeah, well, you certainly have to. The hook's going to land here from Snowflower. Good playback as well. Core JJ. Negligible damage, but at least the message has been sent.
Loud and clear of no action in the early game. The moment that Ambition went for the full clear and you realized it was Corki mid. And also Gnar. Yep. Ganking lanes pre-6 wasn't looking very happy times for Samsung.
Yeah, feels a little bit bad.
Ambition and also Omti might be meeting in the top side, though. No one spotted out just yet.
Might be some action, Pop Smithy.
Yeah, maybe not.
Oh, but Snowflower did get a relic proc on it, which was exciting.
I see you're getting into that awkward spot as a play-by-play caster where you need something to be excited about, and you're like, relic shield, bro.
Yeah, well, I was too busy triggering myself on memories of not being very good at first-person shooters and N64 controllers.
And look where we ended up, in MOBAs. That said, now suddenly I want to play LoL with a Nintendo 64 controller.
Oh, could you imagine? Talk about hard mode.
I could probably still carry games as Gallia.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Do you reckon you could play Fiddlesticks with a N64 controller?
Why do you specify Fiddlesticks?
Because, I feel like he's the one that you've played the most out of any other champion, given the fact that he was your very early main.
It's all about Galio and Zach.
No, Why would they be left open? What is
Fair
this?
question, because they know I'm playing on a Nintendo 64 controller, Atlas.
You're allowed to have the handicap. Are there enough buttons?
Don't ask questions.
Okay.
Just admit my greatness.
Imagine playing Lee Sin on an N64 controller.
Or a Guitar Hero controller.
Oh, yeah. That'd be rocking out. If there's ever a way to rock out, that is a way to rock out.
Well, if you listen to the audio-only commentary, nothing's happened, although...
Crown gonna have to throw down his exhaust. He's taking a lot of damage. Ambition waiting, and that is going to be the pickup. The ultimate was there, and somehow the knockup didn't come down on Akuza.
They want another
mean
kill.
that Ambition is going to fall. No. Last auto attack, not enough from Kuzan. Of course, Karma not a notable auto attacker, but First Blood going over to Jin Air. Fantastic start, and they may actually transition this into a Mountain Drake. Umti's just really happy that Rek'Sai, got another buff. And she's feeling even better now. Because he was one of those players that tried his hand and it just flat out didn't work.
Yeah, playing on the tail end of the rework just before it came through and then not finding any success with it. It was a smart time to get. They had double wards already in the enemy jungle. She's falling pretty low, so probably do with the Thresh, but the Thresh gets called away.
Yeah, he's got Rek'Sai, she's pretty durable.
Less so than before, but otherwise, pretty strong. Crown dying through Flash and also the Valkyrie is pretty sad times.
Yeah.
But he's got his package, so he's feeling better now.
Yeah, he's got his package. He's got his sword that gives him proc damage on his autos, as well as his Ruby Crystal. I'm aware it's called a Sheen, but I just sometimes like to speak about it visually.
You like to live dangerously.
Yeah. Well, I like to mix it up. I mean, you say Sheen one too many times, it starts to lose its meaning. That's the steal. There's blue buff. Crown's going to pop over. Say thank you very much. Move it a bunch extra fast with that package equipped. None the wiser for the loss of his buff. So good answer here from Samsung to make sure that they get something back and trade for their mid laner, but good hook lands. Once again, the play coming in. Unbreakable means that all of these hooks are more boring than I expected. But Teddy has been playing this one out nicely and does have the Doran's Blade start as well, so understanding that they do have a little bit of extra pressure with the extra range that the Thresh does provide.
Also much more of a salient option in a matchup against the likes of Braum rather than the Zyras and Lulus that ran the Rift in spring season.
Yeah.
So Doran's shield regen just a little bit lower priority as Ashe doesn't really start doing a lot of trade damage till a couple more points in volley where she can use it more liberally.
Kuzan's just been casually farming really, really well and now has an Athene's on Holy Grail, so has skipped any sort of gank opportunities, more than happy just to chill, and Magic Resist you can pick up there is more useful now against the Corki that has 80% magic damage on his autos, and Cuvée has to watch his boomerang fly off to the side.
People wonder, why is that so significant? The fact that it's so much now loaded on magic damage instead of physical. I mean, the big story is that magic damage critical strikes, specifically with Infinity Edge, it feels so bad to itemize magic damage against magic resist purely against Corki, and that amount of magic damage burst is really on the high end, and the sort of thing is hard to avoid. Umti and Ambition certainly are not ships sailing through each other at night. They find each other, but Ambition just gets away.
Yep, cheeky little auto attack, but lots of vision now available for Jin Air. They're protecting their bottom lane. Lane that has been the crown jewel in the past. Cuvée getting pretty large as there's the Narbak, just looking for the solo kill potentially onto Ixu, but only gets half of his health bar.
Actually well timed because he was just going into mini Gnar form where you can do a lot more harass damage. Bot lane.
Yeah, teleport immediately going to come in from Kuzan as Samsung were looking to try and get some action. But once again, we're not going to have any proximity.
Not really sure on that call given that Teddy and Snowfire clearly wanted to be leaving the lane. Bit of a misread, I would imagine, of the bot lane situation by Kuzan.
May have thought that Ambition had, the correct route in there, so could have got behind. And no, I don't think so either. I was looking for that, the classic play-by-play justification move. Just didn't have it.
Looking for a silver lining that may not be real, but
yeah.
I kind of have to nod my head and be like, sure, that could be the
that look. Theoretically, everything's
Pigs
possible.
can fly.
Yeah. In one universe, maybe, based on infinite possibilities, etc., etc.
Do you think in one universe you're a color caster and I'm a play-by-play caster?
Do you know that universe happened a few years ago? Well, actually, no, not the you play-by-play. That being said, where can we make this happen? Is that going to have to like stay on our podcast?
You mean the LCK broadcast?
All right, do you want to take the next team fight?
No, I'm good.
Are you sure?
We're still training Atlas. We have to go and represent Riot Games at Rift Rivals next week.
Yeah, so we need to like get in the hyperbolic time chamber.
There is only 2 playcasters on that list. So if both of you get sick, I think Papa's in the house.
Yeah, and look, we're on a plane. You know, anything can happen on planes.
Might
die.
Jin knows about it.
Yeah, well, Unbreakable once again going to deny a lot of fun, but they're going to try and turn this one around. A Samsung. CoreJJ takes a lot of damage. Exhaust has to be expended onto Teddy. And that was more exciting than it was last time.
Juve was just getting back to lanes. Didn't have any rage bar. There was actually decent teleport ward options. Not fantastic ones, but options. It wasn't going to come down. Doesn't mean Unbreakable on cooldown for a bit. And crucially, the Glacial Fish are not available now for CoreJJ.
Thankfully, Arrow there for potential disengage or engage, depending on what Samsung want to be using it for. Crown going to be able to get his blue buff, maneuver himself back. Okay, everything back to quiet once again. Let's check in with the gold, 300. Nothing at all. Mountain Drake, though, on the side of Jin. Still feeling very comfortable, and it's good to see Umti been comfortable now on the Rek'Sai, and does have the Cinderhulk Tiamat build sorted out. It's now Ambition. Going to look to perturb Umti as he's taking down this Rift Scuttler.
Never really going to use the Resonating Strike onto a Karma, who already has Athene's and Anita's Large Rod.
Doesn't need to be that large, Papa Smithy.
Not yet. Here it is.
Yeah.
Casual roam through from Ixu, but only level 11. Cuvée and Crown's time both gets better around 1 item. It's going to be the Black Cleaver rush after the Hex Drinker for Cuvée, and also the Trinity Force for Crown. So I think we will be more quizzical about Samsung after that comes in bot lane.
Yeah, CoreJJ using the Unbreakable on the wrong side completely, and that is going to be Teddy picking up another kill for Jin. Make that a double. All too easy, and Umti utilizing those amazing gank paths that you can take with the Rek'Sai. Tunnels in, gets a kill.
And it was a multi-step process because it was as Crown had recalled as well. Able to get a big advantage for no investment, basically. Nice pathing, like you say, from Umti, who finally is playing himself into form on the Rek'Sai. They'll get first brick in the bot lane as well, and Jin piling on advantages, and all Samsung can say is, well, our item spikes are getting there. Will they be relevant if there's just more gold sitting on the side of Jin GreenWings?
Yeah, and you're talking about early spikes. On the other side of the map, there's a Rumble who's more than happy to have just a Liandry's. Crown does steal away a blue buff, but then Kuzan wants to, it looks like, it could be Luden's Echo as item number 2, looking for that earlier power spike. And Kalista, known forever as a 2-item spike champion.
And I love the fact that you spell out the 2 items is where Jin will look super strong, where Samsung 1 item is where they're probably the strongest, specifically the Trinity Force and also the Black Cleaver. And so the moment that those things are in, which it looks like will be accelerated from the side of Jin will be looking for fights while Samsung's looking to split. And so far, Jin has run the map and should also have the upside and also the first foot in the door when it comes to deciding what happens around the map.
Well, we'll see whether Samsung can make use of that very small window that this Trinity Force has offered. Of course, Ruler does have the Blade of the Ruin King as well, but it's not necessarily a big spike for the old Ashe. Probably wants to get a Zeal item for the extra attack speed before that. Now, Swap has come in. Cork moving down towards the bottom side. Umti looking for this Rift Herald, and if too much investment does go down from Samsung, it means that this Rift Herald may be able to get a fair bit of work done, possibly on an inner turret up here towards the top side.
And Ixu just uses an equalizer, allows the race to be won by Jin as they pick up their second outer turret at the same time. Rek'Sai soloing down the Rift Herald. Jin is actually getting everything on the Rift, while Samsung can only watch on in a bit of horror.
Yeah. Ixu as well, full knowledge of exactly what was happening. Teleport from Kuzan is going to make it. Yeah. 2 versus theoretically 3, but it was just Ruler and Ambition down here. Now Umti looking to utilize this Rift Herald and has 3 members here. This rotational play from Jin over the last few minutes honestly has been stunning.
Delightful. They're probably going to get this turret here. I mean, it's hard for them to walk up, but so far so good as Ambition.
Yeah, caught in transition as well. That's going to mean the outer turret. Another hook's going to land as Cuvée very close to that big Narbar, but good dodge from Teddy. That was stunning. as now Kuzan's going to be able to pick up that kill, and Samsung on the ropes and just don't look like they have an answer to this play from Jinair.
It was such a standard playbook from both teams for about the first 9 minutes, and the moment that Jinair stepped forward, got a pick, they've been able to translate it into just immense map control. Bot lane going their way at the same time as well. They're already raining in on the mid lane turret, having it 50% HP, 17 minutes in.
Yeah, big hook onto Crown there as well, as Teddy's going to be able to follow up with some poke. Kuzan, this Karma, the fact that he's gone with the extra ability power straight afterwards, that looks like a death cap is opted into for item number 2, means that it's not the Ardent Sensor, it's not the big shields or anything like that. And yes, that is going to synergize with the cup, but the spike in damage that you get from this flat AP is crazy in the mid game.
And we've seen this once before this week, but you can just vary yourself off the path when your team is doing well and go death cap second, and it doesn't mean you can't pick up Ardent Sensor as a 3rd or 4th item. We saw it 3rd after a death cap because you still are getting extra value out of the new Athene's passive, and Ardent Sensor is so cheap that you put your extra gold, your snowball gold, into building towards the death cap, and with the Forbidden Idol in the inventory, it still will be Ardent Sensor a bit later.
Yeah, and that's 40% cooldown reduction in the meantime as well, Papa Smithy, so I like it from Kuzan.
And some more mana regen that gives him ability power.
Oh, the synergy.
Ardent Sensor no longer the item you feel ashamed to have in your inventory.
Yeah, you know how there's a few things in League of Legends that just make you love the game, and item synergy I think is the thing that I am most into.
What's your favorite item synergy?
Favorite item synergy? Probably Hextech Gunblade Spirit Visage.
So a very standard one. Then.
Yes, it's the normal stuff.
Why do I ask you questions?
I know, you fall into the trap every single time.
I know.
And what were you expecting?
Blade the Ruin King Hurricane?
Boring. There's no Gunblade there.
That's true. There's no Gunblade very frequently.
Yeah, that's a good point. But no, remember I was a Mordekaiser player, so it has to be something to do with Spellvamp.
Should have a chat with Khan after one of his matches.
Oh, I'd love to.
Pick his brain. You seemed unhappy about his Rylai's rush.
Yeah, well, look, it makes sense, right? But it's it feels too meta. I like being a super metal dude with a gun that's also a sword.
Like role-playing the Mordekaiser.
Yeah. I feel like if you're going to be hipster enough to pick Mordekaiser, you need to pick hipster items as well. That being said, his build worked, so...
He did win a professional game in Korea on Mordekaiser.
Against the #1 team in the league. Sorry, #4 team in the league. So, definitely did well, and I probably couldn't perform the same way. That's all right. Meanwhile, we've got Jinair rotating beautifully
pushing up
towards
through
the
mid,
top side.
putting down control wards in the red side jungle, forcing Gnar to recall. Gnar doesn't even have a sick teleport ward, and doesn't have the rage bar either. So, Jinair maybe not getting massive damage onto inner turrets, but continue to follow the playbook really smartly. And guess what? They got a nice fallback objective to start considering with their Callista secure on Baron.
Yeah, just incredibly good. The fact that they get that easy maneuver between the inner turrets mid and top means that these pick opportunities are certainly there. As Umpty tagged, but look at that. Just shielded up, not going to take any damage that's going to stick. Has that rage to eat up as well. Try and get this Rek'Sai back to her healthy self. Juve going to go mega, but it's not feeling as mega as it should feel. Despite the fact that it's only 7,000 gold to lead.
And the items are there, right? He has the Black Cleaver, he has the Hex Drinker, so should be, especially in Mini-Gnar form, making the Rumble stay very frustrating, who has no regen in the build. But they don't have any map control. This is where laning advantages and 1-3-1 possibilities become almost buzzwords that are fake news, because there's nothing they can do to really put pressure on even outer turrets, because Jinair, shrouded in darkness with there being no ward control by Samsung, can rock up, Thresh Hook, or the Fate's Call will ruin their day. And because Samsung have to show respect, the aforementioned power spikes are pretty irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, and we're getting towards those 2-item power spikes. Teddy already has his, but there's a lot of gold on Kuzan, who goes back and grabs that hat that spells a lot of disaster for Samsung. That's 40% cooldown reduction with a death cap. That means those Qs are going to be hurting a lot, and the Inspire shields are going to be massive as well. I love the double duty that you get from the ability power when you have a utility-based champion. And these are the ideal items for a Kalista at this stage of the game. If you're mid-game with a QSS, Blade of the Ruined King Hurricane, you are feeling so incredibly good about your life.
There's a small note, but without blue buff or 10% CDR from runes, it is only with the blue buff that Kuzan has the 40% as Athene's was nerfed to 10%.
Ah, unfortunate.
But it's mid lane Karma, so the blue buff's there, so your point still stands.
All right, thank you, Pop Smithy.
They had to adjust something, otherwise it would have been just the most overpowered on Karma.
Well, Hook is going to land somehow. I believe that was the fact that CoreJJ jumped in front of Ruler, who was the target. That is going to be the snare onto Snowflower. He does have the Fate's Call as the option. Out goes Umpty, and there's the Fate's Call. We're looking for the re-engage as See You Later Ambition, and that is reset 1 that Teddy's able to pick up. Umpty waits for the end of the concussive blows, and that wears off. Big one needed to be fired out if you wanted that kill on the side of Crown.
And now it's only the Mega Gnar that has to be respected, so given they can see the bar for now, feeling pretty comfortable. Umpty doing a bit of jungling, trying to get some health back. They want an inner turret, but the next minion wave is kilometers away, so why not take the big grouped minion wave in the bot lane and try and get the inner turret there instead.
Yep, this is the one that we prepared earlier, says Jin Air on their cooking show. Snowflower looking for a hook over this wall as well. I believe he swept out that area, but there are no wards anyway for Samsung. Good positioning by Ruler, but he doesn't want to stand there. Hook is going to go wide.
Kuzan falling low, the evacuation happens. No inner turrets, but very low, very much standing gold available for Jin Air on a return to mid lane or bot. And the items, you know, for Samsung, with that gold deficit now, 4,500 or so. Infinity Edge can't come fast enough for Crown, but even he still doesn't want to be team fighting because it's going to be a DPS build from Cuvée. Not quite the rapid fire cannon yet, maybe that'll be a later item, given that we saw that earlier in the week.
It looks like more of Malmortius is actually going to be picked up here.
Thank you, Observer, for showing us that, yep, the next return will be 2 more inner turrets taken down from the side of Samsung Galaxy. Jin Air just keep going back, picking up relevant items.
And look at all of the zeros on the side of Samsung. We're looking at a potential perfect game for Jin Air here at 25 minutes in.
Here's what I'll say about this season. We've had 2 perfect games, both by Afreeca Freecs. That's already pretty remarkable. We've had a lot of perfect 20 minutes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We've had, in standard lanes, the snowball is real, and the snowballs have consistently happened. You're right, though, Jin Air for at least 25 minutes, it's seeming like, 24, 30, has been good. They're on the Baron, they have the secure. Samsung have been respectful all game. The smite's used early, they just want to secure it with the pick. Here it is.
Yeah, they just don't really care. The Rend is so strong with that many spears in the back of the head of the Baron. And Jin Air take a free one in that pit. You give Kalista enough time and she's going to make sure that there is no stealing anything. You can be the best jungler in the world. You're not going to be able to outsmite 2,000 damage. Probably a little bit more than that. Quite exaggerate effectively. However, fantastic work by Jin Air, knowing exactly what they can take without ever having to take a risk. It feels like it's just been calculated, measured play so far throughout this series.
I mean, they made an assertive move, right? Taking down the Corki, and everything just flowed on. It's almost like they were reading a script from there and ticking every box.
But when has that been Jin Air, you know? When have they really known every single move to make throughout these games? That was a lot of the question marks that we had in the spring season, because there was just, how do they close out after having these moments of brilliance?
I mean, in summer, sure, they have reverted to old form, like, for example, the series against Afreeca last time out. But there have been moments where that has been Jin Air's story, and that's why there was the good news. We came up with the Clean Air meme for a reason, as Snowflower forces Ruler to flash.
That is going to be this inner turret falling down. The Baron buff just able to take down the turrets that our observers so aptly stated had been prepared earlier.
This is the Clean Air. This is the team that can, when they get everything going, look like they're not going to make a mistake, and they have so much damage on their members that Samsung are playing respectful as they lose basically every objective on the map.
Yeah, and they're moving ward lines up. They're doing everything correctly. This minion wave on the top side is going to be nursed by Kuzan, who has teleport at the ready if anything is going to go awry. Rumble also moving up as well, has a Fiendish Codex there just to try and get some cooldown reduction of his own. Heading towards Zhonya's Hourglass as item number 3. Now everyone just follows that minion wave towards the last remaining inner turret. This textbook is being read pretty aptly.
And all the effort into banning out Teddy. He brings back the Kalista that he's only played 2 times professionally. Looks very, very good on it. Now they're sitting on a mountain of gold. Most of the gold lead in gold, so Baron buff and the champion level is still going to be separating the 2 teams, but it could be bigger.
Yeah. Able to get a lot of damage onto that inhibitor turret, but that one is going to regen. Powered recall is going to be used.
Buy some sick items.
Yeah. Quarter of that Baron buff is remaining. 2,000 gold on the jungler. Terrifying.
And you know what? decides that, hey, it worked for us sometimes. Knight's Vow, I don't need any more damage. I just want to make sure that Kalista doesn't die.
Yeah. Speaking of the Kalista, Kuzan now has that Ardent Sensor.
Crown trying to stop the perfect game. It's a dirty way to do it, taking a Drake.
Yeah, that's nice. Got to kill something. Come on, Crown. All right, so Umti's going to be able to say no to that. That's going to be double mountain, double air. We're on our way to an Earth, Wind, and Fire. Could it be? No. Yes, there's one more dragon. Come on, please be Infernal Dragon. Damn it! Every time. I never get an Earth, Wind, and Fire day.
You don't. Not granted to you, Atlas, but you may get a Jin Air perfect game, which is like a triple rainbow, like the most rare.
Yeah, that is crazy rare.
I don't know this for a fact,
so spoiled.
But I'm willing to make a proclamation. I don't know if Jin Air have ever made a perfect game in their League of Legends tenure, ever.
Yeah, look.
There isn't many perfect games, and Jin Air have never been a dominating team, so this may be a first of all time. No, not achieved yet. Certainly you can make a boneheaded mistake and dive in the Nexus as you win the game, but it's been a clean 28 minutes, that's for sure.
And even if this isn't an exactly perfect game, it's the most perfect that I've seen Jin Air play, especially against a team like Samsung. And it's not like they've picked a champion that is crazy.
Nope.
Or like picked up pentakills on Ixu and things like that. This is just better macro players. There's the equalizer put down. Oh, beautiful dodge of that arrow.
Movement speed helped a lot there.
Yep, Teddy is going to jump himself back, but not enough auto attacks on this turret. The Inspire Shield's there. That means that this Kalista very, very slippery as he looks for the auto attacks. The last remaining ones on this inhibitor turret. Deep, possibly in trouble, takes half of his health bar.
They really want to walk up and hit this turret twice more by Teddy. Nope, just a single.
Yeah, that is going to the hook. Ambition just explodes. There's still Ren damage there as Umti jumps his way forward. That's going to be that. The exhaust goes down, but the thing about Teddy is he still gets the resets. Once it wears off, it's a double kill for the Rek'Sai. Ingo, Snowflower, Cube's in trouble. That's the Rend, the double kill. And Jin Air are looking to finish off the base now if they get a minion wave. Because that's the ace, and there's 30 seconds on everyone.
It's insane. They're going for this perfect game. Now they're trying to brute force it. The minion line's coming up. I think they've done it, Atlas.
I think they've done it too. The perfect game against Samsung, the #1 team in the league. And Jin Air GreenWings say, it doesn't matter. The glad plane will fly, and the Nexus will melt. Jin Air GreenWings, what a way to make momentum moving into a game #2.
Possibly for the first time in their history, likely for the first time in their history, they get a perfect game, the third of the 2017 LCK Summer season. It's not the Afreeca Freecs, but you look at the teams that have taken a perfect game. KT's one of them. Now you add Samsung to the list. Samsung Galaxy would have been pretty happy with their draft, but it fell apart on one invade about 9 minutes in. Nothing much happened until the kill came through, and from there, every single decision they made was the correct one for Jin Air GreenWings. And now you wonder about the temperature in the booth. You can see Ruler fanning himself. It must be heating up because they're going to have to answer to their coach how Jin Air, a team that came in with pretty woeful form, it must be mentioned. It wasn't with an Akali cheese pick that they beat Samsung Galaxy. It was playing and drafting about as standard as possible, and that probably is the thing that will scare Samsung the most.
Yeah, we have to go back to our previous series where we saw Blue Side be so incredibly effective. It's happening once again. The first 4 games these teams have played against each other is the Blue Side 100% win rate. As this is
everyone
just
knows their role. The hook
exceptional.
onto Gnar was just tremendous there. Teddy could even take a Nexus shot or two, playing with fire, both him and Ixu.
Ixu was so close to denying the perfect game by just walking accidentally into the fountain.
We have seen Afreeca Freecs perfect game in game 1 and lose a series. It can still happen.
Yes.
But you can never take away that on this day, July 1st, Jin Air GreenWings perfect game, first placed Samsung, and made us wonder about what the rest of the season holds for both these teams.
or about what the rest of this series holds as well. If this is a 2-0 for Jin Air, imagine what that's going to do to Samsung, who are our third place representatives moving into Rift Rivals. Might mean that the LMS and the LPL could be feeling better, but we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, Jin Air look to make it a 2-0.
Too
Welcome back, OGN Legend, LCK Summer, and Junior GreenWings just perfect games Samsung Galaxy after doing about nothing for the first 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden, perfect game, and it was over.
Take a deep breath, Atlas. That's the clean air that we saw on the Rift there, as it was just a beautiful display coming through from Jin Air. The strategy of banning all of Teddy's champion pool failed miserably, and it's not like they packed the Rift with power. They packed the Rift with smart moves, and most of those smart moves were initiated by Umti, who will pick up the MVP.
And if at first you don't succeed, try again. That is the story with Umti's Rek'Sai, and this time it looked so damn good.
And nothing really happened in the period before this. We were talking about Nintendo 64, we were talking about Call of Duty. There was nothing really happening. It was super standard. But the mark of a good team is that when they get ahead, when they get an inch, they take a mile. And they took some kilometers. They were getting some nautical miles at some point. Such was the advantage that Jin Air took because they didn't make a single mistake. No kills, not even a backdoor attempt on a Drake of all things. That was the most Samsung thought they could pick up. And everything from there was a treat to watch.
Yes. The misplay, unfortunately, that we saw earlier onto Core JJ was a big problem, but this team fight and the way Jin Air was playing was just beautiful. Teddy on the Kalista was a joy to watch, dodging out of the way of so many different skill shots until he basically didn't have to. He just needed to put enough Ren stacks into Samsung Galaxy that he waits out and exhausts and kills the whole team.
And if you think about it, the first series between these two teams did not go on blue side, as it was. Actually, no, if I think about it, it did go on blue side as well. So this would be a continuation of that particular trend. Longzhu were able to rewrite a similar trend. It took them till the third game of that. If Jin Air win 2-0 in even measurably a clean fashion like they could in game one, that would really just change the whole season and really what our expectations are for teams like Samsung.
And what I hope, Papa Smithy, what I hope is that Ixu's pick is going to be weighted till last, and he gets the Akali once again. Because that's the beauty of the red side, is that you get that counter pick. I highly doubt it's going to happen because we've been denied things like the Mordekaiser and the Akali this time around. But what does Jin Air do on red?
I think something like a Galio also was the hidden power that helped the Akali to snowball as hard as she did. Always snowball champion, but having some extra damage reduction never hurt.
Yep, very true. And
Galio will be banned on blue side. Crown's played it once, but not willing to return to it. Game one bans were a lot about AD carry, especially as the draft went on. So we'll see where the adjustments are. Paris ban was an intriguing one in the first series, and then we're going to be seeing that again. And Kalista is the adaptation.
All right, Kalista going to be taken away from Teddy. Makes a heck of a lot of sense, but now, do they leave up the Syndra? Do they leave up the Elise? What is going to be that pick that does make it through into Samsung's hands?
I think you give up Syndra and then take Rek'Sai to answer Elise would be the way to go. So you ban Syndra, sorry, and then leave up the Elise to go through and take the Rek'Sai as an answer. They're going to leave up Syndra. Now, this is certainly playing with fire. This is them saying, okay, we'll just take Ashe and put Ruler in an awkward spot AD carry-wise.
Oh, but it's going to be Karma with the priority. Does mean that now Jin Air have a lot of options that they can go to. Kuzan can head towards the Syndra if he wants to. They can pick that one up and then hop back on the Rek'Sai if they feel like it.
And Samsung may be able to get both because they could just take a support Karma and take Syndra in the next round because you're not expecting Kuzan to lock Syndra into a Karma first pick.
That is a very good point. Well, it is going to be the Rek'Sai at least.
And that's also something to discuss, Atlas, because that is Rek'Sai being taken with only Lee Sin and Zac as junglers who are banned away. So taking it as a priority over the Elise. I thought Ambition should consider that in previous series because of how great he looked in the series last time out against Longzhu on the Rek'Sai. Doesn't get that option here, and I mentioned taking away the Ashe, and that's probably the smart move, given the AD carry pool with Caitlyn, Varus, and the Kalista band is already getting into the doldrums when it comes to a selection for Ruler.
Yeah, and of course, going into this series as well, I mean, there were two champions that Teddy had a winning record on, and it was the Ashe and the Caitlyn. His Xayah wasn't looking as good, so that one is going to be overlooked. And now the Twitch insta-locked by Ambition for Ruler.
Now he has the Karma. It also will be a draft around the Twitch, as you can see, with the confirmation of it being a mid lane Karma and a support Tahm Kench. We saw Ruler play this in the Forever game against Longzhu Gaming It went the longest of the season.
Forever game. It's exactly what it was.
And it's worth noting that Ruler opened up very aggressively and died multiple times, most famously opening up behind the enemy Nexus and looking for his ult to get picks. So I would say while he wasn't necessarily looking poor on Twitch, it didn't necessarily look like prey on Twitch, or perhaps a top-rated Twitch player. Now he can redefine that with a good performance in this series and already does have shields and a Devour to help him out. Jin just going for full lane power. If they can just win the 2v2 handily and Omti on the Rek'Sai can path like he did in game 1, maybe there's not going to be the point where Twitch hits 3 to 4 items and can really start powering through the members of Jin.
Well, Cuve's going to have his pick of the litter when it comes to top laners here, as I believe it will be an Elise Gragas ban coming out on the side of Jin. It feels a little bit silly not to take the opportunity to crush Ambition's picks, and that is going to be the case. So the Cassiopeia taken away from Kuzan makes some sense. See what they take away next. It's Talia.
The Gragas definitely the highest priority takeaway, most played by Ambition, and also the sort of pick they found so much value with. We mentioned how they weren't going to be too keen in drafting Syndra into Karma because Karma can usually nullify. Could still be a consideration, but something like the Orianna could also be drafted, and instead, Kuzan will go back to his old playbook. So they see a team that's built around team fighting with a couple of items on a Twitch and say, well, we don't want a team fight. We want to play the side lanes. And having the LeBlanc to play side lanes and also counterpick on the top lane is pretty crucial, Atlas, because now, theoretically, they can push mid, break a turret in the side lanes, rotate LeBlanc to it, and also counterpick Cuve and play the 1-3-1 and never allow there to be the 5v5 fights that you assume are being drafted to with Karma, Twitch, and the Tahm Kench. Bit of a pivot from Samsung. They will be taking the Renekton for lane power, but what does Ixu want to take into it? I see you smiling. I don't think it's going to be the Akali.
But the Singed is another fun one. And going back to, you were mentioning playbooks. Ixu has played that one before.
This is a risky matchup to take Singed into.
Just play Akali, man. Oh,
even the crowd was depressed, Atlas.
Yeah, well.
The Singed into Camille. I definitely can see Ixu doing that in the future. But the Singed into Renekton sounded like a bad time. So the Rumble has been working much better for Ixu in Summer than ever before. A champion that he never could find success on his previous team, or even on Jin in spring season, has become a lot better. A lot of magic damage on the side of Jin GreenWings, given that they have double magic damage, solo lanes, and also a Zyra. But Samsung are going to be looking for a confidence booster. Even a kill or an early objective would bring them back into the series in a big way. They've been perfect game before by Katie Rolster. Now they've been perfect game by Jin. It's such a different story. And Samsung, a team that are feeling like they can be the regular season champions, want to find a way to get through Jin. It would be humiliating to go down 2-0 and then have to face a long flight to Rift Rivals.
Certainly would. They want momentum moving in to their matches against the LMS and the LPL. Might be difficult because Jin have put themselves together a composition that looks like comfort. Having Kuzan on a champion that he has played a lot so far, even this season, but a lot in the past as well. And the Rek'Sai from Monty looked so good. Even Ixu had a lot of comfort as Teddy's on a positive win rate champion. There are a lot of good stories for Jin, but there is so much for Samsung and a beautiful curve moving into the late game. We'll see whether they can make it work as we hop onto the Rift. That is how you lead a cheer, Papa Smithy. That is beautiful. Samsung once again going to be grouping up as 5, moving down towards the bottom side.
And do some scouting if they want to invest the ambush level 1 for the Twitch, or just group as 5 and see what happens. Are we back to the spring meta of killing supports as they try to patrol the bot lane? Samsung fans in the crowd.
Oh, goodness. I almost had a heart attack because we were having a look at the fans, and then Snowflower could have been dead. But he wasn't. It's going to be okay.
Does mean that they can, on the top side of the map, get some answering vision here, Jin. So even though they surrendered the foremost brush.
Yeah, I like that cute little ward on the Raptor camp there as well. Pretty understandable that Crown will help Ambition out.
So we're waiting to see. No wards put down by Omti or Ixu. They have perfect vision of where Ambition is at, though.
Not sure whether they saw Cuvée moving up towards the top, but they'll assume that he's hanging around as now, I believe, a couple of harpoons are going to get thrown into that Brambleback. That's where Omti's going to start. And that is very early Mantric now.
Wants to have the cooldown back up for lane. Yeah. Kuzan does take away.
Oh, that was cute.
A bit of experience there.
Not going to be able to count that one out as easily, but Crown does at least know what has happened. There it is, bit of the healing back from the W onto Ambition as he hits that level 2. Move back towards Grab, can't finish that one off. Continue his parade through the jungle, but this is going to be different. We've been seeing Ambition on a lot of junglers and succeeding when he has the ability to add utility. Hasn't necessarily been that carry flavor. Now Crown taking a lot of damage. Just trade and chains. Crown's a little bit easier than Kuzan's is, but Kuzan's does a bit more damage.
Yeah, rune pages for mid laners run a lot less magic resist. You can see 34, and that includes also the base magic resist that was added in 7.11 or 7.10, I forget, but the base magic resist on all champions that was added recently.
Yeah.
Ambition is doing well statistically on Kha'Zix, but you're right, in the previous series it's been carry performances on champions like Rek'Sai that have defined games rather than farming on a champion like Kha'Zix and just making things happen in the late game. He's mid lane now, though.
Yeah, actually looking to try and get a lot of damage down onto Kuzan, and I like this. Just harass them out. He's got damage now, and that's how he's going to be able to pressure people out of lane.
And second Doran's Ring isn't as attractive a purchase as it was before. So 15 CS goes back, just buying, just go for a very small incremental buy with the Dark Seal.
Yeah. And of course, I'm talking about it like he hasn't played much Kha'Zix. He's played a lot of Kha'Zix this season. And it's not for the same reasons that we give him accolades for his other champions, like the Gragas, that he was so excellent at.
And Gragas and Rek'Sai, just very different beasts, right? And
yeah.
Rek'Sai, especially recently, looked so good against Longzhu Gaming. It was robbed of an MVP. In that particular series, Cuvée took them all. Oh. The Gragas has been his pathing jungle of choice in the summer season.
Let's see what he's going to be able to get done as we're going to trade some Scryer's Blooms. Back is going to come in from Omti. This work from Samsung here down the bottom side, actually winning out on some trades early on, which is difficult for a Twitch Tarm lane. Especially into this one.
But I mean, they are being pushed in. Right? That is the cost, is that while they're doing some decent trading, it's at the cost of lane pressure and also the ability for Omti, if he was playing bottom side, to poke his head into the enemy jungle. But now Jinair happy to play push and leave.
Yep. And you're right, Teddy does have decent CS advantage as the wave crashes forward, but that should be answered relatively well. Shadow Orb from Kuzan's going to be frustrating for Crown to deal with as he can't move towards that minion wave very effectively. And we're going to have pushing lanes bottom and mid lane for Jinair.
So I've decided with Jinair winning with a perfect game in Game 1, we have to absolutely have the highest of expectations for them in Game 2.
Got it.
Maybe more than you would have without that perfect game. And to make this draft work, really want to see actually something that copies or at least is emblematic of what we saw so often in spring season. The ward behind the bottom turret dive, or turret zone off first brick plays. The earlier, assuming it's around 10 to 15 minutes, or the earlier you can get side lane turrets, the faster you can rotate the LeBlanc into a side lane with teleport, especially if she has the Gunblade already completed. The better life is, really, for the side of Jinair. If they can set the pace, if they can have dual threats and just have Ashe and Zyra wave clearing in mid lane, that'll be a very clean game plan that Samsung might find it hard to deal with, especially if Twitch is in the mid lane trying to wave clear against Ashe. You don't have to respect the threat of ambush coming in to try and shut down the LeBlanc.
Cuvée actually.
Oh, this might be a kill.
Going for the solo. There's the flash. Ixu does have the scrap shield for the extra movement speed, but that's it. That's the solo kill. And Cuvée is off to a great start.
Yeah, Ixu just disrespecting the Renekton there. Cuvée having perfect understanding of the damage range, as we mentioned. The double MVP of Cuvée in the last series. First kill of the series for Samsung. Completely writes off any chance of there being a double perfect game. And, well, they're ready for another kill, Atlas.
Yeah, and they've got the ultimate available from Cuvée as well. Ixu says, well, I don't want to teleport to this lane, but that may mean that in between these turrets he could fall. But looks like could even be first brick going down. No, Samsung just going to back away, playing this one out. Controlled as possible. They have no idea where that Rek'Sai is.
Actually, a really good top laner sense from Ixu not to teleport back. I think even some of our best top laners like Smeb have teleported back in scenarios just like that and been taken down. They had vision of the enemy red side jungle, but no other advanced vision, so they had no way to know where Kha'Zix was pathing, but smart read from Ixu means he will not die as 2 kills over to the Renekton in a lane that he's already favored in terms of trades. Could have been disaster for the top side of the map for Jinair.
Oh, Kuzan's going to not find the chain. Hop back and breaks the tether that Crown put down as well, but still gets a fair bit of damage in. The wave clear from this LeBlanc is working well. Okay, so Ixu makes his way back up, does have Ninja Tabi now into the phage that Cuvée put in.
This is a lot of damage already put on the outer bot lane turret. Don't even need a rotation or a turret dive at this point with how low they're getting the turret.
Snowflower just hanging out there on his own. Very aggressive moves as Bilgewater Cutlass is completed by Teddy. Ruler probably looking for room to back, but they do need to shove this wave out. And with staggered backs from the Jinair bottom lane, it may mean that they do get the ability to do that. You're not exactly going to have Teddy sacrificing his health bar to hold a minion wave. Okay, and Ambition just farming things out. Umpty more than happy to trade when it comes to that one. Wants to get his Tiamat as quickly as possible and should have it relatively soon as he's on power farm mode, clearing out his jungle wherever he can.
Really interesting buy. You see a cloth armor actually in the inventory of Ruler, which could have been boots, for example, for the same gold. Lets me know that they want the option, given they know there's going to be pretty relentless pushing from Teddy and Snowflower, to hang back, pop ambush, and go for an all-in, and not just have the Twitch too low in HP to be able to really be involved in a 2v2 or a 3v3. Teleport is up on the Renekton, who's looking pretty monstrous, so it is significant that he's gone for cloth armor in a spot where 90% of AD carries would have just picked up boots.
Yep. Now it is actually going to be evened out this series as well, double teleport versus double teleport. So you could have a bit of a party towards that bottom side of the map. At the moment, Jinair with a slight advantage in that regard, but Ixu getting pushed in over and over again. Means that may not necessarily be able to utilize that. Does get the back. There's the ultimate actually baited out from Ruler, and he loses the trade, just using it to clear out the minion wave.
It's the equivalent of what we saw on the top side. Ixu dropping the equalizer to wave clear, Ruler dropping the ultimate to wave clear. Without even the Ash Arrow being used, still has it available. Ambition's really trying to take down Ixu. It's not going to happen.
He's being a real jerk. As now first brick is going to go over to Jinair after all of that pressure did go down. Umpty just makes his presence known, and Teddy gets full solo gold from that structure. Does put Jinair into the lead. This goes up with the fact that they have leads in other lanes as well as far as farm is concerned. Ruler is getting put so far behind, and Umpty looking for this Ocean Drake to start things off.
And the timer means that there's actually a trade up from Jinair because there is no Rift Arrow to be taken on the other side of the map. Doesn't spawn until 10 minutes. So controlling the top side of the map this early as the turrets go down is not ideal from a Samsung perspective. They can just send over Ashe, who can shoot down the Hawk shot, the temporary vision as Snowflower puts down the more permanent vision. They'll need to return to their wards, have the Kha'Zix return to top lane. Otherwise, just a trade victory for Jinair GreenWings.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. Kuzan as well hitting a relative item spike. Actually love this particular point in the itemization of a LeBlanc because you can shoot people with your gun with your auto attacks. And with the Sork shoes there as well, means that early penetration is available. Crown with his Athene's Unholy Grail should be pretty happy, but if he's able to get on top of someone like Ruler, this LeBlanc will be doing decent damage.
And he's largely not building for trying to kill the mid lane. He is going to be building for the side lane pressure. Gunblade with the excellent extra burst and also sustain, clearing minion waves. Kuzan does visit bot lane, spotted already through a control ward, so...
Yeah, Ruler just relying on his ambush to mean that he will be safe.
Seem to be happy to just help the Rumble get a bit of CS and be fine, rather than necessarily look for any big advantages there. Didn't need to be in the mid lane, so happy to go for a walk.
Didn't want to overshove things, and despite the first blood advantage going to Samsung, it is still a lead, even if the turrets were traded for Jinair. Kuzan getting a bit of work done as well in this mid lane, and We've seen this happen multiple times before with teams just foregoing any sort of river control, but it wasn't teams like Samsung that were falling into that trap. And it looks like Longzhu should be able to take down this Rift Herald as well as that Dragon.
And we should talk about playbooks, because we've had a couple of iterations of how games are played, as Ixu once again knows his role. Just going to drop down Equalizer and leave. Doesn't really matter that Ixu is largely being denied CS, because he's only 7 CS behind. But what I want to discuss is that, consider that Jin Air, we no longer have just the 8-minute auto swap to top lane, right? Where we saw previously with no turrets down, they would swap to try to get Rift Herald control on both sides. What we saw now was that Jin Air played around where they were strong on the bot side when they would trade up in terms of neutrals. They took down the Ocean Drake for free. There was no answering objective for Samsung to pick up. Then they traded up, and now that they have control over top side with multiple members there and their jungler on the top side, they got another neutral buff that hadn't spawned when Samsung had the advantage there. So in 2 ways, Jin Air, without having to fight, ended up with a considerable advantage. And now the fight.
Yeah, arrow's going to come down. Fantastic consume. The Devour onto Ruler is going to mean that that arrow meant naught. Unfortunate, because that was a beautiful arrow from Teddy.
There's no coincidence that Jin Air was in the right side of the map to get the most benefit twice in a row. That is just a smart use of your resources. And a return to the Jin Air of 3 weeks ago, where we were impressed with how they could make plays like this and heads-up plays that get them more advantages that aren't necessarily well-drilled plays from scripts.
Yep. And also, it's a return to form for a lot of the star players on the side of Jin Air as well. I mean, we mentioned the fact that Teddy gets a lot of the team's gold. Right now, he's ahead by a massive margin. Over 20 CS over Ruler. Does have his Blade of the Ruined King completed. Kuzan playing very well on a champion that he has seen some success on, although only 1 out of the 3 games that he's played on this LeBlanc have been wins.
Kuzan needs to be careful here.
Not going to get snared. As now Jin Air going to all file in and try and take down the last remaining outer turret.
So picking up minion waves that are pushing into him. Renekton couldn't appear there, so Renekton does kind of have to roam. Goes for a walk down. Onto chasing Ruler. Was spotted with the Tremor Sensors.
Yeah. You got Jin Air just trying to own the bottom side of the jungle as far as vision. Crown and Kuzan just trading blows here in the mid lane. Both of them still about as healthy as one another. Oh, Empty's hit the Dream as well. He can clear out minions so fast. As can Crown, by the looks. Blue buff is going to be going over to Kuzan. We'll see whether he goes back to base and how far into that Gunblade he can purchase. Seen a few different schools of thought when it comes to that Gunblade overseas. But still pretty keen on it, is Kuzan.
I mean, there was that phase where people would go Proto Belt early, and then people just build the Revolver and go for other items like Morel and Armacon, but Gunblade seems to be sticking as the build here, unless you're forced to go something like a Banshee Veil early in a tough matchup.
Yeah, Arrow's going to fly forward. It's paired. Oh my goodness, so close to killing. He gets it. Yeah, the tether. It remains even in the belly of the Tahm Kench, and now the Rift Herald moves forward, and we're going to be able to take down this turret as well. Jin Air get a pick and throw that one down. It's answered by Ruler, but what more can Jin Air gain here in the mid lane? Another charge is what they want. As Cuvée is just going to stand and tank it up.
They'll get some free shopping trips just before a Drake spawn, so not something massive, but still probably something that's going to be very relevant.
Continuing to move up, though, as far as advantages are concerned, though, Papa Smithy.
LeBlanc goes and gets the completion on her item there. The Hextech Gunblade will be available to play the side lane. 1 item Power Spike available for the LeBlanc as well now. Sitting on plenty of gold is Crown. It's going to be probably building a Large Rod towards a Death Cap, or maybe even the completed Ardent Sensor, given how cheap the item is. But it will mean that Jin Air will be freshly shopped 10 seconds before the Drake spawns, and a Cloud Drake to join their ocean may not be the Mountains and Infernals of the first series, but still reward for excellent macro play in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, we also know that Jin Air love to take this game late, and that's going to be boosting their Elder Dragons for the end of the game as well. So you may look at it as trivial dragons. I look at it as you move a bit faster and make a bigger guy at the end of the game.
Honestly, my biggest hope for Jin Air is they put pay to that meme, that it no longer has to be something about Jin Air, because for the majority of summer season, you can't really call the Jin Air the team who was clueless in the mid game and just watched as other teams got back or got their scaling on. You can't just pick 5 scaling champs against Jin Air and win. There has been games where they've fallen back into that game plan. But if Jin Air can continue to evolve and no longer be a meme team around that, I think that'll be really big for them moving forward, because clearly they have more to them than just late game team fight.
Yeah. The thing that happened was that in the promotion tournament, it wasn't that they take everything to late game, play really slow and lose. It was take everything to late game, play slow and win. And now it's win in the mid game and make good transitionary decisions in order to get themselves into positions where they can just take over a game. And that's exactly what they did in game 1. It's what they're looking to try and do in game number 2, although it is more difficult. We don't have the same level of advantage they picked up earlier on.
Alice, the longest average game time in the LCK is 39 minutes. That's the Afreeca Freecs. The shortest average game time is KT Rolster at 35 minutes. Jin Air averaged 35.2. They are the second fastest team in summer season, and that's even with a recent series where they did return to their roots and play a lot slower. So it still will take time. It still will take a season, maybe a season and a half. But in a year's time, maybe they will finally shed the only take it to late image that they've had for the best part of 3 years.
Yeah. And it sort of went from it not necessarily even being a bad thing, because they did look good when they took things late. They took things late with early game compositions and still managed to out-team fight some teams, but was against different caliber opponents. Last game was certainly not taking things late. That was just systematic destruction of Samsung. Now with a slight advantage, looking to try and continue that one as well. And it doesn't feel like in the draft Samsung got all of those amazing picks. The first pick, Karma, is definitely good. Crown has been playing it a lot this season. It is, in fact, his most played.
And it's seen as a nullifying pick into the LeBlanc as well, because, Faker showed it in the final of the LCK Spring. You take Karma with teleport, you run around, you don't get killed by LeBlanc, and you wave clear in the face and negate the side push pressure. So LeBlanc can, with Snowball, have some kill pressure, but certainly not right now at just Hextech Gunblade and the Blasting Wand.
He's looking for ambition. He's going to wander through. He's going to be safe for the moment, and Vision is just being fought over right now. Kuzan splitting up towards the top side, and it's going to be answered by Crown. Splits elsewhere is going to be Ixu versus Juve, as we've seen earlier on. We'll see whether the 3v3 in the mid lane is going to work out effectually for Jin Air or for Samsung. You can see the wave clear for both of these players is most certainly ample to stop any turret damage going down.
It's no coincidence also that Kuzan has a lot less ward coverage on the side he's pushing in, because he's a LeBlanc with flash up, compared to where the rest of the team is playing, which is the bottom side of the map, where they need to be a lot more careful with their movements. They also have the Tremor Sense from Umti to spot the likes of Core JJ out.
Yep, a lot of information gained. So now they're just going to move themselves over here. Okay, the ambush is set up from Ruler, but can he actually find anything? No, he's going to have to just help.
I mean, look at the combat list. What does it even look like for them to initiate, really? They don't have long-range initiation. Kha'Zix with the Void Spikes, about all they have in terms of long-range AoE CC. Umti gets turned on by Ambitious. Level 11. Umti might just die here.
Yeah, Equalizer does come down. They were sort of trying to bait here as the teleport is going to be cancelled. Kuzan says,
LeBlanc's just top lane.
Yeah. Let me clear this one out. Numti utilizes his flash. He's going to be able to get back home. Unfortunately, Void Rush being global is a thing of the past. So we'll actually have to walk back, or slither back, or tunnel back.
Hasn't left just yet. Does have a bit of that health regen from the W.
Up the Fury.
As you say. It's lower now after the rework. More damage orientated than the health regen global tank she was before. Just gonna take the blue, I guess. No. Yep. Okay.
All right.
Kuzan wasn't gonna get there anytime soon.
Did Kuzan take the? No, he didn't.
No, it's just spawning now.
Yeah. 30 seconds away, something like that. Shatteroar, pretty fun to watch clear out a minion wave. Ardent Sensor done for Crown there in the mid lane. We've got what looks like a Void Staff as item number 2 for Kuzan to keep himself relevant through the magic resist. It's going to be built by Samsung.
And it's also a build for late. I was speaking earlier about...
it looks like a Rabadon's Death Cap, potentially.
That will be the biggest wave clear build, as you have the Gunblade for sustain off the wave, and also the Death Cap try and power through. A couple of different schools of thought. You can also crib the Rumble build, which was basically if you have a magic resist stacking tank next to you, you go Leandri's into the Void Staff just to be able to pressure in lane. So going that against the Athene's Karma wouldn't be the worst idea, but the Death Gap is saying, well, I can push and also I can delete lanes.
Yeah, which is fun. Okay, so Raw looking for Teddy potentially as Ixu is off to the side, equalizer in hand. Teddy looks alone, but everyone's flanking him. Teleport not up from Kuzan yet though, so this could be a man advantage opportunity as Ruler's going to jump out, but immediately turned on. Arrow comes in and there's the Devour. So still going to be able to get relevant damage onto the Twitch.
A real health lead though. Teddy used they're going to use equalizer on Ruler.
Yeah, and that's everything being thrown down. The heal was used as well as the Inspire, and in goes Cuvee. Dominus has been popped. Teddy, great position over to the side, and massive knockups! Cuvee's gonna fall down, and in goes Kuzan. He's been exhausted, but he gets the kill that he was looking for. Snaps back to the distortion. Now Umti, he tanks the damage, but he doesn't care. Two massive carries from Samsung have been eliminated. Jin now continuing to push forward.
Smart of Jin Air, they don't want to go for Baron because they have the low health bar on Umti and no way to get back in, so try to get the run on mid lane. Great play from Teddy to flash over. His team fighting is still as strong when he doesn't get crushed in lane. When they pick supports for him in lane, I actually really love the return of the Zyra because they kept trying to run disengaged supports, lost lane, and then Teddy lost his luster. Couldn't be the team fight carry when he was behind in gold. This time has the gold. Ambition doing his best to steal this under the nose. We'll get it.
Yeah, he's going to leap his way out as well. So, all right, Consolation, Infernal Drake going over the side of Samsung.
We're going to see the replay. Rulers opening up on Twitch reminds me of the players that started playing Rumble this year, equalizers. You know, it's a kind of positioning knowledge thing that is pretty specific to Twitch. And when you make a mistake, often the cost is massive. In this case, he has to use heal. They have to invest everything on him. And then Teddy, flashing over the wall, can turn onto Cuvee, and Cuvee is exposed. They have to use the Devour onto Twitch again. Didn't want him to die in the turnaround, but Kuzan gets in the backline. They get 2 for 0. Clean stuff from Jin Air. If you turn the nameplates around, I would have thought that Jin Air was Samsung Galaxy with just how clean Jin Air are playing.
This is an incredible performance from Jin Air.
Relative to their opponent. It's not like Samsung is playing shocking. It's just that Jin Air is playing way better.
Yeah. They have been such a good feeling team this season, Papa Smithy. Watching Jin Air and their improvements that they've made. I mean, it was unfortunate watching the Afreeca Freecs series because it felt like, oh, are they deteriorating to, you know, previous problems? But no, having this kind of a performance, and even if Samsung miraculously comes back and wins this game and then wins game 3 or something like that. Even if that does happen, it doesn't matter because this series of play shows that they're not tilting right now.
You could write a sports documentary, or there has been many sports documentaries written about Umti's story, right? Because he started as a hyped rookie, came in, did well at the start, really lost his shine, you know, was very clearly emotionally affected by all the losses Jin Air piled on in spring season. Yeah. After games, Teddy and Umti looked devastated because this was new to them. They weren't used to losing like some of their teammates had been over the course of time. But then to come back as strongly as he did first in the promotion tournament, because that was already asking a lot, come back with a chance of relegation for a proud org like Jin Air and play in a relegation tournament, came in, played great, and now in summer season, everyone's banding together. You can see a lot of bromance occurring between the players, and they're playing like a team and playing at an individual and a team level way above what we saw in spring.
Absolutely, and it feels like that performance that MVP were able to put out when they surged to 4th place at the end of the first season, where it was they played so well together. This Jin Air roster, though, has the star power in order to make things even better as well, because MVP did it with not necessarily that big star, unless you count Max as, you know, the wonder of all picks possible on the bottom side of the map. His Ambition has to get out of the way of Kuzan. That Shatter Orb, lots of damage. As Arrow's going to fly through, Crown, good knowledge. Gets himself over to the side. I believe that Scrying Orb probably is a little bit of a tell.
Now Mountains means that Jin Air going to play it pretty careful and measured around Baron. They don't have fantastic Baron damage, so what's been working for them so far has been the sieging game.
But he's at least going to get pinged out. All of the vision removed from Samsung as Ambition gets his health back, moves back towards a potential team fight, but it's lit up on the top side of Samsung's jungle. Jin, not a whole lot of surprises going down.
Empty knows his role again. Just going to be happy to set up around around Teddy, but at a much faster clip than any previous Night's Vow. Second item Night's Vow.
Oh, this is adorable. Cruzan just utilizing the fact that they'd assume there's no one there because there's a ward being denied vision. Plop. Yep. His way back in. And there's Teddy clearing out this minion wave. This outer turret has stayed up for a long time, and of course inner is missing. Side of Samsung opening up the map so far for Jin. Has been a slower period of play though. Pressure needs to continue going down because you can see Samsung, it was about a 4,000 gold lead. They have now clawed back after picking up some farm across this map.
No guarantees yet for Jin in Game 2, but so far no mistakes, and it's not like they have taken their foot off the accelerator. They just need to get harder objectives than the outer ring of turrets. Drake spawning in a minute 30 is another Infernal, so there will definitely be flare points around both Baron and Drake to fight around.
Yep. This Ruler once again. Ambush has been popped.
Ash arrow available.
Teddy comes in, throws down the volley. Jin position themselves nicely. Cuvee thinking about some sort of engage as Teddy getting aggressed on Snowflower as well. He's going to be a target as the arrow comes in. Yeah, Cuvee has to flash himself out as Kuzan just flashes in, gets out with a distortion, and the Twitch not going to be a problem anymore. Teddy going nuts, and look at the health bars of Samsung. They're getting obliterated. Ixu wants to burn down Cuvee, and Teddy grabs another one. The bottom lane has been taken out, and Samsung Galaxy wiped the floor off by Jin GreenWings.
Superior team fighting. Kuzan back on one of his old legacy picks. The LeBlanc is playing it in team fights to a T. It's not even about the split push. They turn on to Baron. Ambition was low. Had to go pick up a cam to get even a bit of health back. No chance in hell of getting on to this Baron. Baron over to the side of Jin GreenWings, and they're a couple of team fights away from a famous victory. Go back to the replay. They try to turn on to Snowflower. That actually is the start of this fight. Teddy falls low. Equalizer was smart. It denied the position. No more damage from Ruler. And then it feels like a replay of the previous fight because Cuvee, he's not tanky enough. Oh. No one is tanky enough. Kuzan, so smooth, even through exhaust, knowing his damage round.
Taking names, man.
Umti dives in with the new Void Rush, and there's no one. Cuvee cannot tank Teddy. And that has been the case of going for this very early Night's Vow. I mean, Cinderhulk, Tiamat, they're kind of intermediate items. His first real item is the Night's Vow. It's keeping Teddy healthy on a champion like Ash, who Ash and Varus are these champs who often are chased out of fights by just a bit of damage early and can't be a factor. Having the Night's Vow has allowed him to be just that much more aggressive with his positioning. And now Ambition looking to, against the tide of the game, just steal away an Infernal Drake, which lets you know where the game is at when that's really the best use of his time.
Yeah, that's just going to be smited, dragged out of the pit, and it's all going to be for Jin, as there's the arrow landing onto Ambition. He has to leap himself out of the way. Ruler takes half of his health bar with just the Band-Aid on the ground. Beautifully done. That analogy doesn't necessarily work for everyone.
Did end up being the Void Staff after all, so the LeBlanc was going to focus on the side lane, but now has the Death Cap constituent parts ready again. Karma's not really interested in dealing with this, so it'll be an inner turret going down.
Auto attack damage. Pretty silly when you got that level of ability power as well, and a bit of AD on top of it.
Oh, live. Still going to be live, but falling lower and lower. Still love the way Jin have set up. This is a great setup to be cribbed for other regions. If you have someone like a LeBlanc who has so many safe escapes, you don't need to put the vision around the split pusher. Invest all the vision around the Ashe, around the members on the bot side. The four have all the vision, and that's why they're so safe.
Yeah, and then you've also got the Rek'Sai there who just tunnels under the ground, and you're never going to be surprised by any approach towards his inner turret. That was as free as you can get. Now it's 1-6. Remember, that one kill was a solo kill by Cuvee, who's now looking to get solo killed by Kuzan, who's doing so much damage. The Dominus has to be popped.
That's a big cooldown to take out anyway.
His LeBlanc looks so deadly.
Threading the skills like it's nothing. Ruler's going to try opening up again. This hasn't worked the last two times.
Ambition's not even there as well, and the inhibitor turret will be in trouble.
They found him with the Harpoon.
Okay, they are at least able to clear out a lot of these creeps, but look at this, Kuzan so effortlessly able to keep his distance against Cuvee. this is where the problems lie. We've got mid lane creep wave that has equalized in the middle of the map completely.
And now we can smile about Kuzan getting closer to filling his potential, because before Teddy, Jin Air's star was Kuzan. The roster refresh was supposed to be built around Kuzan being a star mid laner, a top 5 mid laner for a lot of 2015 and 2016, fell away this year. But if he also can draw the same level of praise, or even close to the same level of praise that his AD carry does, then Jin Air do have 2 carry threats. And we're getting dangerously close to getting excited about Jin Air GreenWings.
Oh, do we dare?
It's a relative excitement. They're not going to win Worlds, but they might attend Worlds.
They may. Oh no, things still up in the air as far as those standings are concerned. All sorts of things can happen. Seemed like MVP were able to make it to the top 4, and to Rift Rivals, of course. As Ruler is going to throw out the ultimate. Snowflower getting taken down solo, and that's the bottom lane already removed. Samsung looking to start their way back into this game. 7,500 gold behind means that it could be difficult, but there goes the 3rd kill. This is going to stymie the offensive that Jin Air have been putting on.
Yeah, this time Ruler, 3rd time's lucky, opens up, and although Kuzan had broken the base in the top side, that time means they won't break the base themselves, Samsung, but it's a bit of an invitation for them to take some turrets, potentially open up the map, put down some vision. What was looking like it might just be the 2-0. Samsung Galaxy looking to make a fight out of it after Jin Air had run the past 25 minutes.
Yeah, now looking to try and take down this inner turret. They're not going to be able to get it as Kuzan throws out the chains, lands on core JJ, but he's able to get himself out. Look at this. There have been a lot of items picked up. Teddy grabs himself a Guardian Angel. There's a Rabbidan's Death Cap as well as a Fiendish Codex for Kuzan, and let's see how this happens.
Hitting onto the Nexus opens you up to being turned on. This is the part where everyone needs to walk up. The Ash arrow goes wide, and the map is never narrower as you enter into the inhibitor turret. So that was the time they lined up. Nice use of the Abyssal Voyage to clean off Ixu as well. Important gold goes down to Samsung Galaxy. Still find themselves in a 6,000 gold disadvantage. Jin Air, as you say, gets some important item purchases. What was completely one-way traffic, finally, we see signs of life from Samsung. Very important for them as well.
Yeah. Have to remember, those item timings were because they spent so long clearing out turrets and minion waves and putting the pressure onto Samsung, so they had a lot of money in their back pockets. Could be a more difficult fight for Samsung on even footing next time around. But at least Ruler's hit 3 items. So Twitch, with 3 items, needs to be getting killed by the LeBlanc every single time. Otherwise, he will most likely win a team fight.
Easier said than done, obviously, against Tom Kench with Exhaust, who has all his summoners up, and Ruler, his flash is down, so that's probably the one window that Kuzan has to play around.
Crown's going to get himself a blue buff against the Tide of play as well, so this is nice. Now Ixu moving towards the bottom side, and that open inhibitor is still alive.
Setting up around, it's not easy. It's actually, you could think, okay, why is Kuzan not top lane? He'd done all the work to get the inhibitor turret down, but you want to draw people away from the Baron area as it's going to spawn in 30 seconds, so Kuzan's trying to get 2 or 3 people to try and come and shut him down as he tries to get a second inhibitor turret in the bot, and that'll be the window for the rest of Jin Air to turn onto the Baron.
Well, Longzhu waiting in the wings right now.
Knows where Ruler was.
Yeah. They need to be very, very careful of this Twitch. If you can open up with good positioning, Spray and Pray, of course, is available now. Jin Air is certainly not out of the woods in any sense of the term.
They have one ward that is out of the range of the control ward on Baron, but giving them not necessarily complete, but a pretty good idea that Jin Air is not on Baron. So for now, that's really allowing them to be a bit more up with their play rather than having to face check and potentially get popped.
Getting themselves in there. Okay,
they want the Tom Kench.
Yeah, they're going to try and grab him. Good knock up from the Stranglethorns, but the Tom Kench is still alive. Umti in trouble, but he's doing so much work. Ruler once again going to fall down, but Teddy goes down to his Guardian Angel, not doing damage right now, and Kuzan pops his way out. Yeah, Umti's in so much trouble. Cubase trying to be a hero. Snowflower is going to fall. That is the double kill, and it's 1 for 2. Ruler, a big deal as far as Samsung, and Teddy now has to kite. Good kiting, actually, to start things off.
Kuzan.
Because now Ixu's looking to get himself in there. Kuzan just immediately stunned, pops his way back out.
Turned on.
And that could be a big problem. Teddy trying to be a hero, but Ambition makes his way back in. And the Ashe can't do anything. This could mean Baron for Samsung.
Really good team fighting from them. They'll consider it Atlas. They start walking up, including Vision around it. Abyssal Voyage is down. Teleport is down. It will not mean Baron, but Samsung against the gold lead win another fight. We're going to see the replay. They use everything onto the Tahm Kench. Don't get the instant pop on him. And while it's a feel-good story to have Ruler be the first person to die in the fight, it's at the cost of all of the health bars on Teddy, Ixu, and Umti. Sure, the Teddy can come back, but that's Guardian Angel down. And Cuvée runs in, and he's a one-man army because it's not the health bars on Jin Air to actually win the fight from there.
Yeah, slight overextension to try and get that one kill. But like you said, now that the kills are even, the gold is not. 5,000 still is Jin Air's lead. They can grab some control of this Baron area after Samsung was able to wrestle that back. The team fight win.
Elder Dragon has spawned. They know all the setup from Samsung is around Baron, so let's see how what Jin Air makes of this game. They have so many different things they can attack. An open inhibitor, contesting Baron Vision, and trying to take down an Elder Dragon. A lot of options exist for Jin Air. What they choose here is going to be another one of those question marks when we try to evaluate how good a team Jin Air is. Sure, game 1, excellent. Start of game 2, excellent. But if they lose from how far ahead they were in game 2, you do have to start revising down your expectations.
Teddy going to hop back to base. We'll see what he picks up. He's going to finalize his build. In fact, that is every single one of them items picked up. Sitting on 6. Still wants his Guardian Angel back, but half of the cooldown has been expended. Samsung's going to be here now. Samsung putting themselves in a great position to be Stranglethorn. Honestly, is now Ruler. He's going to open up. He's looking for Snowflower, but there's the equalizer. Brilliant placement. Snowflower, oh, is it going to be enough to take him down? The poison, the last tick. And Ruler's going to be able to get gifted the kill. Now, Ruler sets up. Lots of lifesteal, and he's going to be A-OK here. Kuzan, is he going to be able to get this one done? Oh, Ambition looking for it.
Ruler being able to lifesteal him back to free. Himself back up to full is not a trivial thing. Does continue to mean that Baron is an objective. They'll back away though. Flower the only casualty. But each of these skirmishes, each of these little team fights has been advantage Samsung. And now the items are really starting to pile up on Ruler.
Oh yeah. Oh, Kuzan as well in trouble as has to distort his way out. Doesn't have to use his flash, which is important. And Snowflower is going to be back up. Has his ignite, but not his flash. Jin Air have neglected their minion waves. Samsung is going to move back towards this Baron. Teleport comes in. Jin Air know exactly what's going on. We're going to have another go at this team fight. There's the Inspire, but the shield will wear off.
Equalizer not available. Spray and Pray about to be available.
Yeah, you can see Kuzan testing the waters.
No flash onto Teddy, whereas flash is on Ruler. That could be so important, but getting access to Teddy is not an easy thing for Samsung.
Now just going to move their way back. They're not too worried about starting this Baron, stopping it. They got a teleport. That is what they wanted. They have almost 2 available for themselves as Crown's up and Cuvé's is going to be up in a few seconds.
More completed onto the side of Ruler before he goes for his second Zeal item. Bit more safety from Kuzan, who was the one to pop him in those big fights.
Yeah. Being said, he also has more items. The Zhonya's Hourglass completed as well as his Void Staff plus.
And a starting Baron.
Okay, Snowflower's going to stop Ambition from making it in there as Kuzan looking to try and stop him. As Jin Air, they're also going to peel away.
Cuvée thinks of bouncing himself into the team.
Oh, right into the middle there as well. Immediately removes Snowflower, but he got the Stranglethorns in there. Good devour from Core JJ as the arrow flies its way forward. Ruler over the edge, great positioning, and Umpty, he can't get the kill. That is going to be the double for Teddy, though. He's going nuts. Crown, he's in trouble. The big crit's coming forward as Cuvée is going to be taken out. Teddy is taking names, and that is going to be the 3-for-2 advantage Jin Air.
This time Teddy able to free hit like Ruler was in previous fights. They're teleporting in. They already have the inhibitor turret down. This is going to be at minimum inhibitor Jin Air.
And Ruler cannot kill both Kuzan and Teddy from full health, so that inhibitor goes down immediately. Wow. Can they do this against the wave clear available from Crown and Ruler? I don't know.
You'd think not. This is going to be very difficult. I don't think Jin Air can realistically do more than just one Nexus turret. Maybe not even that.
Teddy must feel like a god right now. He's going for it. They get a lot of damage.
There's
a flash forward. They look for Ruler. They will kill him. It's Crown's in trouble as well.
Umti's going to die.
Yeah, and if he does, it could be a big problem. Kill the turret before it kills him. And they do manage to get that one down.
What does this mean, though? Because Umti cannot just back it all back to the Baron. It's no longer the way with the Rek'Sai. She's so low, but they're trying to brute force their way onto Baron. This is damn risky if they do it. You will see Umti is going to back, you'd think.
Okay, no, just going to try and take away this Rift Scuttler. Does at least get a bit of rage for it.
They're trying to feign that they went for Baron, get another pick when they come through. But without Ruler, they're so much safer in their positioning, understandably. Jin still, they're going to roll the dice. They're going to start the Baron. Ambition's mid lane. They should take this. They got a lot of Baron damage.
All too easy. And Jin, they waited just long enough. That is going to be that. Baron falls to their favor one more time, and it's 8,000 gold now the lead.
And yet, it still could be Samsung Galaxy.
Oh, it does not feel like a victory just yet. Snowflower, of course, doesn't. He feels too much pain from all of these buttons that his opponents are doing. Okay, so Jin just going to go back to base, finish off these item builds. I believe we've got a cool little hat coming in for Ixu very soon. Oh, that's Bloodthirster from Teddy.
Very different choice. 6-item build, does no longer have boots. Trying to be a siege turret, basically. It's in Prey. Flash in with those big W and Q stacking with Hurricane plays. This could definitely be the way here from Teddy, but he's going to have to be in position. He doesn't have a Devour like his opposite number does. They don't know where Samsung is, Jinair.
Yeah, well, Kuzan could actually be picked off here. There's the distortion, but Crown doesn't quite catch him with the Mantra Q. They're given away. So one Nexus turret is actually a big deal because it means someone needs to be back defending these super creep waves heading in because of that dead inhibitor. Juve will have to teleport in at the opportune moment for a fight if they want to make something happen. And look at this. Kuzan is just on a one-man mission. I need to see what he can do. He's going to wait, possibly try and disrupt some sort of teleport plays. Jin are just keeping Samsung interested.
Certainly interested, Atlas, but cut the air with a knife. Things are so close here between Jin and Samsung. Elder Dragon's still pretty healthy. Positioning so important. Ashao just onto the Tom Kench. Now that's down. That's a cooldown wasted.
They're looking like they're trying to buy time as Kuzan's just trying to win the game. Ambition's dead! And that is, oh, well, down to his Guardian Angel anyway. That should spell.
The box is going to kill Cuvée or just take free autos on the top, and they get Elder.
Yeah, and they're going to just try and take the Nexus as Jin are
rushing
looking to
onto
2-0 Samsung. They get the kill on the Crocodile, and they take down the Nexus. Jin 2-0 over our #1 team in the league.
What a way to snap their low form run and also send themselves into the break. Big high fives from the Jin coaching staff. A famous victory. Previously, the top team in the LCK are taken out by Jin GreenWings of all teams. Game 1, perfect game. Game 2, it wasn't as clean, but they knew how to win. Largely made the right decisions, and even some late game team fighting heroics from the side of Ruler weren't enough. Largely, they were the better team in Game 2, and Game 1 also was completely written by Jin GreenWings, so what a victory for them, and the team that, like you say, suddenly we were like, oh, maybe they're lower than Afreeca, maybe they aren't going to be making it to the top 5, maybe they have to be confident and comfortable with just not being in the relegation spots, breathes new life into their season.
Absolutely amazing, and I'm so glad that we got to see both of these games as well. The first one, perfect game. If you're winning, it's theoretically easy to keep winning. Game number 2, they lost first blood. There were definite things that were going to go awry if they were going to start fights the wrong way around. The Twitch did manage to get big. It was on relatively even footing throughout the mid to early late game. It wasn't until they were able to get that first Baron, use the Rek'Sai so expertly, to have the Tremor Sense, to make sure that they got all of the rings of turrets and get that 8,000 gold lead, but it still never felt like it was a shutout game like Game 1.
And kind of fascinating that 3 out of 4 teams from Korea will go to Rift Rivals on a loss.
Yeah.
We saw KT lose their last game.
SKT still could.
SKT versus MVP means that one of them has to lose, and thus 3 out of 4 will go in with a loss guaranteed. This is Kuzan at 6 items. Cuvée, there's nothing he can do in this scenario. Doesn't die. Just allows him to turn onto the Nexus. Rumble coming in was the guarantee. Kuzan played fantastically on the
was
LeBlanc this game,
incredible.
all things considered. And that means Jinair. Wow, what a result for them. Feels like the LCK. There are times when we thought we knew everything, when Samsung, SKT, and KT only had a single match loss. SKT still only have that single match loss, but in the second round robin, the first fire has been started as Jinair take down the side of Samsung.
And things are starting to get so much closer as well. Rock's taking down KT. Another success story for a team more in the middle of the pack, trying to separate themselves from that bottom rung. So surges could be happening here, Papa.
And it's even fun to separate the 280 carries, because game one, what happened? Teddy had everything banned against him, jumped on Kalista for the first time this season.
Well, second time this season after a loss.
And looked great. On this side, Ruler had everything taken away, had to default to the Twitch, had some good moments, got crushed in lane, and started the global snowball that was the very early 3 turrets. And while he put on plenty of damage, it was a 2-man show from the side of Jinair GreenWings, and even a Rumble thrown in as well, higher than anyone else other than Ruler on the side of Samsung Galaxy. The MVP, you'd have to think it'll be Kuzan.
Just a godly performance on that LeBlanc, able to navigate the laning phase beautifully against a Karma, which can nullify and actually make you feel like you're relatively useless, but it didn't matter. Like all of the mid-game fights, it was just dead Twitches.
And there's definitely been times where Kuzan plays meta champs and you're like, well, it doesn't feel like the same as Crown's version of that champion or other players. It felt like he was on a slower ebb. But LeBlanc has always been a pick for him. It's not necessarily a meta pick, but it's a pick that can be played. And as a pocket pick for Kuzan specifically, who has the Vladimir, who has the Lissandra, he also has the LeBlanc, and his ability to conceptualize the fights, largely always trivialize Ruler, and just make it look so damn smooth as he did it with the flash. Beautifully done from Kuzan this game. He was the game breaker, but he had a lot of friends as well.
He did, and Teddy, especially this fight, actually played expertly, making sure that he was always chasing after the kills where he needed to. And look at this, disengage for a Renekton isn't a very much better one, but Snowflower's Stranglethorns is brilliant. Both of these games have been stories about both sides of Jinair. Every single player has been playing much better than they were, especially in the series against the Afreeca Freecs. And Teddy, this was all about him. The crits, the movement away from the Ruthless Predator from Cuvée, just got himself kited, and their decision-making with what to do. Getting this Nexus turret was influential, because that allowed them to have this fight, get one pick, and then the game was over.
And then Cuvée, deck was stacked against him here. Nothing he could do, only a single magic resist item. Popped his ultimate. Wasn't a backdoor play, this was Jinair being smart. The decision to throw him in there as the 4v4 was happening around the Elder Dragon. Jinair got everything. Jinair ended the game. Jinair on this day, July 1st, pick up a famous victory over Samsung Galaxy.
Absolutely incredible. And this is a Samsung who were coming off victories. It was BBQ going down 2-0, 2-1 on Jinair GreenWings earlier on, and then Longzhu 2-1. And we are going to go to the MVP interview. So Joel, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview translations of the day, and we are here with Jinair GreenWings, who surprisingly picked up a 2-0 victory against Samsung. And we are here with today's MVPs, Umti and Kuzan, for the interview. Umti, you're back on the interview stage again. Yeah, Samsung was on the run as first place, but we felt the urge that we wanted to pull them down from the charts. And surprisingly, Kuzan, it's his first MVP of the season. Aren't you supposed to be the ace of the team? Yeah, it's true, but how does it feel right now getting the MVP? I think it's very honoring thing that I get to do this interview today. And of course, something with Rek'Sai was something that we had a lot of questions about. And we had a lot of experiences with you with the Rek'Sai that was, you know, with the previous change that we've seen, but with the recent changes that I saw, what's the difference? Yeah, I feel like with me practicing Rek'Sai, I feel like there's very little ways to really defeat the Rek'Sai, especially with the recent changes. And of course, you know, with the jungling and also with the team fight contributions that it can make, it's such a viable contribution to the team.
본인을 상징하는 리신보다도 렉사이가 더 상위.
Do you consider it higher than Lee Sin?
저는 앨리스는 좀 도박이라고 생각해요.
Well, for something like Elise, for example, it's a little bit of a gamble because it's a very risky thing where.
크고요. 리신은 6렙 때 그 리스크가 너무 큰 것 같아요.
And I think with Lee Sin, the biggest risk is at level 6 when you don't get the ultimate down right. It just really snowballs against you.
청산이 웃습니다. 그렇죠. 네. 환호성까지. 그리고 쿠잔 선수도 오늘 그 1세트도 그렇고 2세트도 보면은 양 팀이 모두.
And Kuzan with you as well in the first game and the second game. We saw that the ban pick phase was a little bit understated that Karma got the most priority. Yeah, Karma is very good for the laning phase and also with the teamfight contributions that it can make. So it's just a very safe pick to go with when you're going with it blind.
선픽하기도 좋고.
And it's good for blind picks as well.
진에어가 굉장히 달라진 모습으로 또 이렇게 경기를 선보였는데
And Jinner showed a very different side to the team today going up against today's series. And I'm sure the macro play had a big part of it. And was that a strategy going into today's series?
그러니까 운영적으로 저희가 좀 이제 아프리카 때 컨디션 저하라고 해야 되나 저조라고 해야 되나.
Yeah, I feel like the macro game is a bit of a statement where during the Afreeca series that we didn't do as well. We wanted to improve on those aspects that we missed out on. In the first game, you guys had a lot of bans going against the ADC and you guys ended up with Kalista. Yeah, I think with Teddy being so talented on the Kalista, I think the Samsung squad really felt the need to really ban it, but I feel like with any other picks that Teddy can pull out, he's good with anything, so we trust that guy to be performing at the highest level all the time. We have a video highlight of some of the plays they showed in Game 1. And this might have been the beginning of the snowball you guys showed. Yeah, we saw Lee Sin around the area, so we expected them to be there, but with the ultimate available, I really felt the urge to go in. Yeah, even with here, it was predicted that Lee Sin would go back up, so he wouldn't be there in time if I was able to gank. I think Umti is so smart with the way he thinks through these things. So good job, guy. And we want to move on to Game 2 where you got the MVP with the LeBlanc. And it seems like LeBlanc is really much of a pocket pick for you, Kuzan. It's one of my most widely used pick. And just, you know, regardless of whether it's in meta or not, I just like playing it. And a lot of people do say that Kuzan's LeBlanc is something else where it's very different. I don't see myself different playing the LeBlanc to other players. But if I had to say something, whenever I do pick up the LeBlanc with the mobility that it has, it just allows us to be more free to make a little bit of variety of moves. Do you remember the last scene of that game? And this was the essential backdoor leading up to the last play of the game. What was the mindset coming into this play? Yeah, I felt like, you know, if I did all my skill shots right, there was no way that Renekton could have defended against me. So, you know, getting all the right skill shots at each time, there was no way that Renekton could have defended the base. I'm sure you felt that you guys won right up there. Yeah, we just screamed to Kuzan that, you know, we said, you know, you need to win the game for us then, because the opponents were coming their way. And we felt that the game was really against you guys at the mid part of that game. Yeah, it's a different thing where you have Rek'Sai when you have the tremor sense to really know where your opponents are at all time. It just gives us a lot more comfort in making the plays that we want. And mid Corki is a seemingly popular pick in mid lane right now. And we've seen you play it in previous times, but what do you think of the champion right now? I think, yeah, Corki, going back to Corki, is the same thing as Karma, where it's a very safe pick that it has very little risk. So it's a, but I think with the late game, you know, it's good, but the early game you have to watch out for it. It is definitely a hidden card for me, where I can always pull it out. So against a very strong team in Samsung, you guys do get the victory with a 2-0. Would you like to say anything to your fans regarding the win? It's our first game of the second round robin, and we feel good that we got the win off of it. And I'll try personally harder to make it more to these appearances, to these interviews. So you guys just keep cheering out for me. So that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. And I believe that if Kuzan is going to get LeBlanc again, then you could almost guarantee that more visits to the MVP interview will certainly be a thing. Smithy?
If he can keep it in the meta, if he can keep growing his champion pool, and also just play as intelligently as he did in a series like this, Jin Air GreenWings, their ceiling is still undefined. It seemed pretty clear in the spring season, and yet you'd have to really try and wake me up. It feels like a Jin Air dream, and as a team that's been long struggling, it must be a massive boon to their fans, who they now move to 5-5, a positive game score. They go into the break for Rift Rivals about as confident as can be.
Yeah, and evening things up, and Samsung is going to fall behind SKT. And if SKT take down MVP in their next match, I feel like the top of the table has reached some level of normalcy, with Longzhu Gaming still performing above and beyond what they managed to put forward in spring, but with the way they changed their roster, they are looking so much better, especially after that victory narrowly over the Afreeca Freecs, which was so fun. If you didn't see it, go watch the VOD.
There'll be one more match day tomorrow. That'll be over at the Gangnam Stadium. BBQ Olivers versus Ever8, so trying to get some wins into our bottom place teams before two Rift Rivals teams collide.
Yeah, MVP looking to try and do what they couldn't against SKT last time, but it was so much closer than we were expecting in that series. I have a feeling that there could potentially be some upset opportunities, but I mean, never bet against SKT. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you're trying to hype up something that really, deep down, you know, it's just going to be SKT winning.
Even just going with pride over to Rift Rivals would be big. And speaking of Rift Rivals, you and I will be going to Rift Rivals next week. So guys, that'll be happening on Riot Games 2. Bringing back a channel
Dusting
that
off
hilariously
the Riot Games 2.
We used to broadcast LPL on back in spring of 2015. So Riot Games 2, we start on Thursday next week. Korean Standard Time, Australian Standard Time. Not sure about any more details. There are posts on Esports and things like that, but we'd love you to join us. SKT, KT, Samsung, and MVP. The top 4 teams from spring season go over to face the best from the LPL and the LMS, so should be a lot of fun. I feel like it's going to be competitive, but also maybe we will see famous picks, you know, Max playing the Blitzcrank. It isn't for Worlds implications. It's more about regional pride.
Yeah, regional pride, and we might see people demonstrating exactly what they're known for. So the fact that MVP are going, even though they're straddling the very bottom of the table, they have Max, who's probably likely to pick up. Maybe he's going to be the one playing Akali, but just in the support position.
Ah, yes, big lane presence. Just throw out those Qs.
All of the CC of the
You
Twilight
can push
Shroud.
with your E-Max, you can harass with Q.
Oh, fantastic.
These are the options there.
Wait,
Relic Shield?
Think about building Redemption and then going into Twilight Shroud, and then you guarantee to be healed by the Redemption. Oh, pair that with the Spirit Visage, and you got one hell of a heal, Papa Smithy.
No, make it stop.
And
make him stop!
You have to now travel to Australia with me. How incredibly exciting.
I've got really big earplugs.
You better need them.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, the Korean cast is still talking, but we're really excited about next week going to Rift Rivals. International events are always cool. Won't be on site. Won't be able to see the players and interact with them, but we'll be out of the Oceanic studio, so we get to go back to Australia.
Yeah, get to go back to Australia and go back and see so many fantastic casters and friends of ours who we haven't been able to see for a long time. So expect some sweet synergy and banter on the desk as well.
The sick bants is inevitable.
Oh, some severely sick bants as we are going to
Great nationality ratio, 50% Australian, 50% not Australian.
Exactly right. Of course, joining Rusty as the Australian contingency.
Yeah.
I like how we need to import more people to Australia to make it, like, even out. which is just brilliant.
We couldn't quite grab pastry time. I don't know if we actually made an attempt to, but we should have.
Yeah, we should have. What were we thinking? Maybe he'll come back. Maybe we're like keeping him in
a secret guest?
Yeah.
It's not a secret guest, but maybe a secret guest?
Maybe a secret guest, but he's definitely not a secret guest.
Definitely
We don't
not.
keep
Do
your
not tweet at
hopes up,
pastry time.
Wait, maybe tweet at pastry time, but know that we're definitely kidding. We'll see you guys next time, and we'll see you at Rift Rivals.